What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Izuku was the son of Toji Fushiguro. He did not develop what in his current society is considered necessary to excel, however. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Now, let's get into part 1. We are situated in a rather complex society, a world where 80% of the population acquires at the age of 4, what many only thought they would find in comics. Movies, powers, they are popularly known as quirks. The remaining 20% were not so lucky. They are known as quirkless, people who did not develop any kind of extraordinary ability. Unfortunately, the latter are considered weak and useless, for the simple fact of not having the long-awaited and necessary quirk, however. Musatafu Hospital, Japan. After a brief background, let's focus on our beloved protagonist, who has just been born. Inko. I didn't think you'd be here. After all, you are a very busy person, honey. Exclaimed our protagonist's mother. Toji. Life has taught me enough not to appreciate these little moments. You and this brat are the only ones I have left. I would never miss it. He said, hiding his emotion. Inko. Don't worry, darling. I know what you mean. I'm glad to see that my love softened you enough to be here. Toji. Whatever you say, woman. He exclaimed with a sincere smile and feigning indifference. Nurse, do you know what name they will give him? Toji. I have to get back to work. I'll leave it in your hands, Inko. He said finally before turning around and leaving. Inko. Izuku. Izuku Fushiguro. Izuku for my father. Fushiguro for your mother. Don't forget. She said, looking at him with a warm smile. Toji stopped dead in his tracks and turned around to take one last look at his beloved before going off to do his job. Toji. I definitely need to take this more seriously. Shit. I have a son. This might be the last job I'll ever do. The pay is good, and considering the years I've been in this business, I can't complain. It's time to live in peace. I can't keep worrying her anymore. I have to be there for her and Izuku. Damn, I keep wondering how this woman has changed me so much. Without much else to say, Toji departed. No one could guarantee his survival against such an opponent. Add to that his years of rust, and you've got a clear defeat. However, despite having changed, there was something that still remained within him. His ego. 4 years later, we find ourselves in little Izuku's house. From a very young age, he showed his parents and the world his great desire to become a hero, someone who would save everyone with a smile. Specifically, today his mother would take him to the doctor to reveal his long-awaited quirk. Inko. Izuku. Come down or we'll be late for your doctor's appointment, shouted the little boy's mother. Izuku. I'm here, he said, appearing in front of his mother in the pure style of his favorite hero. All Might. Inko. You and your actions, my boy, I want you to know that no matter what happens today, for me you are and always have been my hero, said his mother, expressing all her maternal love while pulling his cheeks. Izuku. Yes, whatever you say, mom, he exclaimed a little uncomfortably. Inko. She looks so much like you, darling. I wish you were here to see how much she's grown and how much she misses you. I hope you come back soon. Idiot. Musatafu Clinic, Japan. Doctor. You should give up, boy. Izuku could only stare at the floor in complete shock, not wanting to assimilate what the doctor had told him. He didn't have a quirk, which meant that all his dreams were seriously in danger or perhaps broken. Inko. Thank you very much for your explanation, doctor. Good afternoon, she said as she picked up her son and started walking home. She didn't want her son to stay in such an environment any longer. Other children around her were jumping for joy upon discovering his gift, but Izuku. Fushiguro residence. Izuku sat in his room, crying as he watched a popular internet video depicting a feat by his favorite hero, All Might. His mother watched from the half-open door of his room. Inko. Son, I'm sorry, she exclaimed, approaching her son, equally sad. Izuku. Mom. He always saves everyone with a smile. Do you think there's still hope for me to become a hero? Izuku whispered in a state of complete sadness. Seeing such a scene, Inko could do nothing but go and hug her little son, telling him the words he needed to hear, and that would determine his future. Inko. My son, you don't need power to achieve what you want so much. We all have a hero inside. What people need is someone who inspires confidence, security and hope. You will be that someone, with or without power. I know that you will become the strongest. The only thing you will have to do is do it better. After all, you will walk the path with a disadvantage. However, that will not make you less. It will make you the best, said his mother, looking at him with love and shedding a tear or two. Izuku did nothing but hug his mother tightly, and thank her for not despising him or discouraging him in his dream. Definitely that day, that hope was born, a hope that over time only formed a monster. Exactly 8 years have passed since then. Izuku is 12. Over time he learned too many things. First, his mother is the most important person in his world. Second, people are quite idiotic, naive and ignorant. And third, he has something that makes him special, and no, it's not a quirk. To better understand what we are referring to, it is necessary to do a flashback of what happened 7 years ago. Izuku was 5. Fushiguro residence. Inko. How about I enroll you in a dojo near your school? That's what your father recommended. He has an acquaintance who would be happy to teach you. Her mother said to little Izuku. Izuku. Of course, why not, mother? I'm tired of those boastful people with quirks standing around making fun of me. I have a feeling this will get out of hand sooner or later, so please, do it. He said with a look full of determination. Inko was surprised and worried at the same time, because her son showed clear degrees of abnormal maturity for his age. It was not something that bothered her. However, every day she could notice the similarity with his father and his character from his worst period. She feared that her son would immerse himself in the world that his father had worked so hard to escape from, and that even now, he continues to struggle with. Inko. Honey. If only you had quit that job when you could, that something wouldn't have dragged you back into the depths of that hostile world. Come back. I need you. Okay Izuku, go to school. I'll pick you up later to go to the dojo and enroll you. Izuku. Yes, mother. He said to grab his backpack and run to school. Oradera Primary School. Half day. Izuku was eating his snack sitting in a corner of the courtyard alone. Since no one wanted to hang out with him because he didn't have a quirk, it affected Izuku greatly. Since his childhood best friend Katsuki Bakugo joined in with this type of treatment, knowing the character of his now ex-best friend, he expected an explosion in his face sooner or later. In fact, sooner than he expected. Bakugo. Hey Izuku. He said, approaching him with annoyance and being accompanied by his other 2 friends. Don't you get tired of coming to this school and making fun of us? Izuku. What do you mean? He said with clear anxiety and fear of what might happen. Bakugo. Do you think it's funny to watch a useless, quirkless idiot attend this school every day, where we all have a power that will take us to the top? Do you want the easy way out? Well, we all have what it takes. You think you'll reach the top by taking advantage of us? Huh? You useless piece of shit. Izuku. What did he just say? I think he's already exploded from bragging about his explosions so much. What a show-off. Boom. Just as Izuku had anticipated, it happened. He didn't even finish thinking when he had already received a whole explosion in the face. For obvious reasons, it wasn't an explosion capable of killing him, but for a 5-year-old boy, it hurt like hell. However, it seems that Izuku wasn't a normal 5-year-old boy. Izuku. After everything we've been through, you're going to be like this, right? He said with clear resentment, and in less than a second he charged at Bakugo and left him lying on the ground, surprising him and himself. Bakugo. Let me go, you bastard. I shout, launching another blast at his face, but it never connected, as our beloved green-haired boy dodged it milliseconds before receiving the attack. Izuku. Incredible. First he managed to withstand a direct explosion, then at high speed he managed to ram him. Now, thanks to my reflexes, I was able to dodge another direct explosion for milliseconds. I feel incredible. He said to himself and then tried to knock Bakugo down again. However, Director. Let's see what's going on here. He said, on the verge of raising his voice and with an aura that would scare any child present. You two. To my office. 2 hours later. Inko. I still don't believe what the principal told me, said his mother as she roughly grabbed his hand and led him home. Izuku. Mom, he asked for it, and I already had him against the walls. His mother stopped dead in her tracks and stared at him, sighed, bent down to his level and said, Inko. Son, I'm not so much bothered by what you did, but by who you did it to. We're talking about your childhood friend. You, more than anyone, should know that he's been misguided. He can still be saved. Promise me that. Ring ring. Inko. Sorry, son. Was thinking of calling at this moment. Izuku, wait here for me. Yes, I won't be long. She said to answer the call from her husband, Izuku's father. Toji. Sorry if the call was sudden, dear, but I found out what happened. Let me talk to the brat. I'll take care of it. Inko. Don't you think you should just come here and tell him yourself? And what about you? Are you okay? She said, her voice clearly filled with concern and distress. Toji. We'll talk about this another time, woman. I'm about to head home. I just have to kill the last big shot who tied me to this contract, and I'll finally be able to see them. Now, pass me the brat. There are a few moments like this where I have the freedom to speak. Inko. And what did all this shit cost you? Was losing an arm and almost dying enough to make you understand that if you keep going like this, you're going to die? She said, on the verge of tears and with a broken voice. Toji. Inko. Please. Put me to my son. I promise to live for you and the brat. I've kept my promise so far. Just put me to him. Inko. Shit. Okay. She said with a clearly broken voice and tears running down her beautiful emerald eyes. Izuku. Come here. Izuku. What happened, Mom? he said with clear regret and wanting to earn his mom's forgiveness. Inko. It's your father, he wants to talk to you. Izuku. Dad. It's not normal. Imagine receiving the news that your father wants to talk to you after having been missing for a large part of your short life. Maybe it wasn't too late to recover the bond. Since Izuku, far from feeling rejection, was excited, it can be considered that this is another of the many talks that finished forming our green-haired boy. For better or for worse, they finished creating him. Inko. Yes, Izuku. Is your father here? Giving him the phone so he could talk to his father for the first time. Izuku. Hello. He said with clear fear, excitement, anguish. Toji. Champ, long time no see, let's get straight to the point. There'll be time to go get some ice cream, and blah blah blah. I need to talk about what happened this afternoon. Izuku. Sorry dad, I didn't mean to disappoint you, neither you nor mom. I promise not to do it again, when you come back to see. Toji. Don't apologize, on the contrary, I'm proud of you. He said whispering so that Inko wouldn't hear. I'm glad you almost beat up the idiot who tried to be smart with you, worthy of my son, after all. My blood runs through your veins. Izuku. I thought he would scold me. But for some reason, this is much better. Thanks dad, I promise not to let anyone make me feel bad. Really? Toji. Yeah, well, what I wanted to get to is the following. You noticed it, right? That strange sensation in your body. Izuku. Yes dad, I felt incredible. I was able to do things that I never thought I would one day do being quirkless. He said with emotion and hope. Toji. Exactly, Brad. I'll try to explain it nicely so you understand. Although your mother told me that you seem to be a little more mature than normal for your age. However, it seems that you were born with something called celestial restriction. Izuku. Wow. What's that, dad? He asked with clear interest. Toji. In short, you were born with a bond that prevents you from generating something called cursed energy, and not only that, but also the ability to generate a gift. Izuku. I have a lot of questions right now. First, what is cursed energy? Second, what? Toji. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The only thing you need to know now is what you have, and what advantages it gives you. Explaining what cursed energy is and the complexity with which a gift can be generated is a conversation I don't intend to have with a 5-year-old boy. He said in a mocking tone towards his son. Izuku. Anyway, explain to me what I have, father. He said clearly resentful of Toji's mocking tone. Toji. This will be enough. You are not like the others, Izuku. It is something that you will discover as time goes by. Precisely for that reason I asked your mother to enroll you in the dojo near your school. A good friend of mine will teach you classes, and as you progress, he will tell you more information. Take it as a reward for every effort you make, all that strength, speed, resistance, reflexes, agility and even adaptability. It is something inherent to your celestial restriction, all in exchange for Izuku. If I don't have a quirk, yes, I understand dad. He said in a determined and excited manner. Not having developed a quirk didn't sound so bad now. Toji. Exactly, well that's all, pass me to your mother. Izuku. What, just like that? I have not kept in touch with my father since I was born, and now he just leaves. Inko. Son. Pass me the phone. She said approaching and taking him by the hand. Izuku. Whatever. Feigning disinterest and indifference. Inko. I'll go with Izuku to the dojo, take care of yourself, okay? She exclaimed with clear melancholy. Toji. I will. Beep. Inko. Okay, Izuku. Let's go. Final stretch of the flashback. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Our protagonist and his mother are in front of the aforementioned dojo. Edo acute degrees NS4 Bangu, no DMJM. Inko. Well we arrived. I didn't think it would be such a striking dojo. She said with clear insecurity in her voice. Izuku. Let's go in. He said with determination. When they tried to knock on the door, they noticed it was already open, as if someone had been waiting for them. However, when they entered, there was no one there. Inko. There's no one there, it must not be during office hours. We'll be back tomorrow, Izuku. Izuku. Wait, mom, we have to investigate. It's impossible that the old man sent us just for the hell of it. He said, clinging to what his father said. A new opportunity to believe and realize his biggest dream had presented itself. He wasn't going to waste it. Inko. Let's not waste any more time, Izuku. Bam. I'm sorry for the delay. I didn't expect to have you here so soon. However, I prepared a place to receive you, since Toji asked me to. Inko, excuse me, and you are? She said in surprise at the sudden appearance of the subject. Bang. My name is Bang. Inko. A pleasure, Mr. Bang, and my husband. Bang. Don't worry, I'm aware of the situation. If you allow me, I'd like to speak with the child. Then I'll tell you how we'll carry out the registration process. He said in a calm and serene voice. Inko. I understand, Izuku behave. She said as she left for the waiting room. Izuku. A pleasure, Mr. Bang, my name is Bang. Yeah, I'm aware boy, what do you say? Shall we start? End of flashback. Present. Back in the present, we meet again with the 12-year-old Izuku about to turn 13. To better understand what happened during all these years, what better way to do it through the POV of our protagonist, Izuku's POV. Many things have happened since that day. Mr. Bang measured my abilities without warning in a 1 vs 1 combat. Obviously I lost, however he instantly gave me a list of exercises which I had to perform for 1 year. Anyone would have given up, not me. When I finished doing them, the old man chose to teach me the basics. Despite this, I decided to do that routine daily until today, which added to Mr. Bang's training. Not only managed to improve my abilities, enhanced by the celestial restriction, but also evolved my physique, attracting a lot of attention. Regarding my father, he decided to come back into my life when I turned 10. He never told me why he had been missing for so long, much less why he was missing an arm. However, it was not of much importance to me, since I only loved and cared about my beloved mother, who was always with me even on the day where I almost threw in the towel. I'm comfortable with what I have now. The old man teaches me all about melee weapons, and Mr. Bang on how to sink my fists into the faces of those who deserve it. My favorite style which I learned from Mr. Bang is flowing water fist crushing rock, A4 Riksui Gansaiken. I've definitely become a good rival. Bakugo can't even compete against me. I have a fun arsenal with which to dispense justice in the damn streets. Trademark of Silver Fang and Toji Fushiguro. Despite everything, I'm still years away from being able to match the power of the old man and or Mr. Bang. I still don't understand how. One is rusty and missing an arm, the other a living mummy. When that deals out like you can't imagine. In 1 week I'm turning 13. What could happen? It's funny, just when life seemed to be smiling on him, he comes up against a huge wall that almost knocks him down for life. Let's go back to a nice Thursday afternoon, 3 days until the first turning point. Shopping center. Japan. Who would have thought it? The person who humiliated you so much during your childhood ended up becoming someone who holds deep respect for you, in addition to sharing a clear rivalry, although that doesn't make him any less of an idiot. Izuku. Thank you for joining me. I couldn't have chosen only the preparations for my birthday party. Izuku expressed to his now rival. Bakugo. Whatever, shitty Deku, just keep your end of the deal, and everything will be fine. I answer with some annoyance and emotion. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll break your jaw again as many times as necessary. He said in a mocking tone. Bakugo. TSK, so? I guess you're still up to this whole getting into UA and becoming a damn vigilante shit. Izuku. Don't take away the topic of conversation for party time, although more than a party, I plan for it to be a gathering. Bakugo. Whatever. He said annoyed. 2 hours later. Izuku. I guess that's all. That's a lot of bags. Thanks again for your help. He said with sincere gratitude. Bakugo. You're welcome. Helping the old lady from time to time has made me a professional bag lifter. He said proudly. Izuku. Hey, speak more about your mother. Don't call her old if she's well preserved. He said trying to provoke the pale-haired boy. Bakugo. What the hell did you say? Boom. Both young men quickly turned towards the direction of the explosion. They understood everything. The explosion had come from one of the banks in the sprawling shopping center. Whatever it was, their youthful spirit drew them into the fight. Carvin Bank. Shopping center. Villain 1. Wow, it was easier than I thought. That quirk of yours works wonders with our work, said the mysterious villain. Villain 2. We have all the damn loot. Let's leave, he said nervously. Just as they were about to run out of the bank amidst the chaos and desperation of the crowd, 2 young men interfered with their escape. Bakugo. So you're trying to replicate my explosions, huh? He said with clear pride and desire to fight. Today you're going straight to fucking jail, villain. Izuku, leave me the one on the left. You go get the idiot with the bag, he said, and without warning he propelled himself with his explosions towards the villain on his left. Villain 1. Nosy brat, as if I was going to let myself be trampled by a crazy pubescent like you, he said, dodging the first explosion, trying to connect a blow powered by his quirk, which allowed him to enlarge his fists, maximizing the damage, thus starting his fight. Izuku. 2 fifth-rate villains aren't even worth my effort, however. All these people are immersed in deep fear, I won't hold back. Villain 2. Whatever you say, kid, less words, more action, he shouted as he placed his hands on the ground, sending a powerful wave of electricity towards the green-haired boy. Izuku. I understand what caused such an explosion, he said, dodging said attack by jumping towards a wall. My turn, he whispered, and with a quick movement he propelled himself forward with his enhanced speed, connecting a powerful hook to the stomach of a now sore villain, sending him several steps back. Villain 2. As shit. He groaned clearly in pain. That strength. That speed. I'm in trouble. I have to finish this quickly with my distance advantage. Besides, the villain quickly took a hostage, a young girl with golden hair. Villain 2. Your choice, brat. You let us go, or the girl dies. Boom. Villain 2. What? he said, frightened, turning around and seeing his partner slammed against a crack in the wall, caused by a strong and skillful explosion from the ash-haired boy. Bakugo. I would break you right now, but what you just did will definitely cost you torture. Which I'm willing to see, he said with malice and pride. The villain couldn't even see the green-haired man again, since he had gotten behind him at inhuman speed. Izuku. First you attack a bank in the safety of innocent people, you cause havoc, and then you take hostage a girl that I'm sure is worth more than your miserable life. I didn't want to use you, but you deserve to taste a little of what you get for being a coward, he said before slamming an upward punch into his jaw and instantly activating his most lethal technique. A4 Riksu Gansai. The only thing the villain could see before falling unconscious was how the green-haired man's fingers were wrapped in an elegant green ore, only to then feel how he was hit by the green-haired man at extreme speed in every vital point of his body. Izuku's paw. I brutally hit every vital part of his body, then left him suspended in the air, and before he fell, I held his horrible face and slammed it against the ground, creating a crater. Some looked at me with fear, others with admiration. I cared little, because the police and other heroes were already on the way. We had to get out of there, or the law would attack us, because it is illegal to use a quirk freely in the streets, and even if I didn't have one, you understand me. End of POV. Izuku. Bakugo. Let's go. Bakugo. Whatever you say, he said as he started running alongside the green-haired boy, escaping from the place. Saturday. That Saturday definitely changed the mentality of a growing green-haired boy, whether for better or worse. We reached the first of the 3 turning points. In reality, he didn't have a secure future. His life could change overnight. However, deep down, all he wanted was to be happy. Fushiguro residence. Izuku's POV. There were few guests. Actually, what surprised me most was seeing my father sitting at the table while talking and laughing with my mother. I felt that little by little that longed-for family relationship was recovering. I did not hate my father. I simply took it with indifference. Then there was Bakugo and his mother, Mrs. Mitsuki, my mother's best friend since practically childhood. Mr. Bang could not come. He had to attend a business trip, although that trip had a name and surname. Do you remember the girl who was taken hostage? Her name was Melissa Shield. Her father is a great investigator, and upon finding out what happened, he demanded to give us a reward for such a good act. We did not accept it. However, in less than 3 days I was able to connect with the girl. She turned out to be a good friend, so I invited her to this small meeting. Finally, we have a good friend of Bakugo, Kirishima. The truth is that I like him for his unbreakable fighting spirit. However, he gets more into something that I just prefer to ignore. Video games. End of POV. Kirishima. Hey Bakugo, let's go to the room upstairs. We have to resume the competition we left in Mario Kart, he said enthusiastically. Bakugo. Whatever you say, shitty hair. Izuku, are you coming? He asked his friend, who was collecting the dishes. Izuku. You know I'm not into that. If you don't want me to force you to wash dishes, shut up and get up, he said in a mocking but serious tone. Bakugo. Whatever you say, but don't let it hurt you to know that video games are the only thing you can't beat me at, he said proudly before sticking his tongue out at her and running away. Melissa. H.A. I really wanted to play. Bakugo. Keep waiting. Sticking out his tongue again, disappearing. Mitsuki. Forgive my son Melissa's behavior. Since he was little he has always been so crazy. Sometimes he is even too proud. However, I must thank you. Izuku. Thanks to you he has softened a little, said the lady embarrassed. Izuku. Don't worry Mrs. Mitsuki. When he sits in heaven I will put him back on earth, he said laughing. Toji. Worthy of my son, putting the jerks in their place. Ha 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 ha. I exclaimed proudly. Inko. What did you just say, dear? She said smiling at him. However, she gave off a murderous roar. Toji stopped laughing only to see the withering gaze of 2 women ready to kill him. Shit. That woman really had him tamed. 3 hours later. The adults were talking in the living room while Bakugo, Kirishima and Melissa were playing video games upstairs. Izuku. He was looking at the sky on his balcony, reflecting on his entire life up to that point, thinking about what he will do next. Inko. Toji. Go talk to him, she said to her husband while looking at her son with some concern. Toji. What a lazy woman. Do her tea. Inko. Excuse me, she said smiling back and releasing her distinguished murderous aura. Toji. I understand, he said with annoyance to get up and go talk to him. Mitsuki. You know, the relationship is a bit complicated. Are you sure Toji is the right person to talk about this kind of thing when you've been supporting him all his life? She said in a whisper. Inko. I just want you both to get along better. You're my 2 loves, she said warmly. Toji's POV. Now. Right now. I thought I'd have this conversation later, but she's right. I've been gone for too long. It's time to reconnect. I need to fully return to the life I've longed for, after so much struggle. End of POV. Izuku was looking at the stars when he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Toji. How are you? He said in a mocking tone. Izuku. Fine, he answered dryly. Toji. Shit, what's next? Should I back out? After all, he already said he's fine, right? No, take it seriously. Izuku. I'm sorry about everything. He said just as dryly. Izuku. What exactly are you sorry about? I asked, interested in his answer. Toji. Not having been there for you throughout your entire growth process, in short, not having seen you grow. He responded just as dryly as his son, looking at the starry sky. Izuku. I remained silent. There was still something missing to be able to give myself that opportunity. Toji. I understand what he means. His silence said it all. You never stopped mattering to me, son, despite the distance for matters that maybe one day you will understand. I always carried a memory of you everywhere. I wanted to savor a life with you and your mother, but a ghost from the past pulled me back to the depths. I just want to do things right, take all the time you need to assimilate it. He said, stopping looking at the sky to look at him again. You have your mother's eyes. I know you will understand my situation. Without more to say, he turned around ready to accept his failure. However, Izuku. Hey old man. He exclaimed in a mocking tone. Toji turned around only to see his son extending his fist. Izuku. Let's do it together. Toji removed his surprised face and then smiled, bumping his fists. Toji. Yes. He nodded as he looked into his son's emerald eyes. Bang. First shot. Toji came to his senses to look down and see blood on his chest. Izuku quickly became alert, as did Toji. Father and son jumped back. Normally Toji would have been able to perceive the danger if it weren't for his age in such a special moment. Inko. Izuku. Toji. Th. Inko couldn't finish speaking when she saw the sign her husband was making. She knew what she had to do, so she quickly went down to the basement of the residence. Toji. Izuku, protect Mitsuki, I'll take care of it. Izuku. If things get ugly, I'll come help you. He said in a state of constant danger. Bakugo. Kirishima. Melissa. What happened? They exclaimed, quickly going down from the second floor upon hearing the first shot and the commotion. They couldn't say more, as an explosion destroyed a large part of the house, leaving everyone lying on their backs and in a state of shock. Izuku. Ashe. He groaned in pain as a pile of rubble fell on top of him. The blow was so strong that some of his ribs had been broken. Bakugo. Kirishima. Protect Mitsuki and Melissa. I'll take care of my mother. He shouted, using his strength to remove the rubble. You couldn't see much because of the dust. The situation was as follows: Mitsuki unconscious, Bakugo with a dislocated arm, Kirishima with some scratches, Melissa in shock, Izuku with some broken ribs, his father. Toji. I must admit, you took me by surprise. However, breaking into my home and endangering my family is something that will cost you dearly. Toji exclaimed while engaged in hand-to-hand combat against a strange man. There are many of us, really, enough to kill you. Did you think that after everything you did, could you have a normal life? Accept the consequences. Toji Fushiguro. He said, dodging a lethal blow from Toji aimed at his jaw, counter-attacking with an upward kick which connected squarely in his face. Toji. They'll die anyway, you know something. You hit like a girl. He said while wiping the little blood that dripped from his mouth and nose. Shit. I've really rusted. Not only did I lose my left arm, but my speed, reflexes, strength. For some reason they're fading more and more every day. This feels like being 39 years old. He thought while with difficulty dodging the fast kicks of a young adversary. While the fight continued, Izuku found himself in a one-on-one against the strange man's companion, while Bakugo and Kirishima protected Mitsuki and Melissa from what appeared to be a strange creature, which was very fast, large and strong. Inko. Aya. She moaned in pain upon waking from her unconscious state, quickly remembering her husband's signal. She looked everywhere until she found the strange purple worm that Toji used so much in his battles. It was a good investment to strengthen the basement. Honey. She said with a nostalgic smile and quickly going up to the surface, carrying the worm. Izuku's pav. This damn bastard. He's faster than me, yet his strength is no match for mine. Who the hell are these guys? Why are they so strong? End of pav. Izuku. Shit. He whispered in a rather tired state. His opponent was good with the sword, in addition to his incredible speed, made him a difficult opponent to deal with. I'll finish you. He said to launch himself forward at extreme speed. His opponent did the same, however, shortly before colliding. I don't know if this will work. I'll probably fall unconscious after using it. Help me, Mr. Bang. He finished thinking to miraculously dodge the X-cut that his opponent planned to do to him, taking a step to the side. His speed is impressive. I won't be able to connect. Here we go. Gasei Kohu, the son of Gasei Kohu. Flashback. Bang. Remember boy, if your celestial restriction already enhances your physical abilities enormously, this will only cause them to be overexploited. The only difference is that it will cost you a lot to use it. However, with hard training and after a period of adaptation, you will be able to use it continuously. However, it is a technique that you should not abuse, said the old man wisely. Izuki. Whatever you say. Just show it to me, he said excitedly. End of flashback. 2. Ah. He moaned in pain as he couldn't dodge Izuku's hook aimed at his solar plexus. It hurt a lot, enough to make him step back. Izuku had landed a good hit, his heart pumping blood at high speeds, while his muscles tensed and his veins popped out. "Izuku, I'll kill you," he exclaimed full of determination, leaning forward and appearing behind him in a blur of speed, connecting a second lethal blow to his lower back, making him drop his sword, and sending him flying until he crashed into a wall. The villain had fallen unconscious. "Izuku. Perfect. Now I have to." Ah. His body suddenly stopped being tense, his heart started beating at abnormal rates, and his body temperature suddenly increased. His body was shaking, and his hands were sweating. He fell face down onto the cold floor. "That's shit. I have to help Mom." D. Falling unconscious. Toji continued fighting on the other side of the house against such a guy. He had to admit, he was somewhat frustrated, knowing that at his best, this jerk would have been nothing more than a simple warm-up. His opponent activated his Kasei, which allowed him to increase his strength, depending on how many hits he landed. In total he had landed 50 hits. Toji had to end this as quickly as possible. He took a step back, his opponent fell into the trap. He threw a straight punch towards his face. However, Inko. Toji. His wife shouted, throwing the strange worm towards her husband, who caught it without any problems and then skillfully ducked, thus dodging the powerful blow from his opponent, which had generated a slight but noticeable wind pressure. The worm spat out a striking katana. Toji. Quickly taking the katana. Goodbye. Toji in a blur of speed appeared in front of the subject after having launched an elegant axe cut on his rival's torso, falling lifeless after such precision from an assassin with years of experience. Toji. One less. Bakugo and Kirishima had defeated the beast, ignoring the strange appearance of such a being. They fell exhausted by extreme fatigue. Bakugo was the only one capable of withstanding the weight of such a battle. It seemed more as if that monster had sucked their energy, had they even defeated it. It simply vanished after a reckless double-edged attack at the hands of our bold-haired boy. Hoiser impact. I still haven't fully mastered it, but it seems to have worked. Bakugo. And Mom. He whispered, looking at his mother's body. Fearing the worst, he decided to hold on to taking care of her without moving from that place, next to a fainted Kirishima and Melissa. Pav Toji. Something's wrong, he thought as he turned and looked at his beloved, who ran to hug him after thinking the encounter was over. Something here stinks. Toji started running towards his wife, however, not with the same intentions. Toji. Inko. Get down. He pushed forward, praying that his former speed would return to him. Even with the tiredness and fatigue he felt, he just wanted to reach his beloved. He just wanted to protect her. Bang. Second shot. The bullet had been faster than him. He couldn't reach the bullet, but he did reach the body of his beloved, holding her so she wouldn't fall to the ground. Toji. Inko, please. Dear. Please. He exclaimed with desperation and deep sadness. 3. Even though you are the main reason why that guy offered such a large amount of money, I am willing to take pity on him and let everyone live if you offer your fucking head once and for all. He said with resentment in his eyes. Don't think this is personal, just think carefully. Your wife hasn't been seriously injured, however. The longer you question my offer, the more she will bleed to death. Toji was speechless. He didn't know whether to trust that guy. But he didn't have the strength left to fight, and unfortunately since that day when this life began, for the first time, he felt defeated. Fatigue and exhaustion overwhelmed his entire being. The first bullet he had received was still making him bleed, making his body turn pale and making him feel for the first time in 39 years that he was dying. Toji picked up his beloved, took her a few steps away from the scene, left her lying on the ground, and couldn't help but remember every moment with her. How that annoying and heavy woman had become his greatest treasure. Someone who completed and changed him. Toji returned to the front, face to face with that strange subject, overwhelmed by pain and the need to pay for his sins. He dropped his katana and looked at the ground, accepting his death, and knowing that at least he had the chance to save those he loved and cared about. The worm shrank and fell to the ground. 3. Wise decision, said the guy to form a purple sphere in his hand, which little by little became bigger. Last words, asked the guy already pointing towards Toji. Toji, don't let my son find out it was you. Revenge will consume him, and he'll most likely want to follow in my footsteps, trying to find you. He'll get lost. He'll abandon those he loves, and maybe he won't have the same luck as me. 3. Okay, he said before launching such a ball of energy. Something was wrong. I never thought I'd say it, but my ego condemned me to defeat. I wanted to prove that I could still fight despite my obvious state of rust. I should have returned when I could to my wife and son. I should have left and abandoned that miserable life of an assassin. There were signs. I lost an arm. I almost died countless times. But the simple fact of surviving and coming out victorious only fed my ego. Now I finally paid the consequences. Shit. I would have liked to live more with you. Izuku. I would have liked to kiss you one last time. Inko. Fuck. I want to meet you again. Toji looked at his beloved one last time, smiled with melancholy, then looked at the ground and so died standing up. Don't let my son find out. It had been 1 week since what happened. This is the situation. Bikugo, Kirishima, Melissa and Mitsuki were discharged practically almost immediately for obvious reasons. Inko Midoriya had arrived at the hospital in urgent need of a blood donor, managed to survive and wake up 5 days after what happened. Izuku, on the other hand, took 2 more days, thus completing the week. He had arrived at the hospital with fever, torn muscles and extreme heart rate. His ribs, in addition to being broken, had pierced one of his lungs. However, while he was being treated, they could notice how Izuku's body practically healed itself, which ensured his survival. Adaptation, definitely having submitted to the brink of death, had gone well. He was getting stronger. As for Toji, his body was never found. Musatafu Hospital, Japan. Izuku, slowly opening his eyes as he felt intense pain all over his body, hitting the white ceiling. Am I dead? He said to himself weakly. Turning to his left, he could recognize his mother holding his hand while she slept leaning on the stretcher. Izuku couldn't help but shed tears of happiness. He still didn't know what had really happened to Izuku. I don't want to wake her up. It would be better to keep sleeping and wait for a nurse to notice that she's awake. Bikugo, Kirishima, Melissa, Mrs. Mitsuki. I hope everyone is okay. Dad. He stood up suddenly and started looking in all directions, searching for him. Shit. I hope that old idiot is okay. He's strong. He's probably out or buying something. After all, lately he wants to be the dad of the year. He laughed internally at his last comment. It didn't take long for them to realize that the green-haired boy had woken up. Almost instantly everyone who had been present that day arrived and visited the green-haired boy. Devastating was the news given by a police officer who was in charge of the Fushiguro case. For a green-haired boy, who was in a complete state of shock, his mother cried, feeling deep pain, while she was comforted by her best friend Mitsuki and Melissa. Bikugo could do nothing but try to make the green-haired boy see reason, while Kirishima watched the scene very sad and frustrated for not having been stronger. Official. I'm sorry about what happened, but it is what it is. All they found was a huge pool of blood accompanied by a note that said, "Don't look for him, he is no longer with us." Later, they found his sword stuck in the ground accompanied by a strange purple sphere. Said the officer with condolences. Izuku. I'm going to find every single one of those bastards. I'm going to kill them. He said to himself while on the outside his face only expressed hatred, resentment and sadness. Those emerald eyes had gone out. Izuku couldn't find peace within himself for days. Mr. Bang regretted not being present, even more so not being there, while his best friend's family mourned his loss. His mother Inko Midoriya took on the role she always had, and stored away all her pain to try to save an Izuku about to plunge into revenge. Bikugo residence. 1 month later. When her house was destroyed, Mitsuki readily offered the Fushiguro family lodging for as long as they needed. After all, the bond of friendship was very strong, and her husband never stayed home. He worked abroad. 2 a.m. Izuku was preparing for what he called a hunting night. His sad reality was the following. Superficially, he wanted revenge for his father, searching in every corner of the streets for clues about those mysterious men. Since he failed to kill his opponent, internally, he just wanted to let off steam by hitting villains or people who cause pain to innocent people. Izuku. Time to hunt. Just before jumping out the window, his mother would appear opening the door to his now room. Shit. Inko. How long were you planning on hiding it from me? Her mother asked, on the verge of tears. Isn't it enough for you to have your mother and know that your father always loved you and was proud of you? She said with a broken voice. Izuku. This is none of your business, mother. Go back to sleep, it's the Inko. Of course it's my business, shouted her mother, unafraid of waking the others. Don't you understand that you're the only one I have left? How can you be so selfish to think that if you ever die, I won't cry for you, nor will you hurt me? Said his mother, feeling sword stabs in her chest and her eyes burning. I need you here with me. Izuku. I don't like seeing how every day you appear with a new scar. You're just like your father. What hurts me is not knowing if you'll ever come home. I went through the same fear and pain with your father, now that he's gone. It hurts me, said his mother, approaching him. I don't want you to go through the same thing, much less that one day you're no longer here. She finished being at Izuku's side, who looked at her in shock with tears coming out of his emerald eyes. Finally hugging him and breaking down with her son, who finally reconsidering accepted the hug. All the pain that mother and son had been feeling is finally healing. Not forgotten, simply learned to live with the memory. 2 years later. Izuku continued to be a vigilante, being more cautious this time and accepting the help of his mother, Mitsuki, Bikugo, Kirishima and Melissa, who had become his new family. 2 years of being a nocturnal animal strengthened him. However, will it be enough? Izuku's paw. It took me exactly 2 years to polish my skills enough to be able to afford to say that I'm a monster. At the moment there is no one who has been able to beat me. Does that feed my ego? A little, however I can't be like my father. He's someone I admire a lot, but I can't make the same mistakes as him. I don't aspire to be a hero. The streets have taught me how dirty that profession is. I just need my license, the only way to get it. UA, the best high school for heroes, yeah. This will be fun. There are 9 months left until the entrance exam. It comes with a physical test, but I don't know what it entails. Even so, I know I'll pass. That doesn't mean I'll stop training, of course. I'll simply prepare for the similar nonsense that awaits me at Set Golden Egg Nursery. End of POV. Edo Q degrees NS4 Bangu no DMJM. Bang. Kick order Izuku. Let's go. Shouted the old man as he proudly looked at his best friend's son. Izuku. I still don't understand how this shit doesn't break despite using my brute force. I definitely love this dojo. Hey old man, what did you want to tell me the last time we saw each other? Asked our green-haired man without slowing down the pace of his kicks. Bang. I'll be direct, your father left a letter that only you could open when you turned 15. He said extremely calmly. Izuku stopped in his tracks and looked at Mr. Bang, who signaled him to follow him, which Izuku did. Izuku's POV. This old man. If one of his cheap jokes is a joke, I'm definitely going to break his bones. Well, it's not like I can beat him, but at least now I can put up a fight. What is this? The basement beneath the dojo. I'm surprised. There are many interesting objects. They look more like catacombs than a dojo basement. Wait, that's it. End of POV. Bang. You're probably wondering why I have this here. He said, pointing to his father's traditional clothing, accompanied by a purple worm and a letter. From the state of the latter, it could be seen that it had been written a long time ago. Izuku. At the moment I'm only interested in the letter. Please give it to me. He kindly asked his mentor. Bang did nothing more than hand it over and then calmly leave the place, leaving a confused Izuku. Bang. When you've decided what to do, come upstairs and we'll talk some more. Izuku, seeing him leave, took a deep breath, and then exhaled it as slowly as possible, thus beginning to read the letter. Dear son, if you are reading this letter, I am dead, regardless of when it happened. Simply, I am dead. I asked Bang to show you this letter when you turn 15. Do not worry, Mom has also received one at the same time as you. At least that is how I planned it. Son, I hope that when you are reading this letter, you have well decided what you want to be in life, and if you still do not know, let me help you a little. Do not be a prisoner of your past, much less of your ego. They will end up condemning you to painful consequences that sooner or later you will pay. Demand yourself. Do not conform. You have everything to stand out among the rest. You can be the best hero as you wanted so much, since you were little, or someone like me. I could never forbid you something. It's your life. The only thing I can give you are warnings and advice of what you have to do to live in peace, without enemies, and have a long life with those you love. Mom is going to die. Bang is going to die, your friends are going to die, everyone is going to die sooner or later, even you. That's why, when you feel on top of the world like I once felt, be humble and remember that there is still a life that you have to live. Do not cling to what sooner or later will end. Killing you. I have done too many stupid things in my life, but the only one that I do not regret apart from having met your mother, is having formed you. I regret not having been there. While I write this, I still have not been able to even meet you. The only thing I want, son, is for you to be well. The purple worm that Bang will show you is something known as a curse. I can't explain everything to you in this letter. The only thing you have to know is that it contains my entire arsenal of weapons. Everything is for you, including the clothes I wore in my prime, when I was around 17 to 20. I know they will fit you like a glove. That would be all. In reality I'm a little drunk and a little sentimental. Take advantage of that brat. Izuku, live. The only thing Izuku could do after reading the letter was look up and smile, grateful to have had Toji Fushiguro as a father. After this he proceeded to change and put on the outfit his father had left for him. It definitely fit him like a glove. After this he put the letter in his pocket. Izuku. Father. Look at me. He said while examining the large arsenal of weapons his father had protruding from the worm's mouth. Here begins the legacy of a hunter. Izuku's POV. It went well for me. After that letter and a brief chat with Mr. Bang, I was able to organize my ideas and expand my goals. There are many things that still go around in my head. Maybe I even still hold a grudge for such an unfair way of dying. However, I will not stop any longer. I have to clean this society full of false heroes, but above all, of the disgusting villains. Remembering everything I saw during these 2 years on the streets. End of POV. 8-month time skip. Although Izuku wanted to keep a low profile during his time as a street vigilante, he couldn't help but become known among the night heroes and villains. After all, the lethality with which he attacked his adversaries was very striking. Streets of Musatafu, Japan. 11:16 p.m. Izuku. It can't be. First he robs a bank, leaves multiple civilians in critical condition, and then he gets out of my hands. Damn cheap heroes, I have to hunt him down. He said to himself as he jumped from roof to roof, looking for the strange tall, muscular, blonde-haired villain. Flashback. What's the fucking point of robbing a bank without hurting people? Fuck the League of Villains and their fucking plan. It will be a fucking carnage. shouted the man, activating his quirk, which allows him to increase his muscle fibers under his skin at great speed, which enhances physical abilities, in addition to being able to use it as a defense. Heroes, civilians, witness my exquisite massacre. He finished to grab a poor paralyzed civilian by the arm and slam him against a wall, thus dropping the bag of money stolen previously. As chaos spread, people ran in fear and despair. Two low-ranking heroes watched the scene from a building. Hero 1. Don't you think we should go help? He asked uncertainly as he watched the muscular villain destroy everything in his path, including people. Hero 2. Nah, let's let the strongest heroes take care of this. Besides, do you see any camera or reporter filming? It's not worth meddling if 1 degrees. We can't win in 2 degrees. There's nothing to ensure our popularity among the masses, especially in the ranking. Let's leave. He said while continuing to eat his lunchbox. Hero 1. Whatever you say. He said, turning around, ready to leave. Serious mistake. Izuku. Lucky you, I don't have time to beat your faces up. Take advantage of this and leave, cowards. The green-haired man said, glaring at them with his emerald gaze, propelling himself forward and jumping off the building. The low-ranking heroes, seeing the situation and being intimidated by what they believed to be another villain, hurriedly left the scene. Izuku in the air headed towards the building in front of him to activate his favorite technique. A4O Rixui Gansai Kien. From the tips of his fingers emerged an elegant green trail with which he clung to the concrete of the building as he slid down, tearing the wall and generating a lot of noise. The muscular villain, who was about to commit the first death of his night, turned around upon hearing such an uncomfortable noise, only to see a strange green-haired man come swooping down, holding onto a building, and then leaping towards him, trying to ram him. And who the hell are you, Brad? He said, dodging the attack. Izuku. Don't worry, it won't be necessary to know. He responded unfazed by the dodge of his now opponent, positioning himself centimeters away from him at speeds that the bloodthirsty villain simply couldn't follow. O acute macroni grave tilde times a tilde macroni tankitapu, takuryu. Izuku charged at the villain with his forearms bent, sending him crashing into a wall, leaving a crater. What a way to intervene, I must admit, I felt the blow. He said in pain, getting up from the crater. Hey brat, let's put on a show. He shouted to position himself at high speed in front of him. Izuku. Wow, he's fast. He said to dodge the villain's hook, reactivating that elegant green trail in his hands. Let's go. Izuku began to connect his blows while the villain only limited himself to covering with his great muscle mass, generated by his quirk. However, in a bad blow thrown by his confidence of having him cornered, the villain counterattacked. Try it again, arrogant brat. He said, kicking Izuku in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall, leaving a crater. Izuku. I must admit, he returned it. He shouldn't have, but I'm excited by the amount of force in the blow. It's been a while since I've been hit like that. He thought while wiping the blood coming out of his mouth. Izuku lunged at the villain again in a blur of speed, connecting their fists again. Seconds passed, and neither managed to connect again, since they simply clashed fists, generating slight wind pressures. In one attempt Izuku ducked enough to connect a kick to the rib, which was dodged by the muscular man in a skillful jump that ended in an axe kick. The blow would be lethal if it was not dodged. Izuku. You fell. Thought to take advantage of his enhanced reflexes and speed, dashing backwards, spitting out something he had hidden under his tongue, growing rapidly, forming his father's purple worm. Izuku quickly wrapped it around his torso in the purest style of his father, after which the worm spat out what appeared to be a dagger. However, our villain wouldn't just stand still. He cracked the ground where he stood, and then propelled himself forward, looking to connect a final blow to the green-haired man, since his quirk had a limit, and if he didn't end this soon, he would regret it. Izuku. Come here. Keep entertaining me, you bloody son of a bitch. He shouted, entering a state of complete madness. It happened to him often because he enjoyed every time he was about to massacre an opponent. The villain was just inches away from connecting, only to see the green-haired man skillfully slide down his right side at high speed, piercing part of his torso and rib with his dagger. Izuku. Do you like me? He asked mockingly, standing a few feet away from his bewildered opponent. Feeling the blood flow while in disbelief, he felt his quirk deactivate, that is, his muscle fibers diminish. What the hell did you do to me? He asked the green-haired boy with hatred, resentment and doubt. Izuku. Maybe you'll never know. He said, taking a threatening pose next to his dagger, seeking to end the fight. However, heroes arrived on the scene. Izuku, seeing them, quickly put his dagger in his worm, and with a powerful jump disappeared from the scene. Izuku. Shit, and I was already going to kill him. I guess this time I'll let the heroes take care of it. He said to himself before leaving. However, before doing so, he managed to see from the top of his building how purple and black portal absorbed the villain. What? he thought, unable to believe what he saw. When it disappeared from his range of vision, he set out to search the surroundings looking for such a dangerous villain. That he is loose on the streets is not at all safe, not because he could not defeat him, but because while someone arrived to stop him, he could take the lives of many people. After all, the effect of his dagger did not last forever. End of flashback. Izuku. I've been looking for him for a while now, although if he shows up again I'd know anyway. He's not very discreet. Thought slowing down his pace, stopping at a building which curiously had a view of the city. Izuku's POV. What a night. I must admit it was somewhat unproductive. Only 3 villains caught, and the biggest one got away. Shit. I had forgotten. There is 1 month left for the entrance exam. I am more than ready. However, that child that still resides in me can't help but get excited. I wonder what kind of people I will see in such a prison. Will they be at my level? Will I learn something I don't know? It doesn't matter. Remember it, Izuku. You just need that fucking license. End of POV. Izuku decided to stop for a while to admire the starry sky, thinking about his mother, but above all, his father. Izuku. I wouldn't be the hero they want, he said, clenching his fists. I'll be the beast they need. Izuku opened his eyes. The day had arrived. There wasn't much more to say or think. He just had to go and give his best, although whether he gave it or not, he knew it would be a piece of cake. Mitsuki residence. Izuku and his mother, despite the money accumulated thanks to the humble efforts of Inko and Toji, could have bought a house or better yet, moved to a better area in the country. However, that place made them feel safe, almost as if it were a united family. Mrs. Mitsuki had no problem whatsoever. Izuku. I'll be out, Mom. Don't look for me for lunch. I'll take care of it, he said, taking a backpack and putting some things inside it. Inko. Are you sure you don't want to eat something before you go? It's 7 AM. Wherever you're going, remember to go too. Izuku. I know, don't worry. Finishing his backpack, opening the door. Goodbye, Mom. Mrs. Mitsuki, excuse me. He said to finally go to a beach he wanted to clean. Izuku had set out to clean a beach full of mounds of garbage in just a few hours, although in reality it was a baseless plan, since the last time he saw that beach and thought about cleaning it was 9 months ago. He wanted to prove to himself that he could. He wanted to entertain himself in some way before the exam, as such high school seemed extremely boring to him. Since he was very intelligent, his stay at said school seemed routine. Tagaba Beach Municipal Park, Japan. Izuku had arrived, however. The situation was too strange. 1 degrees the beach was clean, without any trace of garbage. Second. What the hell was Melissa doing with a skinny, short, and emaciated man? Izuku expected the worst, so without wanting to cause such a fuss, he remained attentive to every movement the strange man made. If he perceived or saw that he would hurt his friend, he would kill him. Izuku's POV. It seems like they're just chatting. Did they happen upon the place being so clean and start talking because they were so surprised? What if the old man wants to hurt Melissa? Should I intervene and stop him, even if I risk Melissa knowing him and it all being a misunderstanding? In that case, I should. End of POV. Without realizing it, due to spending so much time thinking and analyzing things, Melissa and the strange man had left. Izuku. Calm down, Izuku. Listen to your instincts. Something tells me she'll be fine. Now what am I entertaining me with? The green-haired boy thought with annoyance. Damn, Mr. Bang is away on a trip again. How easy it is to leave a useless person in charge of his dojo, so that the entrance is free. He whispered, even more annoyed, clenching his fists. Izuku set out to explore the city. He didn't like being a security guard during the day. He visited many food stalls, but didn't enter any. Yue. Izuku. Hours walking aimlessly. I will definitely use this fucking test event. He thought, well, for some strange reason he felt watched. Who wants to kill me? He thought, well, he saw how girls and boys looked at him equally. It's not common. Imagine seeing a guy who is supposed to be your age, 15, measuring 1.83, with good muscles, very similar to Toji's, with clothes as striking as his tight black polo, walking in a prominent way, while giving off a confident and relaxed aura. Not to mention his features, he could have the tenderness of his mother. Like the seriousness of his father, in short, Midoriya and Fushiguro brand, although for some reason he is Izuku Fushiguro. Izuku. Weirdos, whatever. Where the hell is the auditorium they told me so much about in the brochures? He thought, looking in all directions. I'd better just follow the others. It seems they know where they're going. Auditorium. Yue. Izuku. I didn't think it would be so big. He thought, surprised seeing the huge place. Izuku prepared to sit down while he watched around him as tons of applicants did the same. Present mic. Hello, 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 dear applicants. Shouted the hero in charge of providing details about both tests with enthusiasm. Present mic. What a difficult audience, huh? He thought, a bit depressed while trying to regain his enthusiasm. Well, applicants, as you can see in the next projection, the oral exam will consist of 100 questions, 2 hours to answer. He exclaimed aloud with his characteristic personality. After that you have 10 minutes of rest, preparation, and then immediately go to the beta area, where your last test, the practical exam, will take place. He finished to change projections, beginning the explanation of this last exam. Izuku. Nothing complicated at the moment, let's see what surprises they have for their practical exam. Present Mick. As you can see, there will be 3 types of robots waiting for you inside the area, which will be set up as if it were a city. Your job is to destroy the different types of robots you find. Here you can see how much each one is worth. Excuse me for interrupting, the brochure they gave us says there are 4 robots, not 3. If this is a mistake on the part of the prestigious UA Academy, they should be ashamed, said a young blue-haired man with glasses in a serious tone. Present Mick. Thank you for your comment, dear applicant, the last robot which I was going to mention, he said, glaring comically. Is this one? He said, pointing at the last robot. Present Mick. It's worth 0 points, so it's best to avoid it. That's all from me. Give it your best. Yeah. I shout with glee, once again being ignored by the applicants. I definitely need an ice-cold soda. Izuku. Piece of cake. Thought as he stared at the projection. 2 hours later. Izuku had finished the oral exam like the others. It hadn't been that difficult, however he was aware of having failed some. At this moment he is standing next to the other applicants in front of a large door, very surprised to see Melissa, his good friend, among the crowd. Izuku. What the hell is Melissa doing here? He asked himself a little surprised. He didn't dislike the idea of having her around, however. Flashback. Melissa. Are you going to be serious or sarcastic with me? Who understands you, Izuku? She said, laughing at the green-haired man's comments. Izuku. I can mold myself to the personality of whoever I really think I like, he said somewhat mockingly. Melissa. I'm glad you like me. I still can't believe you're so funny despite what I saw you do that day at the bank, she said admiringly. Izuku. It's no big deal, I just put that idiot in his place, he said indifferently. Melissa. What kind of quirk do you have? I asked curiously. Izuku. I don't have a quirk, Melissa, he said simply. Melissa. What? I exclaimed surprised. So how did you do that? I asked. Izuku. Training, without rest, every day since I was 6, and all this. What about you? What's your quirk? He asked while staring at her. Melissa. WLI. Getting nervous because of the green-haired boy's emerald gaze. I don't have a quirk. Izuku. She said looking at the ground, a little discouraged. End of flashback. Izuku. I don't have a quirk. Izuku. The green-haired boy remembered. I trust her, she must have planned something, I'll just keep an eye on her, although now that I think about it, why not go and say hi to her? He thought confidently as he looked at her, ready to get closer, when suddenly, I saw what you were about to do, said the aforementioned young blue-haired man with glasses, putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder. You better not distract her, Ollie. Izuku. Take your hand off me, he said dryly, looking with a sharp gaze at the blue-haired man, giving off an aura that was not at all pleasant for the latter. Me too. Present Mick. Very well applicants, thank you for coming, I hope you did well on your written exam, he said and then pressed a button which suddenly opened the gigantic doors to the aforementioned beta area. The second Izuku saw the doors open, he left the blue-haired boy aside too later, in a jump of speed, propelled himself forward in a blur, leaving everyone confused. Present Mick. What are you waiting for? A signal. Run, shouted the hero. Everyone started running. Izuku was already destroying robots left and right, using only his fists with the lethality that characterizes him, just as he said. Piece of cake. Pav Melissa. According to Uncle Might, my body is only able to withstand 5% of One for All. I think it's enough, however, I have to control myself, or this could end very badly, he said as he watched his green-haired friend run quickly towards the center of the battle, ignoring the surprise of having seen him. Flashback. Melissa. Man, Might, this tastes like chicken, she exclaimed in disgust as she digested. All Might. The only way to pass One for All is by ingesting a sample of my DNA, although as easy as it seems, I must also be willing to offer it to you, he exclaimed proudly towards his now successor. There are 3 days left until the entrance exam. I will give you the last instructions in a few hours, since you still have to digest One for All. The rest is up to your analytical capacity. I know you will succeed. One for All, a quirk created to combat All for One. Explaining its origin is getting too into something that we have not yet arrived at, so the only thing you have to know is that it passes from carrier to carrier. The 8th and last so far has been All Might, however, due to different circumstances that will be explained later, he had to look for a successor. What better option than his beloved niece Melissa Shield, daughter of his best friend, David. Not everyone is worthy of such power. So seeing Melissa's pure and heroic heart despite being quirkless, led him to make that decision. Melissa. If you say so, Uncle Might, although I still don't believe the fact that you trained for 9 months rigorously to swallow a hair that is supposed to have your great power, followed by just 3 days of training, she said a little calmer. All Might. There's a little more to it than meets the eye, he said calmly. Having given you one for all 9 months ago without prior training would have made your body explode. Cheer up. I estimate that in 3 days you'll be able to master 5 or 3%. Mastering a higher percentage will depend on how much you train and dedicate time to strengthening your body. I'll give you the tools. I won't be able to be with you forever, he said, looking her seriously in the eyes. Melissa. I understand, then teach me, Uncle Might, she said with determination. 3 days later. All Might. Excellent. Not only did you manage to clean the entire beach, but you quickly understood the secret behind my teachings, he said while proudly watching his niece wrapped in small but noticeable golden rays, while maintaining a pose that evidenced her tiredness and effort. Melissa. See if I can increase the P percentage a little more, she said tiredly, ready to increase her power further. All Might. Melissa, stop, he shouted with authority, making Melissa stop increasing her golden rays, deactivating her technique. If you go too far or are reckless, you will pay serious consequences. Do you want to leave with a broken limb? Or worse, do you want to die? He said, looking at his niece seriously, but above all, overprotectively. Melissa. You're right, Uncle Might, I'm sorry, she said sadly, looking at the floor. All Might. Don't worry, you're learning. I'm sorry if I'm harsh sometimes. I just want the best for you, he said, putting his hand on his niece's head, smiling at her in pure All Might style. Give your best, regardless of what happens today. I'll be proud of you. I will be proud of you. End of flashback. I just have to do better, he said to activate his technique. One for all, full calling 5%. End of POV. Melissa, wrapped in golden rays, would begin to destroy robots using her fists accompanied by agile, quick and skillful movements, alongside the green-haired man, who was a few meters away from her. They had not yet met. Izuku. Fucking mechanical junk, he said while with his fingertips wrapped in an elegant green ore, he slammed a 3-point robot against the wall, grabbing it by what could be called face. Several minutes have passed, maybe 43 will be enough, or maybe I should do more, he said to himself while he once again attacked another group of robots with speed, being observed by some applicants. EXTRA1. Damn, he's not leaving anything for the others. He only got 19 points in 15 minutes of testing, he exclaimed in frustration. Observation room. Nezu, UA director. It seems we have quite a few promising applicants, said what appeared to be a white rat sitting watching the huge screens which transmitted what the area cameras transmitted. You're right, I can see potential in some, however, in others I don't, said a hobo-like man in a dry, surprisingly heroic manner. 2. Gravity management, abilities inherited from a frog, a navel that works like a laser, acid. Strength, speed, agility, brutality and masculinity worthy of a well-developed young man, said a rather striking and provocative heroine while licking her lips. Nezu. Midnight, please don't start, but yes, that young man draws quite a bit of attention. His strength, speed, agility, reflexes are unusual in a young man of his age. Does he have some strength quirk? At the moment I haven't been able to see anything similar to a quirk, other than that striking green aura coming out of his fingertips, he said, very interested in the green-haired young man. Well, let's stop playing games. It's time to see if they can handle this, he said with his hand on a red button. Danger. Izuku. 62 points, that should be enough, he said as he climbed to the top of a building to rest, trying not to be disturbed, when suddenly, bam, bam, bam. Heavy footsteps could be heard in the distance. All the applicants on the ground wondered about the origin of such a sound. It worried them, well, Izuku from above. Izuku. Crazy sons of bitches, he said, seeing a gigantic robot approaching the center of battle with giant steps, destroying buildings. So this is 0 points, he said with boredom. There's no need to fight, I already have the necessary points. I'll get off and leave quickly. Izuku made a powerful jump and prepared to do parkour until he reached the ground, and when he did, he prepared to run at full speed. However, help. The chestnut-haired girl screamed in pain, trapped among the rubble, a few steps away from the robot who continued advancing. Izuku's POV. I couldn't even think, I just remember going full speed towards her. That girl. Shit. This is too close, I'll have to use it to ensure this girl's survival. Gasei Kohoyu, the author of the novel. End of POV. Izuku's muscles tensed completely in a second, his heart pounded and his veins stood out. In a blur of speed he destroyed the rubble that imprisoned the brown-haired girl. He carried her in his arms, just as she was about to leave. Izuku. Shit. Thought as he looked up and saw the robot's gigantic foot about to crush them. Izuku quickly threw the girl several steps ahead of him, and stopped the robot's gigantic foot with his 2 hands. Izuku. AGHH. He exclaimed in pain as he suddenly received the full force of such a robot on his body, spitting blood and fearing the worst. You won't beat me, disgusting junk, he said, using all his strength to push the robot's foot a few centimeters upwards, using his brute strength enhanced by his celestial restriction in the Gasei Kohu. With this, Izuku, taking advantage of the state he was in, quickly prepared a powerful uppercut towards the robot's foot, which was already descending. The umlaut Iursus Dios and Tetsus and Kien. Swirl fist cutting steel. From Izuku's fist, a sharp whirlwind pressure was generated that was abruptly shot at the robot's foot and part of the leg, being cut into pieces. The robot, having lost its balance due to such an attack and the loss of its right leg, grabbed hold of a building. However, Izuku's POV. The training has paid off. Even after that, and the pain suddenly disabling my Gausei Kohu, I'm still standing. I have to finish that thing off. End of POV. Before he could even do anything, someone jumped at an incredible speed and positioned himself at a great height to hit the robot's face. It was not possible to distinguish who it was because of the dust. The only thing that was seen was the robot being hit hard in the face, creating a hole in it and causing it to short-circuit, making it explode from the inside and fall backwards. This would generate a large cloud of dust and, even worse, the fall of some buildings. Izuku. The girl. He said, stopping, looking up and seeing how the aforementioned climbed onto a piece of robot and prepared to catch whoever fell from great heights. Wait, isn't that Melissa? He thought, and with a powerful jump he caught her in the air, landing safely on the ground. There was no time to waste. With Melissa on his left side he prepared to quickly carry the brown-haired girl. Achako. Thank you. She said tiredly as the green-haired boy carried her on his right shoulder. You can call me Achikuo. She shouted in fear as she felt the green-haired boy speed off the field. The other applicants had done the same a while ago. He had sensed it well. Everything was filled with dust, and a building collapsed next to the robot. Luckily no one was seriously injured. Outside area beta. Izuku. Leaving Achako and Melissa on the ground. Melissa. He said, seeing his friend with both legs broken and her right arm the same. Damn. If I remember correctly, there was an old woman who cured everything. I found out before coming. Has anyone seen her? He asked the other applicants, who didn't respond out of fear and admiration at such a display of power. Recovery girl. Who are you calling an old woman, insolent brat? She said while at a snail's pace she approached the girl. Poor girl, before healing her, does anyone else need medical attention? Izuku endured his pain and said nothing, Achako the same despite having a numb leg. Well. She said to stop with a kiss, something strange in Melissa's body, making her return to normal, effectively using her quirk. However, that did not stop Melissa from fainting due to tiredness and effort. After that, and having presented himself with Achako more calmly, Izuku decided not to go home. He wanted to accompany his friend while she fully recovered, sitting next to her while she rested on the stretcher. Izuku noticed how his body recovered on its own. Even so, it hurt like hell. Melissa slowly opened her eyes. Only a couple of hours had passed since then. Nursing. Yue. Melissa. For a moment I thought I was dead. She thought while trying to remember everything that happened. Right, I overdid it. Now I understand what Uncle Might meant. As she tried to get up she noticed a messy green-haired hair resting on the stretcher, while her hand was held tightly by Izuku's. Pav. Melissa. I didn't think Izuku would be here. His hand is holding mine tightly, as if he didn't want to let go. Did I worry him that much? End of Pav. Melissa would begin to caress the green-haired man's hair, trying to wake him up. Melissa. Silly, I'm alive. She whispered in his ear. Izuku. I expected it. Finally getting up, giving a big yawn. The old woman should be here in a few moments. She will take care of you. I'll go. He said, trying to withdraw his hand. Melissa. Stay. She said, looking into his eyes as she now held his hand tighter. Izuku. Izuku proceeded to sit silently to continue accompanying her. However, he couldn't remove his hand, because she had him chained. Exactly 25 minutes passed, both talking about how they did on the exam. Nothing out of the ordinary. However, the fluency with which these two young men carried themselves was not normal. Suddenly someone opened the door. Recovery girl. Okay, young people, you may leave. It seems the girl can move easily now and is no longer in pain. Unless you do, tell me, girl, are you okay? The old woman asked. Melissa. Why yes, thank you very much for seeing me, recovery girl. She said as she quickly let go of Izuku's hand and stood up, giving a small bow. Izuku, see you later, okay? She said to give him a smile and leave quickly. Izuku. What just happened? Anyway, I'm leaving, thanks old lady. He said without looking at her and slowly left the place. Katsuki residence. Inko. How do you think it went, son? His mother asked him as she cooked dinner for everyone. Izuku. I'm sure I'll pass, I have no doubt about it. He said as he quickly went up to his room. I'll be upstairs, mom. When he went up to the second floor he found a happy Bakugo Nads. Bakugo. Where the hell were you during the whole ordeal? He asked angrily. I've been looking for you everywhere, and all I know is that a few meters away, a damn giant robot appeared, only to fall and form a huge cloud of dust. Izuku. I guess we were drawn at different gates. Be thankful that I was drawn far from you, otherwise you wouldn't have accumulated so many points. He said, mocking his rival. Bakugo. Anyway, the truth is that I'm a little upset about such a test. It's as if I had been insulted with such a low level, so I propose something to you. He said, looking him in the eyes, smiling with bad intentions. Izuku. You don't learn, right? Bakugo. A showdown on the beach to determine who eats the most tonight. Say yes, you useless damn guy. I shouted euphoria while waiting for his answer. Mitsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, lower your voice, don't make me lower it. Shouted the ash-haired boy's mother from her room. Bakugo. Whatever you say, old witch. Izuku, let's go to the PE. Bakugo couldn't finish speaking because he felt a chill run down his spine when he turned around. Mitsuki. Who did you call an old hag? Her mother asked with her signature smile, a dark aura radiating from her. Izuku. The confrontation will be postponed until next week. I have things to do, I'll leave it to you, Mrs. Mitsuki. He said, bowing before calmly going to his room. Bakugo. I'm dead. 3 days later. Saturday. Izuku had already received his letter. He had entered. He was not surprised. He was simply excited to have fulfilled the wish of his inner child. He was eager to show who was the strongest among all those useless people in the famous UA daycare. Who knows, maybe humiliate some teacher. Izuku never expected that being at UA would end up being more interesting than he expected. Not only did it lead him to his second turning point, but it destroyed everything the green-haired boy had been building up to that point, thanks to his mother, who is the only reason he hasn't fallen for revenge yet. His family is another reason why he decided not to enter the world that his father so regretted entering. Melissa, Kirishima, Bakugo, Mitsuki, Inko. Life will take everything from you because you don't accept your destiny. Since when is being born with a heavenly restriction a curse? Monday. Izuku finally got out of bed, took a shower, changed, went down to have breakfast, and then went to UA. Izuku. This jumping from roof to roof isn't so boring, the bus is a thing of the past. Thought as he got closer and closer to his destination. UA. 7:45 AM. Izuku. Perfect, now where is my damn class? After searching so much he found it, a door that was quite gigantic for what he had imagined. Too much noise, although he recognized the screams. Bakugo. Don't tell me what to do, damn elite, I'll sweep the floor with you. Yelled the ash-haired boy. What an attitude you have, do you really want to be a hero? Asked the blue-haired man. Bakugo. Whatever you say, 4 shitty eyes. He said now disinterested. Izuku, who had already entered and seen such a scene, prepared to take a seat. The last row didn't look that bad, or so he thought. Bakugo. Until you finally deigned to appear, you damn spinach head. Shouted his ash-haired friend again, who was drawing a lot of attention to those who were entering the classroom. Izuku. Don't start Bakugo, the teacher will arrive any moment. He said with annoyance seeing how everyone looked at the scene. Achako. It's you. Exclaimed the chestnut. He saved me, what was your name? Izuku. Izuku, call me Izuku, you were Achako right? Achako. Why yes, thanks again for saving me that day, let's be friends. Said the brown-haired girl smiling. Izuku. Well, she seems harmless, it's not like he has to act like a son of a bitch with everyone, just with those he considers. He thought and nodded with a smile. Leader. Good morning. My name is Lita. First of all, my most sincere apologies for what happened in the exam. Izuku. I misjudged you. You deduced the true objective of the test. You have the makings of a hero. Let's be good companions, and in the near future, friends. Exclaimed the blue-haired boy while making strange robot movements with his hands, which made the green-haired boy laugh. Izuku. Will everyone be this weird? Anyway, I think I can afford to socialize after everything I've been through, just a little. He thought while nodding his head again and smiling. If you're here to make friends and laugh all the time, you shouldn't even come to class. Said from the sky at the entrance of the classroom, what looked like a caterpillar. Achako. W. What is that? Azawa. My name is Azawa, I will be your tutor for the whole year. I know it's sudden, but you should put that on. He said pointing to a pile of sports uniforms on the desk. Once you're ready go to the backyard, we'll have some tests. Achako. Excuse me, will this be our first activity in general? What about orientation and Azawa? Heroes are formed in this place. They don't have time for this kind of thing. Listen to me, you'll thank me later. He said with a sour face under the attentive gaze of the entire room, which was already full. After 10 minutes everyone was already changed and in the backyard, waiting for instructions from Professor Izawa, who had not yet arrived. Thanks to this everyone had time to introduce themselves. As the story progresses, they will be mentioned with their respective characteristics. Mina. So you can harden your body as much as you want, right? A pink-skinned girl with a pair of horns asked flirtatiously. Kirishima. Why yeah, even so I can't resist my brother Bakugo's explosions. He said while Bakugo just looked at him annoyed. Sigh. I think that in the future Bakugo won't be very popular. With that attitude he would scare anyone. Said a girl with long green hair and frog-like features. Even so he looked like a normal human. Bakugo. What did you say? Azawa. The recreation moment is over. I will explain what we will do. He said as he suddenly appeared in front of them. We will have a small demonstration on one of the tests I have for you, Izuku Midoriya, in front. Izuku, who was stretching and warming up in a corner, simply followed orders. Azawa. According to the records you were the first in the physical exam, let's see what you're made of, don't disappoint me. he said while throwing a ball the size of a tennis ball. Throw it as far as you can. With this tablet I will measure the meters you reach. Izuku. I won't show everything at once, this will be enough. He thought as he nodded, got into position and threw the ball as hard as he could at that moment. Aizawa. 981 meters, well, look at it everyone. He said while showing the tablet to the students. This is the current first goal that you must overcome, try hard in the following exercises. I activated my quirk. Yours was supposed to be deactivated. Right. According to what I saw and what they said, it seemed to have a strength quirk, something that enhanced it. Even so, I also noticed that he held back. Next time I will make him bring out everything. Also, I have to confirm if it was a mistake or luck. Jiro. He's really strong, isn't he? Said a girl with dark purple hair and what looked like headphones coming out of her ears in surprise. Kaminari. Well, now I know who to recruit as a friend. Said a yellow-haired boy. Aizawa. I forgot. Whoever finishes last on the board will be expelled. Take it as a little test of what the real world is like. He said with a not very pleasant expression. Mineta. You must be kidding me. How can I be this p? Izuku. Calm down, dwarf, all we have to do is push our limits. He said loudly while capturing the attention of his companions, thus avoiding further complaints. Don't be a coward and prepare yourself. Aizawa. This boy definitely has something special, let's find out what it is. The following tests were presented by the professor. Some of them were lateral jumps, races, strength meters, vertical jump, etc. Izuku stood out in each of them, surprising even the professor who kept trying to deactivate his supposed quirk with his own on during all the tests. The score was as follows. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Kasuki Bakugo. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Tenya Lida. 5. Ijiro Kirishima. 6. Rikido Sato. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Mashirao Jiro. 9. Fumikichi Tokoyami. 10. Sayu Ase. 11. Pantasiro. 12. Achako Uraraka. 13. Yuga Aoyama. 14. Kyokichiro. 15. Momoyoi Rosa. 16. Denki Kaminari. 17. Koji Koda. 18. Mino Shido. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Minoru Mineta. Mineta. I can't be. He said terrified, expecting the worst. Aizawa. It was a joke. He said simply. Like Midoriya said, it was about overcoming your limits, take it as a small boost. Upon hearing their teacher's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The guy was definitely crazy. Aizawa. Before we go, we'll repeat the first test, which I only did for Izuku. Everyone form a line and wait for your place. I'll write down your own records. He said taking out the tablet. Everyone listened and started throwing the ball one by one. Most of them didn't go beyond 500 meters, except for Bakugo and Todoroki, who reached 780 and 800 respectively, using their quirks. Aizawa. Okay, finally, Izuku, you're going to repeat the test again. I want you to listen to me carefully. I said as I activated my quirk, turning my eyes blood red and staring at him. You don't come to this school to play, much less to underestimate others. You're going to throw the ball again, with everything you've got, otherwise, you'll be expelled. Izuku. Yes, teacher. He said, looking back at him, picking up the ball and positioning himself to throw. Aizawa. I'm sorry to have to use you boy, but I have to force you to do it. You have to serve as motivation for others, as a goal to achieve, surprise them. Izuku closed his eyes. Once focused he opened them, suddenly taking a step that cracked the ground where he stood, his arms filled with protruding veins, and then a great wind pressure was generated around Izuku, pushing back the students and the teacher. The ground where Izuku was standing had been shattered. Aizawa. This boy. Thought excitedly while smiling with his quirk activated, coming to the conclusion that what he had just seen was pure strength. Izuku. I hope it stops bothering me after this. Not only did I concentrate, I also used Gausei Kohyu Todoroki. A strength similar to All Might's. Thought coldly a boy with red and white hair separated, attractive, as he looked at him, becoming curious about the green-haired boy. Tokoyami. What a show of power. Now I have a slight idea of what I will aspire to in the next 3 years. Said a crow-headed man, nothing out of the ordinary. Sayu. Kiro. Aoyama. An elegant test, Midoriya-kun. Said a boy with golden hair and an extravagant attitude in a rather strange tone. Aizawa. Okay, since no one was hurt, I'll end the test. Go to the bathrooms, change, and wait for your first class in the classroom. Oh. Yes, Professor Aizawa. The days passed normally. Something Izuku couldn't explain was where his friend Melissa was. She had left him a message saying she would be coming to class next week, although she didn't say what she would do or where she was going. Friday. Present Mick. So, does anyone know the correct way to write the following sentence? He asked his class. Bored. Everyone stared at the blackboard with a mournful expression, few paying full attention to the class, until... All Might. I'm entering the classroom like a normal person. shouted the number one hero as he opened the door in an extravagant manner. Several students looked on with surprise, excitement, and admiration as the hero walked to the front of the classroom, while others didn't care. All Might. I'm here to escort you to your second test. I think I remember that when you entered, they asked you each for a hero costume, right? Everyone nodded. Look to your left. At the moment of saying this, boxes with certain numbers appeared on the left wall, indicating which student it belonged to in order of list. All Might. Change and go to the area where they gave the physical exam, door 1. He exclaimed with joy. Goodbye. He shouted as he started running at an inhuman but comical speed at the same time. Present Nick. You heard it, kids, give it your all plus ultra. He shouted, hoping the students would follow his lead. Silence filled the classroom, and after that, everyone went to the locker room. You have no sense of humor. Changing rooms. Bakugo. You better get ready, Izuku. I'm sure it'll be my turn against you. I'll crush you, said the Shen-haired boy defiantly. Kaminari. Perfect, the strongest will fight each other. We have plenty of time to form groups, I said relieved. Zero. I don't think so, they'll probably choose randomly, although if we win by majority, maybe they'll let us, said a guy with strange teeth and holes in his elbows, where his core came from. Izuku. Whatever you say, just leave Bakugo to me, he said as he took off his shirt, revealing his toned body with scars. Hiroshima. Man, I'd forgotten about your scars. Some of them are recent. Are you sure you'll be okay? His friend asked, worried. Izuku. I'll be fine, for now concentrate on your own things, he said while opening a box with his equipment. Mineta. Hey Izuku, what do you do to get that physique? Share your recipe with us, he said with a sparkle in his eyes. Izuku. Let's put it this way, he said with obvious annoyance. If you manage to stand out even individually in the test, I'll give you the recipe. Mineta. Deal. Gate 1. Everyone had already arrived with their respective suits. Upon crossing the door, a tunnel could be seen in the distance. Upon crossing it, everyone stared at All Might, waiting for his instructions. All Might. Okay. Since everyone is here, I'll proceed to Ochako. Excuse me, Izuku is missing. Izuku. Let the strongman continue with his explanation, Ochako, he said as he came out of the tunnel last, stretching. Kaminari. Hey dude, don't you think you're the strong one? His partner asked, laughing. Izuku. Whatever, keep talking hero. All Might. Excellent outfit young Midoriya, simple but imposing, especially because of his great physique. I congratulate you, he exclaimed proudly. As I was saying, it will be a confrontation between teams of 2. In the meeting, one team will act as if they were the villains, and the other as if they were the heroes. Those who act as villains must guard a bomb somewhere at random in the building. The heroes will have to enter the building and find out where the bomb is. Obviously it is not real, so the meeting can end in 3 ways. If one of the teams incapacitates the other, they win. If the heroes touch the bomb, they win, and if the villains defeat the heroes protecting the bomb, they win, which would be the same as the first. Well, now, 10 of you will come and draw a random paper from this box. Whoever you touch will be your partner, he shouted enthusiastically. Once the couples were chosen, it was as follows. Izuku. Sayu. Ochako. Bakugo. Aoyama. Mina. Lita. Hiroshima. Shoji. Ejiro. Jiro. Hagakure. Tokoyami. Mineta. Momo. Todoroki. Sato. Koda. Zero. Kaminari. All Might. Okay, now that you know your partner, watch the following projection. In it you will see your opponents. Said and done, All Might took out a cube from which a hologram emerged with the teams and their opponents, leaving it like this. Izuku. Sayu vs Ochako. Bakugo. Sato. Koda vs Mina. Aoyama. Lita. Hiroshima vs Zero. Kaminari. Jiro. Hagakure vs Tokoyami. Mineta. Momo. Todoroki vs Shoji. Ejiro. All Might. Okay, get ready. I'll give you 5 minutes. Once the time is up you should go to that building. I'll wait for you there, he said, pointing to a tall, dark green building located 1 block from where they were. Goodbye, he shouted to disappear and reappear meters away from them. Sayu. Izuku, let's make a good team, okay, said the short green-haired girl. Izuku. This will end very quickly, I promise, he said confidently and somewhat bored. Sayu. It could be a good opportunity to show off, you know, she said, gaining the green-haired boy's attention. Izuku. Why do you say that, Sayu? Sayu. Well, the way things are going it's obvious that you'll win. I say you take advantage of showing more of your skills to somehow indirectly gain more respect from others, you know, she said somewhat nervously, since maintaining eye contact with a tall, attractive and well-built boy was not something she did every day. Izuku. I already showed enough in Professor Izawa's test, why show more? He asked. Sayu. Well, I'm not one to guess the sexuality of my classmates, but Todoroki has been looking at you a lot since that day. In fact, he's doing it now. Izuku would turn to look at the aforementioned. The moment he crossed glances with him, he knew that he was analyzing him, looking for something. The question was, what? Izuku. We'll see. Thanks, Sayu. He said, smiling at her in a very tender way. Sayu. Keikiro. Once everyone was gathered with their respective partners and in front of the building, All Might began to explain the following. All Might. Okay, young people, the first to face off will be Todoroki's team against Sato and Kota. He said while signaling them to get ready. The rest of us will be able to see what's happening in the transmission room that's in the next block. Continue. Mineta. Wasn't it easier to announce where we were for All Might? Smash. The hero threw a punch with so much wind pressure that it sent Mineta flying all the way to the broadcast room. See you there, young people, plus Ultra. He shouted, running at maximum speed. Once everything was ready, the test began. Momo. I can create anything if I know its molecular composition, except living beings. It occurs to me that maybe I could. Todoroki. Stay here, I'll take care of it. He said as ice covered his left side, forming a semi-armor. This will be enough. He whispered as he placed his hand on the building, which instantly froze from head to toe. Once the building was frozen, Todoroki climbed the stairs, quickly located the target, and found Inajiro immobilized by ice, covering him up to his knees. Todoroki. You can try to stop me if you want, but I warn you, there's a 50% chance that when you move your skin and muscles will tear, in addition to breaking, causing you unimaginable pain. The other 50% will leave you with nothing from the knees down. Bleeding to death would be an ugly way to die. Right. He said seriously and expressionlessly, as he approached the bomb to touch it. Ejiro. TSK, Shoji, don't move, it's frustrating, but we better save our legs. Shoji. TSK. All Might. Team Todoroki wins the first match. He shouted into the microphone, watching Todoroki touch the bomb under everyone's watchful eyes. Todoroki activated his left side, showing that he not only possessed the ability to control ice, but also fire. Once lit, he touched the wall of the building again, defrosting it as well as his companions. Mineta. What a demonstration, huh? Ashido. He didn't even use brute force. He did it in such a calm manner. All Might. I know what you're thinking, it's not just a quirk, but how you handle your quirk. When you learn to use your quirks correctly, you'll see that you'll be able to solve these types of cases in the same way, peacefully, quickly and effectively, even if you don't believe it yet. He said, winking at everyone. The next team will be Midoriya's team against Bakugo's team. Bakugo. The time has come, Izuku, this time it won't be like before, you'll see. He said as he left the transmission room with Achako, heading to the building. Achako. Gee, good luck to both of you. She said before leaving. Sayu. Izuku, it's time to go. Izuku. Izuku was staring at the screen. Through Todoroki was doing the same. It was as if Izuku had understood why Todoroki looked at the camera in a defiant way. He was challenging him. Izuku. Come on, Sayu. I think I'll take the little frog's advice. It's time to get an idea of what happens when you challenge me. He thought, sharpening his gaze even more. The roles had been assigned. The villain role was something that was left to Bakugo, according to Sayu. Izuku. Okay, what was your quirk? Sayu. I can do everything a frog can do, climb, stretch my tongue too much, I'm more agile, faster and a little stronger she said somewhat nervously. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Izuku, I know my quirk isn't very useful. Izuku. Sayu. Look at me. He said while his emerald eyes collided with Sayu's green ones. Neither you nor your quirk are useless, I have a good plan, it will work, trust me. Sayu. Wow. I didn't think I could respond like that, I thought it was something similar to Bakugo. Kiro. She exclaimed with enthusiasm and determination. Izuku. Climb the building and try to locate the target through the windows. Once you do, let me know and wait for my signal. I'll keep them distracted enough for you to enter through the window and touch the bomb with your tongue. Bakugo will go for me instantly, so that's why I'll enter fully pretending to play along with him. Sayu. Good plan, well, there are 10 floors, I hope the vertigo doesn't play a trick on me. She said as she began to climb. Izuku. Well, if I were a little gray-haired boy with anger issues looking for his rival to kill, where would I appear? He said as he entered the building. Izuku was walking calmly. He went up to the second floor, when suddenly, boom. The wall that was almost in front of him exploded, and the King of Rome emerged from the hole. Izuku. Bingo. Bakugo. Scared. Nervous. None of that, I know, just so you know I'll go all out. He said as he got into a boost position, ready to ram Izuku with his explosions. Izuku. Entertain me. He said as he got into his fighting stance. Izuku was fighting bare-handed against Bakugo. It was obvious who was holding back and had the advantage, since Izuku only limited himself to dodging and throwing a few blows, trying to calm him down. Izuku. Forget it, I admit that you became more resistant, but hand-to-hand combat is not your thing, use your quirk, rookie. He said, trying to provoke him. Bakugo. Shut up. He shouted furiously as he feinted a hook to the stomach to connect with an explosion in the face. Izuku took several steps back, hoping his partner would finally figure out where the bomb was. Izuku. Let's see what little punches this fool has prepared, I'll take one. He thought confidently before pushing forward to connect a blow to the Ashen-haired boy's face. Bakugo quickly jumped on him using an explosion, positioning himself behind him in the air. Bakugo. Now. Bakugo stopped in midair using another explosion, using a great amount of power. Bakugo. Did you like me? He shouted as he landed. Izuku. I must admit, I felt the explosion. He said while touching his back, somewhat sore. You've definitely been training. Well, if an opponent goes all out from the start, I have to respond in the same way. Izuku positioned himself at high speed in front of Bakugo. A4 Uriksu Gansai Kien. An elegant green trail emerged from Izuku's fingers, and he then began to hit the Ashen-haired boy at high speed, making him spit blood. Bakugo. Damn you. He screamed in pain, positioning his two hands in the grip, generating an even bigger explosion than the previous one. Izuku had received it full on. Bakugo quickly pushed himself up with his explosions and then hit the ground, making it explode. Several pieces of debris headed towards Izuku, who deflected each piece of debris that came his way with his fingertips. Bakugo. Don't forget about me. I exclaimed, trying to surprise him with his blind spot. Izuku spun around at high speed, landing a kick to the Ashen-haired boy's face. The kick sent Bakugo against a wall, forming a crater. Broadcasting room. Hiroshima. Wow. Izuku is too manly. I still can't believe that all that strength only comes from his hard training. He said surprised. Tokoyami. What exactly do you mean? Hiroshima. You didn't know. He said, looking at the others. Izuku. Doesn't have a quirk. That. Zero. It's hard to believe, you know, if that's the case, how did he get admitted into the hero class? Hiroshima. Maybe if you get to know him better, he'll tell you about how he got here, besides his past of course. I've known him for years, that's why I know. Momo. If what you say is true, it is admirable. Not everyone chooses to stand out even without having a quirk. All Might. Young Midoriya. Combat. Bakugo. Oh okay idiot. He said in pain. I asked for the suit in a certain way. I suppose you know that the explosions come from my sweat. Right. He said while positioning himself to launch an attack. What do you think would happen if I accumulate all that sweat and release it all at once? All Might. Young Bakugo. It's dangerous to do that kind of action. Please stop. Bakugo. If he dodges it, nothing will happen, right? He said, taking the safety off his weapon, generating a huge explosion that destroyed a large part of the building. Izuku. Sayu. Sayu, who unfortunately had already located the bomb on the 5th floor, just before being able to notify Izuku through the intercom, felt the full weight of the explosion, plummeting to the ground. Sayu. I'll use my tongue to hold on. Sayu grabbed a still sturdy column with her tongue, thus avoiding the fall, but leaving herself exposed to Uraraka. Achako. I found you. Achako took advantage of the debris, touching several of them, making them float with her quirk, sending them against Sayu, who limited herself to dodging them with her great agility, trying to touch the bomb. Achako. I won't let you. She said as she grabbed a column with her gravity quirk and threw it at Sayu, who was about to touch the bomb with her tongue. Sayu was hit by the column, trapped in a corner of what remained of the room, unable to get the column off her. She accepted her defeat. Achako. Okay, now I have to help back. Boom. Izuku emerged from the ground holding Bakugo by the neck, slamming him against the ceiling. Izuku. You could have killed her. He exclaimed furiously as he threw him to the ground with such force that Bakugo's body bounced. Once in the air, Izuku prepared to hit him. The emerging trail of his fingers became even more vivid. The blows were so loud that you could hear Bakugo's bones crunching, which scared everyone in the broadcast room. Izuku kept hitting him so hard that he was able to lift him up while hitting him. Izuku. That's enough. He said as he stopped hitting him. Bakugo's body fell to the floor, with many bruises and blood everywhere. Izuku couldn't be saved. That explosion had left him with some very low-grade burns, and the occasional contraction. His shirt had been slightly ripped. His father's fabric was resistant. Achako, move aside, please. Achako. I see can't do TT that. She said terrified. I'm going to fight to the F. All Might. The heroes win. Achako. Huh? She exclaimed in surprise. When she turned around, she could see Sayu's tongue touching the bomb from where she was. Damn. Izuku gave Achako a smile and then headed over to Sayu, easily lifting the column. Izuku. Are you okay? He asked with concern. Sayu. Why yes, my foot just hurts a little. I'm sorry if I couldn't be of much help. Izuku. Don't say that. Thanks to you we won. We fulfilled a large part of the plan. I distracted. You touched the bomb. It would have been better organized if it weren't for that idiot Bakugo hahaha. He said with a big smile. Sayu. I definitely need to get to know you better, Izuku Midoriya. She thought as she carried her bridal style, since she couldn't walk. Thanks Izuku. Broadcast room. 10 minutes later. All Might. Well, young Bakugo is in the infirmary. Good work. Even so, there's no need to attack Izuku with such brutality. Izuku. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job, old man. All Might. Alright, let's continue with the fights. The fights continued normally. They hadn't been as flashy as the previous two, but All Might could consider himself well served. He had seen everyone's potential. All Might. Well, congratulations to all the winning teams. As he spoke, smoke began to come out of his body. Go back to your classrooms, with your excuse, I'm going to the bathroom. He said while running at full speed. Momo. I expected a complete analysis of each fight. Said the young woman with large attributes, disappointed. Jiro. You could say the first two were the most striking, right? Denki. Girls, boys, let's go back to class. The last one to arrive is a chicken with cancer. He shouted as he ran to the classroom. Some followed suit, others just walked. Izuku. What a day. It felt good to put that jerk in his place. I hope that full Todoroki analyzed me enough, because I will crush him. Sigh. Hey Izuku. She said behind the green-haired boy, who turned around. Thanks for everything, really. She said smiling. Izuku. Don't worry, remember what you're worth. If you need me in the future, I'm here. He said while smiling and pointing at himself. Monday. Room 1A. After what happened, not much happened. Classes continued normally that day. Then the weekend came. Izuku spent his time training and going out at night. No interesting villains, although he was still restless about what he had seen before entering the UA. What the heck was that portal? Speaking of which, Izuku was analyzing the situation first thing in the morning before his first class started. Izuku. It's not something to leave it like that. That guy didn't seem to have two quirks. That means he had another person as an accomplice. Someone with a quirk can cause a lot of problems. I wonder if any hero has seen it or knows something about it. Izuku thought when suddenly. Aizawa. Okay guys, attention, I have some news for you. He said as he entered the classroom. As soon as we entered, everyone sat down. Aizawa. Well first, congratulations to everyone in general for their performance on Friday. I saw the reports and recordings. They have the makings of being good heroes in the future, although there are some things to correct. He said looking at Bakugo. Bakugo. TSK. Well, all I have left is to keep training to overcome that idiot, so I wouldn't have to resort to such desperate measures. Aizawa. Second news, in 5 or 7 days we will go to the USJ. In case anyone doesn't know, it is one of the training centers that the UA has for you, focused on disaster simulation. You will see when the time comes, we will go by bus. Mineta. Should we bring food or will they give it to us there? Aizawa. You will have to bring food, Mineta. He said with a face like a dead fish. Well, the third news is. Oh yes, we have a new student, come in. He said looking at the open door, making a sign. A very pretty young blonde woman with glasses came in to stand at the front and introduce herself. Melissa. Good morning. My name is Melissa Shield, nice to meet you. She said smiling. Izuku. TSK, it's about time, it's definitely Melissa. He thought while mentally smiling. Aizawa. Okay, you can sit next to Lita, he's the one with glasses and blue hair. He said pointing at him. Melissa. Yes. She replied as she went to her new seat. Aizawa. Well, the latest news isn't really that special. I guess it'll be fun for you. Choose a class president. I'm going to sleep. Don't make any noise. He said as he locked himself in his bag, forming a caterpillar on the floor. Mina. Perfect. Finally, some normal activity. She said happily. Kaminari. I boot for myself. Momo. Guys, please be quiet. We will decide this by votes. Please let me write your names and votes on the board. She said with leadership. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded and while Momo was writing on the board, several people started talking. Melissa. You don't say hello anymore. She said sarcastically while looking at that green hair that she likes so much. Izuku. I couldn't find the time. How have you been, Melissa? Melissa. Well, I had to miss last week for family reasons. Now I'm back and believe me, I'm better than ever. She said happily while punching the air. Izuku. Hey, about last time, will you tell me exactly what that was? Melissa. Well. You could say that I awakened my quirk at a very late age. My body is only capable of supporting a small percentage of the quirk, so that's why I train. To fully master it, I have to do what everyone has already done since they were 4 years old, polish my quirk. Izuku. Interesting. Melissa. Did you make any friends? Izuku. Besides Kirishina, I don't think so. Well, you could say I talked to Chako, Lita, and Sayu. He said while pointing at each one. And that's just to say, since as you can see, I'm not talking to anyone. Melissa. Let's socialize. She said while taking his hand and trying to stop him, failing in the attempt. Izuku. I don't think so. Melissa. Then call whoever it is, have them come talk to us, please. She said with puppy eyes. Izuku. Whatever. He said while looking for someone. The moment he saw Sayu he realized that she was already looking at him. Since she looked away Izuku barely looked at her. Sayu, come here. Sigh. I can't be more stupid. How am I going to stare at him in such an obvious way? She thought embarrassed as she went to Izuku's place. Tell me, Izuku. Izuku. Let me introduce you to my friend. She already said her name. She likes to socialize. I thought you could meet. He said simply. Melissa. Is she an idiot? Sigh. Why not? Nice to meet you, Melissa-chan. She said smiling. Melissa. The pleasure is all mine. Smiling back. How did you meet Izuku? Sigh. There was a team activity on Friday. I was paired with him. He turned out to be a good partner. What about you? Melissa. Years ago he saved me from a robbery, if you can say it that way, and we've been best friends ever since. Izuku. How boring it is to socialize. If only I could get into a fist fight with someone right now. I would. I have an idea. He thought while Tsuyu and Melissa continued talking. Bakugo. Yeah, but he's a loser anyway. He hasn't been able to beat me at that video game in years. He boasted to Kaminari while the accused Kirishima tried to defend himself. Kirishima. You're cheating. We always say that it's not worth reviving and you do it. I'm the only one with the pants on properly to have it with one life. Bakugo. And so, you're still a loser. Bakugo stopped in his tracks as he felt a huge ball of paper fall on his head. Izuku. What a shame, my hand slipped. He said while smiling. Bakugo. Yeah. He said sarcastically as he grabbed a pencil case and threw it towards Izuku with a mini explosion. It slipped. Izuku. Let's fight for nothing. Bakugo. I was waiting for my revenge. He said, getting into a fighting stance under everyone's watchful eyes. Momo. Stop. The young woman shouted, silencing the entire room. The board is ready. Shall we begin the votes? She said, smiling as if nothing had happened, pointing at the board. The votes were evenly matched between 3 students. Izuku was the first for his incredible display of strength. Momo was the second for her great leadership personality. And Lita was the third for her great problem-solving ability. In short, Momo and Lita emerged as president and vice president respectively. Izuku refused to participate and was forced to withdraw from the voting. Exit. Kirishima. Hey Izuku, we're going to the machines, are you coming? He asked while Bakugo, Kaminari and Mineta were behind him. Izuku. No thanks, I have things to do, see you later. He said with a farewell gesture, receiving it in the same way. Sayu. He's alone, this is my chance. Oh boy. Sayu stopped in her tracks as she watched Melissa run towards Izuku, hugging him from behind. Sayu. Well, maybe it's for next time. She thought a little sadly, taking another direction towards her house. Melissa. How was your day? Boring, right? She said while staying behind Izuku. Izuku. Get down. He said annoyed. Melissa. Oh come on. Why? You have a great back. She said while with her fingers she began to touch and caress the green-haired boy's muscular back. I've known Izuku for years, and although he's always had a good physique, this is the first time I feel him so close. He's grown quite a bit. She thought while blushing. Izuku. Get off. He said angrily in a comical way, stepping back, making Melissa fall. Melissa. Ouch, that hurt Izuku. She said in pain. Achako. Hey. The brunette shouted from afar, coming with Lita, making the 2 young men turn around. Are you also going that way? Us too? She said, smiling. Izuku. What was missing? Izuku, Melissa, Achako and Lita headed towards the subway, chatting about UA, classes, their quirks, their lives. In short, you could say that a nice squad was formed. 7 days left until the second turning point. 7 days later. Izuku's POV. I wonder what kind of simulations these fools have. I hope they don't disappoint me, since they even asked to be in our suits, although I still wonder why we can't get on the damn bus. Everything is a damn mess. End of POV. Momo. Silence please. Shouted the class president. Form a column, you will enter one by one. At the moment she gave the signal, everyone obeyed, without exception. Mineta. She's really scary, don't you think, Kaminari? Kaminari. She has a very sexy personality. He said while smiling. Mineta. Yes, he also has big TH. Bakugo. Shut up you fucking pervert. He yelled at him while exploding in his face. As soon as everyone got on the bus, it departed. Everyone sat with whoever they preferred. Izuku. The answer will surprise you. Mineta. You have to tell me your secret. Sobbed the little pervert, while crying in a comical way. Izuku. What the heck are you doing here? Get out of here. He said while trying to get out of Mineta's grasp, who had clung to his arm. Mineta. Your shoulder is bigger than my head Izuku please. Melissa. Hey dwarf, this place already has an owner, get lost. She said while looking at him with a disapproving look. Kaminari. Hey Mineta, come here, last offer. His friend said smiling. Mineta. Whatever. He said standing up, with a defeated face. The next 10 minutes on the bus flew by. You could say everyone had their own little group of friends. Here's a list to give you an idea. Izuku, Melissa, Achako and Lita. Sayu, Mina and Hagakure. Momo and Jiro. Mineta, Kaminari, Koda and Sato. Shiro, Shoji, Aoyama and Ejiro. Bakugo and Kirishima. Todoroki, well, preferred not to socialize with anyone, good groups, but that didn't mean the room wasn't united. USJ. Aizawa. Okay kids, everyone behind me, forming a column, I won't repeat it twice, follow me. He said as everyone got off the bus and followed him, entering the facilities. Shiro. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so big. It's huge. He said as he and his teammates looked at the facilities. 13. Welcome young aspiring heroes, I am the heroine 13. She said as she made an appearance. Kirishima. Space heroine number 13, incredible. He said with admiration, along with several of his classmates. Momo. It makes sense to use someone who specializes in natural disasters for this environment. Aizawa. 13, where is All Might? 13. Had a little break. He said with a specific tone, making Aizawa understand perfectly. Hagakure. Excuse me. What kind of quirk do you have? 13. Black hole, basically everything I absorb disintegrates. No matter what it is, it's useful, but at the same time quite dangerous. It's not as if their quirks were different, that's why here they will learn to use them as tools, minimizing chaos and damage to maximize speed and efficiency. He said while showing his quirk to the students. Aizawa. Excellent presentation 13, good, now. Just before he continued speaking, out of nowhere a rather peculiar sound began to be heard, coming from the center of the facility, not so far from where they were, but not close either. When Aizawa turned around, a purple portal could be seen, from which villains were emerging. Kaminari. How cool. They even have fictional villains. Leader. It's definitely the UA. I exclaimed proudly. Aizawa. Everyone stay here. 13. Protect the children. They're real villains, take this seriously. He shouted as he got into position, about to jump into combat. I say if we kill all these kids, Goldilocks will come. Right. Said a rather creepy guy, coming out of the doorway, covered in hands. The moment Aizawa saw that face, he knew this was a matter of life or death, because the person accompanying him, far above the absurd amount of villains that came out, did not seem human. Rarg. What seemed to be a great beast gave such a grotesque and malignant roar, that it made everyone's blood run cold. Aizawa. Izuku. Shout. Protect them. At that moment, Aizawa launched himself into combat. Izuku. Purple portal. Villains. The guy from a mental asylum, an imposing beast, probably the idiot who got away. I like this. He thought while smiling in a peculiar way, almost excited. 13. Young people. The communication services are down. They must have been blocked. We need to report what's happening here. He said, trying to reason with the frightened students. Mina. W. What will we do? W. Do we have to run away or help? Todoroki. Do what you want, I'll go help, the teacher can handle many, but I wonder what his limit will be. I would wait for that moment to come. Bakugo. The half idiot is right, I'm going to break teeth. Izuku. They're under my care, so I can't allow that right now. Do you want to go down without worrying about the others? Bakugo. It's their problem whether they're cowards or not, and... Good afternoon young students, if you allow me, I will have to take you on a little trip. Exclaimed a purple portal that took the form of a strange person, wearing a suit. Izuku, who was not one to mince his words, quickly disappeared in a blur of speed, looking to land a powerful blow. I knew you would. 13. Don't forget about me, everyone back. He said while activating his quirk so that it wouldn't hit the green-haired boy. Suddenly, multiple portals appeared, one of which directed all of 13's attacks towards herself, who was left seriously injured but not dead, thanks to her stopping in time. The other tried to swallow Izuku whole, who with his sharpened reflexes jumped back, dodging it, and the others, under the students, who plummeted to who knows where. Izuku. Damn. They're swallowing everyone, I have to. His foot barely touched the ground when he realized there was none, plummeting into what appeared to be a giant pool of water. The USJ facilities themselves. Bakugo. Shit. Everything's so fast. He yelled angrily as he fell next to Ejiro and Tokoyami in another area of the USJ. 13 had been caught up in the mess along with Mina and Hagakure, who fortunately landed in a place far from the disaster, giving 13 time to recover. Izuku, Sayu and Mineta had fallen into what really looked like open sea. Todoroki, Momo, Kaminari, Jiro and Shoji fell on some rocky, somewhat flat areas, so they could distinguish the number of villains approaching them. The others were close to their companions' areas, however, too distracted by the villains to realize it was time to fight or die. Izuku. What I was missing. Water. He thought as he continued diving, looking for Mineta and Sayu, when suddenly he saw villains approaching him at great speeds, as if the environment favored them. So these idiots will be the first to die. Izuku thought, just before Sayu, swimming at great speed, grabbed him with her tongue, who already had Mineta in her arms, taking them to a boat in the middle of the mini-ocean. Sayu. This is all quite strange, because they would send me to a place where I have an advantage in swimming. She said while shaking her hair. Izuku. Maybe they don't know our quirks. He said, wringing out his wet polo, revealing his abs. Sigh. Enough, idiot, this is not the time to think about these things. She thought as her eyes were lost in the green-haired man's well-formed squares. Mineta. Sigh. I know that you are being sculpted by the gods. Can we focus on what's happening? We're going to die. He shouted in desperation and anguish. Sigh. Calm down, dwarf, I have a plan. Izuku. What does it consist of? Sigh. Do you have any attack strong enough to send them flying? I know you do. Izuku. I'll take care of that. Once that's done, what's next? Sigh. What's your quirk, Mineta? Mineta. See, can I pull these balls out of my head? They always come out. They tend to stay stuck until I decide to remove them. Sigh. Fine, you do the attack, we distract them with that, I hold them both with my tongue, and we escape from here. Mineta. What will I do? Izuku was silent. Saya was silent. Mineta. I know I'm useless. I know. I'm sorry. He cried in a comical way. Izuku. Throw them once we're in the air, hopefully they'll stick to each other. He said simply. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Izuku made a powerful leap upwards, seeing the villains floating below him, waiting for them, he dived. Izuku. Come on, idiot. I shouted at one of the villains, who was paralyzed by the young man's imposing figure. He felt himself hit with an unmatched force, enough to wreak havoc on the water, stunning all the villains by the movement. Saya quickly jumped, grabbing Mineta with her tongue and then grabbing Izuku. Mineta began to throw the balls protruding from his head, making the villains unable to detach themselves and remaining like gum. After moving away several meters, they were able to conclude their escape. Melissa. They're very annoying, and they keep appearing. She said while hitting every villain she found left and right, dodging along with striking golden rays that came out of her body. Zero. Don't lose focus for a moment. Aizawa. Guys. Do you know anything about the others? Asked Aizawa as he appeared on the scene holding back a villain. Melissa. Professor, the guy with the portal quirk separated us. We're scattered all over campus. Aizawa. That's a problem. Okay, we'll relocate, hold out a little longer. We have to find the villain with the electric quirk that interferes with communications. The doors are sealed, they had it very well prepared. Shigaraki, I'm glad you know, Sirhead, said the aforementioned maniac coming out of a portal. My name is Shigaraki, and to be honest, you're a big interruption in our plans. That's why I came to see you, fight or die. The moment he said this, Shigaraki lunged at Aizawa, who responded in kind. It took only a few exchanges of blows for Aizawa to be on the verge of immobilizing him. However, in his last attempt to hit him with his elbow, the roles were reversed. Shigaraki. Do you know what my quirk is, hero? He asked while holding Aizawa's elbow, who immediately began to scream in pain. I can disintegrate anything I touch, even cause slow deaths. Do you want one? Aizawa couldn't describe the pain he felt as his skin and muscles disintegrated, so he quickly connected with a punch to Shigaraki's face with his free fist, moving away. Shigaraki. You know. You made me angry. He said while picking up the artificial hand that had fallen from the blow from Aizawa, who had seen his haggard face. This is not something I will let you pass. Of course not. Nomu. He shouted with extreme fury. In the distance, giant footsteps could be heard approaching at great speed, while a deafening and grotesque roar filled the entire Yasuche. And then, as I was breaking through a wall, it appeared. Aizawa. He's too big, he seems to have a lot of strength. Guys, please step back, I'll try to distract you for as long as you need, meet up with your teammates. Melissa. Professor, I can't afford to abandon him like that. Aizawa. Melissa, that's a direct order. He said while smiling, knowing that this was possibly his last fight. Shigaraki. You're not going anywhere. He said maliciously as he watched 5 villains position themselves behind Melissa and Zero. Aizawa. Don't get distracted. He said as he lunged at Nomu, keeping his quirk activated. Nomu. Raw. The beast gave a powerful roar as it threw a punch at Aizawa's face, slamming him into the ground, tearing the bandages Aizawa had tried to use to restrain him. Aizawa. Shit. I deactivated his quirk and he still attacked me with that force. He's similar to Izuku. He thought in pain while being subdued by the Nomu. Melissa. Shit. Melissa thought desperately as she propelled herself forward with her quirk at 5%, preparing her fist to hit it at 100%. Smash. She shouted as she hit the Nomu hard. Shigaraki. Wow, a fan of All Might. He said mockingly as he watched the smoke disperse, leaving the Nomu intact. Zero. Melissa. I didn't break my arm, could I finally master my power? At a time like this. Couldn't finish thinking, because the Nomu hit back, sending her flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Her golden rays had gone out. Aizawa. Damn you. Ard. Aizawa screamed as his face was slammed into the ground over and over again, forming a pool of blood around him. Zero. As shit, the teacher is being slaughtered by that giant thing. The guy is watching like it was a spectacle. I'll do what Aizawa sensei would have wanted. He thought as he prepared to pick up Melissa with his quirk, which allowed him to pull out resistance strips from his elbows. Shigaraki. Nomu, keep the professor like that, I'll take care of this one. He said while approaching Zero at high speed. Zero. It's the end. He said mid-action, paralyzed by fear. Izuku appeared in front of Zero, cracking the ground, having fallen from the sky, as if he were his savior. Shigaraki stopped dead in his tracks, analyzing the imposing young man in front of him. Izuku. Zero, get Melissa out of here. I killed a lot of those bastards. However, I had to come here quickly to prevent this idiot from killing you. Help the others a little. Go with them. Help them with the few that remain, and fight or flee. He said while adopting his combat pose. Hey handyman, you better send the strongman who has my teacher imprisoned, otherwise, you will die here and now. He finished in a threatening manner, releasing a murderous oar. Shigaraki. Hey, all my instincts are telling me to run away. Calm down, Shigaraki. He's just a brat playing at being a hero. I'm going to kill him. He thought as he lunged at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Weakling. He said to activate his most refined technique in a quick movement. A4O Rixui Gansai Kien. Izuku dodged Shigaraki's first blow, then jammed the 5 fingers of his right hand into his stomach, causing extreme pain. Shigaraki. Shit, what the hell is this strength? With just his fingers, I'll have to resort to the Nomu. He thought as he looked down, seeing a green trail emerging from the green-haired man's fingers. Nom. Arg. Izuku. Apparently you give orders to that thing, well, you better shut up. He said while grabbing his face and slamming it into the ground, just like the Nomu had done to Izawa. How does it feel? He said while looking at Shigaraki with contempt. Mineta. Well done Izuku, that's our strongman. Mineta shouted as he came out of his hiding place. Izuku. Mineta. Shouldn't you be helping others? He said as he turned to look at him. Shigaraki. And Nomuke kill him. He said before falling unconscious. Izuku quickly turned to see the Nomu, who in the blink of an eye, found himself directing his fist at the green-haired man. Just inches away from impact. Izuku, who had received the blow full in the face, quickly responded with a powerful right hook, which had similar power to the monster's blow. Izuku. This is not something to be taken lightly. This is definitely the first time I've been hit that hard. It made me bleed. It hurts a lot. He thought as he wasted no time attacking the Nomu with the crushing rock-flowing water fist activated. After hitting him enough, Izuku quickly jumped up, wanting to send him flying with a kick. However, before connecting the Nomu ducked, connecting at a monstrous speed a hook in Izuku's stomach, who spit out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing into a wall. Mineta. Shit Izuku, I'm sorry, forgive me. Mineta lamented while throwing tons of his balls at the Nomu, making it turn to look at him. Izuku. Hey bird, your opponent is here, don't get distracted. Shouted a noticeably wounded Izuku from the rubble, as he assumed a new combat pose, feeling madness fill him. Let's see who of the two ends up dead first. Flashback. Todoroki. These fools keep coming, although now that I notice, their number has decreased, there's not much left. He thought as he stomped on the floor, sending out a mass of ice directed at the 3 villains in front of him, trapping them. Bakugo. He's missing. We're almost all reunited, aren't we? Bakugo shouted as he skillfully dodged his villainous opponent's quirks, sending them flying with his explosions. Jiro, Melissa, Zero, Izuku, Mineta, Sayu, Mina, Hagakure and the Heroine 13 are missing. He said while connecting his headphones to the ground, causing strong sound waves to the villains who approached him. Momo. We can hold on here, let's stick together. She said while using the mini cannon she had created. My orders are clear, do not intervene in the combats, only serve as a means of transport between our comrades and you, so here is a little gift. Exclaimed a voice that everyone recognized, the villain of the portals, who in front of them opened 3 more portals, more villains coming out. Kirishima. Time to get serious. He said while hardening his body even more than it already was. Bakugo. I'm going to send them to Jesus Christ. He shouted as beads of sweat dripped from his hands, ready to explode more. Leader. Let's not rush, let's hold on. Achako. For how much longer? Oh my god, there's someone dying here. She shouted in frustration as she and Shoji held at Jiro's wound, who had been pierced through the torso by a villain. Todoroki. Should I use it? And no. I can hold out a little longer. Thought Todoroki in pain, because using his ice side too much was freezing him inside and out. If he continued like this, he could go into a sudden hypothermia crisis, or worse yet, freeze his internal organs, one bad blow, and he would be dripping blood from his mouth until he died. The cunning villain, a piece of bad luck on the part of the students, moved underground at high speed, emerging in the middle of the student body. Earth prison. The villain shouted, as harder stakes erupted from his body, hitting more than one student. Kaminari. It's frustrating. I use so much of my electricity that if I use it one more time, I'll remain in my idiotic state, becoming vulnerable. He said while feeling his shoulder dislocated. The villains took advantage of this small distraction to attack the students without their guard down, however. In front of the students, in blurs of speed, Izuku appeared massacring the villains who were now focused on him, being the last thing they tried to do, since Izuku's fine cuts were so precise, that it could be said that he had mercy on them, since death was instantaneous. Izuku. Okay, who's next? He said, looking at the villain from the portals and a few others who stayed at the entrance of these, seeing how Izuku stood in front of the students in a protective manner, covered in blood, in front of several dismembered and mutilated villains. Sayu. Guys, some reinforcements have arrived. She said as she landed with Mineta in the middle of the class. Guys. Sayu, wondering why no one was talking, turned around, finding the scene. Mineta. W, as long as it's not us, I guess W will be fine. He said, looking at the scene. Izuku. Todoroki, use your left side at least to remove the side effect of using your ice. Stop acting like a girl and become a hero. He said, and then heard a wall break, accompanied by a deafening roar. It could be the teacher or any of those missing. I'll go help. Sayu, Mineta, stay here helping the others. After that, fight or run away. Bakugo. We'll go too. He said as he got ready to follow him, when suddenly 5 villains rushed towards them. Todoroki quickly used his ice to trap them, having followed Izuku's advice, at least for that period of time. By the time Bakugo turned around again, Izuku was gone. Bakugo. Shit. Let's end this and go help Izuku, he can be the teacher. Momo. Go ahead. Jiro, Aoyama, Sayu, Achako, Lida, Koda, Sato, Shoji and Tokoyami will accompany us to the entrance to better attend to Jiro, he is bleeding to death. Tokoyami. We'll clean the main entrance, after that Lida will run for help, he's one of the fastest here. Bakugo. Perfect. Kirishima, Todoroki, Kaminari. With me. Kaminari. Yes. Kirishima. Okay. Todoroki. TSK. End of flashback. Izuku continued exchanging blows left and right against the Nomu. Sometimes he connected more and other times the beast cornered him. The one who actually received more damage and where was Izuku, since apparently the beast had unlimited resistance, although Izuku missed one more detail. Izuku. I'll finish this with the next attack. Gusei Koho, the author of the greatest novels of the year. Izuku, having eliminated the limits of his body and being empowered by his celestial restriction, moved at great speeds around the Nomu, seeking to confuse him. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself in front of him, dodging the blow from the Nomu, who had quickly reacted. Umlaut Diaresis Dio sent Tetsuzen Kien. Izuku had forcefully sliced the great beast into slices, however, the instant he did so, he saw how quickly its limbs grotesquely reattached themselves. Izuku. What was missing, imitated resistance and now, accelerated regeneration. He thought while the Nomu finished regenerating, lunging at him again. I still have the Gausei Kohu activated, I can fight. He thought to himself while he clashed fists with the beast again. Shit, I'm tired, something's not right. The monster placed its 2 large hands on Izuku at high speed, seeking to knock him down. Izuku endured as best he could. Izuku quickly raised his arms, getting up and connecting a strong kick to the Nomu. He now had to receive the blows. Izuku. Let's see how this looks on you. Izuku mercilessly hit the monster, who after reacting to the strength the boy showed began to counterattack, thus starting a shower of blows. Izuku. I have to finish this somehow. This thing doesn't even give me time to get my weapons out of my father's worm, even so I don't plan on losing. Shigaraki. What a show, kid, I admit it, you're quite strong. That Nomu was designed to kill All Might, however look at you, here you are paying the price for your master's irresponsibility, hahaha, said Shigaraki, who had woken up. Kurajiri. Send reinforcements. Kurajiri. Whatever you say, sir, however, I warn you that we only have 35 more men left. Shigaraki. Obey. Kurajiri made 2 portals appeared, 15 villains ready to catch Izuku off guard. Shigaraki. The guy is dangerous, don't you think? Kurajiri. Yes, he slaughtered many dozens of our people with his strange worm and his katana. Shigaraki. Purple worm. If that's what I think it is, that would explain a lot. Kurajiri. Yes, his katana came out of that worm, why? Shigaraki. Wait. Now it all makes sense. That way of fighting, that strength, those clothes, that character, everything reminds me of him. It seems you left a good legacy. Villain killer. Izuku. They're getting closer to me. Think, I have to do a maneuver capable of countering all this shit. He thought while he continued exchanging blows with the Nomu. Izuku had stopped connecting and was only limited to blocking the Nomu's blows. They felt like burning bullets. Just as the villains were about to pounce on him. Kaminari. I don't care anymore if I'm vulnerable to the villains, it's time to help. While Kaminari as he landed in the middle of the villains heading towards the green-haired man. Electric impact. 101%. Kaminari had launched such an electric shock that it burned and paralyzed the villains present, causing them first-degree burns. However, at the moment of doing so, he had been left exposed, defenseless, because if he used his quirk a lot his brain would, so to speak, short-circuit for a few minutes. Bakugo. Keep fighting, fucking broccoli, no one will interrupt you. he said, sending the loose ends who survived Kaminari's attack flying with his explosions. Kirishima. Izuburo is very strong, I know he can. Shigaraki. Send the remaining 20. Kurogiri. I have a survivor in the fire zone, I'll bring him in anyway. He set to open his last portal, 20 idiots and 1 idiot who changed everything. Nothing out of the ordinary, 20 more villains, easy piece of cake. However, at the last one, someone grotesque came out. He looked like a human spider, because his legs and feet had long, sharp stingers. His face was haggard. One of your friends paid the price, let's see if you can withstand my stings. He said to quickly extend his sharp stingers towards Kirishima, who with his quirk activated, managed to break one of his legs. Shit. Kaminari was exposed, no one could help him, everyone was busy. Shigaraki. The first brat to die. He said as he headed towards him at high speed to touch him and disintegrate him. Todoroki. I have to. He said as he quickly stepped on the ground and a column of ice headed to protect Kaminari, being intercepted by a wall of rocks created by one of the villains, who attacked Todoroki, making him fight. Shit, Kaminari. A few centimeters away, Izuku couldn't even do anything, because he was holding back the Nomu. Shigaraki. Bye. He said while touching Kaminari's face. Kaminari. Huh? He stammered while smiling in a very stupid way. Shigaraki. You're amazing, Eraserhead. Aizawa had reacted in time from the ground, activating his quirk, preventing Shigaraki from disintegrating one of his students. Sayu. I'll take him. She said as she made an appearance, using her tongue to pull Kaminari out of the field. Kirishima. Sayu. What are you doing here? He asked while with effort he had 2 villains. Sayu. I came to help. Izuku is always willing to help, risk his life for others. I have to be like him at least in that aspect. Pendot Sayu. You're not escaping anywhere. He said as he extended one of his stingers, seeking to stagnate one in Sayu. Sayu. I don't believe it. She exclaimed as she nimbly dodged the villain's stabs. Bakugo. Only 5 left in this asshole. Let's finish quickly so we can take Aizawa. Nomu had hit Izuku hard in the face, sending him crashing against a wall, then appeared in front of him, beginning to rain down blows on him. Izuku could only block them and hold on with his arms and necks, since the beast only had orders to focus on him. Izuku. All this pain is making me adapt more to this beast, however I don't think I can stand this any longer. I feel like my bones are going to break. I have to finish this. Should I use it? It's very risky, but if it works I could move on to the next level. Well, better said, if I get out alive. Bakugo. Die. Bakugo shouted as he blasted Shigaraki in the face, sending him flying. Time to finish the main course. He said while throwing one of his stingers at Izuku. Sayu. She moaned in pain as she caught the sharp stinger aimed at Izuku with her tongue, preventing it from piercing him. You're very naive. The stinger quickly took another form, blocking Sayu's grip so as not to let her escape, taking a curve towards the lower left part of Sayu's abdomen, managing to pierce it. Sayu. Ah. She screamed in pain, as she felt the stinger lift her into the air, causing unimaginable pain. Bakugo. Sayu. Todoroki. Damn it. He said to break the stinger with an ice stake and bring Sayu towards him. Izuku. Sayu. Shouted Izuku, who became distracted upon hearing the screams, enough distraction for the Nomu to connect a final blow to the center of the green-haired man's torso, making him spit out a large amount of blood. The Nomu took advantage of his final blow to grab Izuku by the head, and slam him against the ground again and again. The green trail that wrapped around his fingers went out. The veins stopped protruding and a pool of blood formed around the green-haired man's body. Kirishima. Izuku. He shouted with concern and fear. Sayu. Izuku. She whispered as she fell unconscious while Todoroki held her in his arms, pressing her wound with his torn shirt to prevent her from losing more blood. Shigaraki. Nomu, then you finish him off, kill the children in front of you. He shouted maliciously, while smiling victoriously. The Nomu pounced, Bakugo and Kirishima were in front, while Todoroki took care of Sayu, fearing the worst. All Might. Don't worry, everything is fine, do you know why? Because I'm here. Leader. We brought the reinforcements. He shouted, as all of Class 1A and several professional heroes, including All Might, stood behind him. And shit. Do you wait until everything is going to shit to show up? I will never depend on someone else to save those I love. I am the strongest. I'll finish this. Shigaraki turned to his right, watching as the green-haired man, bloodied and in a completely dying state, stood up and adopted a battle pose. Izuku. I'll use it. I have to kill this beast, and then the psychopath with the little hands. Izuku activated the Gaosei Kohu again, feeling his body roar one last time. He activated his forbidden technique. Ao Bakushin Kien. Heartburst release fist. Izuku's heart began to pump blood at absurd speeds, feeling the blood running through his entire body at great speed. He disappeared in a blur of speed, appearing in front of the Nomu, raising his fist. The moment Izuku hit the Nomu, it exploded into a huge pool of blood, splashing everyone in the place, unable to regenerate. While the blood fell, Izuku turned to see Shigaraki. Izuku. I told you so. He said as he propelled himself forward at extreme speed. However, Kurogiri had already anticipated this, so he teleported Shigaraki and the Stinger villain with his portals, thus changing places. Shit. He thought as the villain, who didn't even know what he was doing there, received the blow, exploding into another pool of blood. Shigaraki. It seems like they won this time, but you should know that you'll end up just like your father. Izuku Fushiguro, we'll see each other soon, take care of your mother. He said mockingly as he disappeared into a portal. Izuku. D-damn. Arghh. Izuku shouted while holding his chest. He felt a pang so painful that it made him kneel down. His veins began to stop dilating. However, he began to bleed from his nose, mouth, ears and eyes. He felt like his muscles were breaking, his bones were creaking too much, and also, his organs were beginning to bleed, causing severe internal bleeding. Titsayu. He thought as he fell against the cold floor, while he heard his teammates approaching him shouting things that even he didn't understand. In the distance, with his blurred vision, he could see how the professional heroes were approaching along with their other teammates. The beeping in his ear became louder and suddenly, everything went black. Izuku's Pav. I ended up like my father, dying in a cold apartment, protecting innocent people. Did it even make sense? For what and why did I train almost my entire life? I wanted to become stronger, to never be afraid again. I guess it went wrong. 1001 nights I questioned whether what I was doing was right, whether I was doing it for myself or out of blind revenge for my father. I don't know. But it hurts a lot. Wait. Why does my body hurt? End of Pav. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, finding the white ceiling of the room he was in. He felt like his whole body hurt. Everything felt very strange. He turned to the left, nothing. He turned to the right, nothing. Izuku. Am I in heaven? Did I survive? Too many questions to be answered instantly. When he tried to get up, he noticed how his entire body was bandaged. Feeling tired, he lay down again. Izuku. I'm definitely alive, shit. Now not only the pain pisses me off, but the frustration of having resorted to that technique. Damn it, due to my recklessness, I almost died. He thought while suddenly All Might, the director of UA Nezu and a police officer entered the room. Nezu. It seems you've woken up young. First of all, do you feel like talking? Izuku. Speak now, what happened? Nezu. According to your attitude, I'll get to the point. You were sleeping for 3 days. Thank your body. It regenerated at high speed while you were being operated on. That saved you. If your body hadn't reacted that way, you would have died. Izuku. How are the others? All Might. I think the floor belongs to me. He said as he took a step forward, with a serious yet frustrated look. Several were injured. Young Tsayu is in intensive care, still not awake. Melissa received a hard blow to the head. They had to operate on her. Young Todoroki is resting. The hypothermia caused his respiratory system to fail and caused internal bleeding. It's a miracle he's still alive. Young Bakugo has third-degree burns on his hands from using his explosions too much. He is stable. Azawa is in intensive care like Tsayu. He is in a very serious condition. The chances of him surviving are low. But not zero. He lost a lot of blood. As for the others, they were sent home to their parents. Each family was assigned a hero capable enough to defend them. He stopped in his tracks. He was faced with the news that he didn't want to tell, or even assimilate. Young Ijiro has passed away. Many of his companions had suffered, others were paying the price in a hospital, and another had unjustly departed from this world. Izuku. If only he had been stronger. That thought repeated itself over and over again in his head. Nezu. The family is devastated. Our team is handling the legal proceedings, as well as the press. All the heroes including All Might are working to find those responsible. Izuku. Why the hell are you telling me all this? He asked, his gaze reflecting hatred, frustration, and resentment. Nezu. We have cameras on the premises, capable of functioning even without electricity. However, if we don't have it, they will only record the events. They will not broadcast them live. We saw the recordings. Young Izuku, we know what you did. He said while staring at him. Izuku. I didn't do anything wrong, just what was fair. If you'll allow me, I have to kill those bastards. He said as he stood up, heading for the door. Nezu. Don't you want to hear more details, young Fushiguro? Izuku stopped dead in his tracks, turning to look at the mouse. Izuku. How do you know my last name? Nezu. After such a display of power, in addition to what Izawa told us on the first day of school, we decided to investigate you thoroughly. All that strength in a young man is not normal. We know about your father, what happened to him, and other details that might interest you. I'll ask you again. Do you want to hear more details? Izuku. Speak. Izuku's Pav. The rat talked too much. I have more information about the bastards who killed my father. They offered me to serve as a safe conduit to them, giving me permission to exact my revenge, since sending me full force would be very foolish. No matter how strong I am, I would be cornered in front of hundreds of villains. They also told me about Mr. Bang. I already knew that. What I didn't know was that his disciple, someone called Gare, had succumbed to what appeared to be the Monster Association. What a surprise I got. First a league of villains, now a monster association. I wonder if the Nomu had come from there. What shocked me the most was the fact that a third organization was suspected. However, there wasn't much information. The point is that nothing has been heard from Garu for years. He hasn't reappeared. It is only known that he lost to an enormously powerful monster and then disappeared. All this in exchange for serve as a babysitter. They asked me to stay at UA and protect their most precious golden eggs. Class 1A. They offered me security for my mother and her cohabitants, Bikugo's mother and himself. A better house in one of the best areas of the city, close to UA. According to them, that way any unforeseen event will be easily taken care of. And finally, help in the search for Shigaraki and a certain all-for-one, sworn enemy of All Might. With the certainty of crossing paths with the bastards who murdered my father, killing two birds with one stone. Obviously I accepted, however. At the moment I feel mentally weak, so I decided to resume my early mornings of hunting. End of POV. Izuku. The future is too uncertain. What is coming only makes me want to become stronger. I have to keep fighting, for the memory of my father. For my mother. For her. He thought as he watched Sai rest. He had gone to visit her in the hospital before going to kill villains. I wouldn't allow anyone else to get hurt, much less you. He thought as he turned around and jumped out the window. Thus starting his hunt. What do I really want? I grew up loving my mother, having only one dream, to save everyone with a smile. I didn't know my father. I trained for years. I thought I was strong enough, and then, I lost my father for the second time. I kept training. Revenge wanted to consume me. I didn't allow it. I kept training. I was defeated. I have to get stronger. I have to be stronger, stronger, stronger. Izuku. Ah. Our green-haired man moaned in annoyance as he got out of bed. He had dreamed strange things. 6 a.m. Monday. 1 week after the events at USJ. Izuku. Why doesn't she wake up? I'm quite worried. In theory, we should be going back to school today. I'll go visit her after school. Izuku thought as he entered the bathroom to wash his face. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror, puzzled, because the tips of his long green locks turned a dark black like night, as if he were trying to climb from the bottom up. Izuku. Whatever. He said as he went into the shower. It had definitely been a rather strange week. Too many things had happened. He was softening. If he hadn't been, that wouldn't have happened. Flashback. 3 days before. Izuku was returning home. He had killed 3 criminals and left 2 badly injured to their fate. It felt good to go hunting again. However, he was still a simple 15-year-old boy about to turn 16. This whole situation was overwhelming him. He constantly wondered how his father managed to obtain such a degree of coldness in his best times. Izuku. I have to decipher it. The damn key that will allow me to rise to the next level. I must admit. I should have been resting like the nurse said. He thought as he jumped from roof to roof with clear muscle fatigue. Even so, he felt quite strong, so much so that now he had to measure his blows, otherwise he could leave most of them in a state of death. The moment he saw his house, he jumped towards the window that faced his room, opened it and entered. Izuku. Ajiro. I'm sorry, if I had been stronger I could have protected you. I hope you're in a better place. Even so, I'll get revenge. He thought while remembering how he had to see Ajiro's family mourn his loss, since he had attended the sad funeral. Maybe a shower will do me good. Damn, later I'll buy what mom asked me for. She has to be with Aunt Mitsuki at the mall. He thought as he proceeded to bathe, although before doing so. Ding dong. Izuku. Who the hell is knocking at the door at this hour? It's 10 at night. He thought as he went down to open it. Melissa. Hi Izuku. She said as she watched him open the door. Izuku. Melissa, what can I do for you? Isn't it too late for you? Melissa. I just wanted to visit you. I haven't heard from you since what happened, much less since I was discharged 4 days ago. Can I come in? I asked. Izuku. I have no choice. Come in, we'll catch up. Melissa followed Izuku to the couch, sitting together as they turned on the TV to a comedy channel for background ambience. Melissa. How have you been holding up overall? I didn't have time to thank you for saving us. Izuku. First, well, assimilating it was a bit complicated, but it is what it is. Second, don't thank me. We were almost massacred due to my lack of strength. I could have finished that thing quickly and helped the others. Maybe that way Ajiro would have survived. He said a little discouraged, something strange in him. The situation was definitely overwhelming him, something that Melissa noticed. Melissa. You know it's not your fault. You did what you could with what you had on hand. We all had a bad time. We all tried to overcome the moment. We tried to overcome our limits. We tried to survive. We all suffered. She said as she watched him stare into space. Izuku. I will continue training, evolving, whatever it takes to protect the people I care about the least. I will not forgive myself until I have gotten them out of all danger. Melissa. I know you will. I know it will take you a while to forgive yourself, but please, never stop being who you are. I've known you for years and I don't know. She said as she began to tear up. I would be very sad to lose you. I always thought you were very strong, but seeing you in that state, on a damn stretcher, all bandaged up. Izuku. Sorry for worrying you. I repeat, I won't die until everyone's safety is assured. I guess after that I'll rest in peace. I'm sorry if I worried you," he said while handing him a loaf of bread. "Do you want some?" "Melissa." "Idiot," she said while wiping her tears with a smile, accepting the bread. "Can I hug you?" "Izuku." "No." "Melissa. Please, we've known each other for a long time and we've never hugged. It's the least you can do after everything that's happened," she said with puppy eyes. Izuku, with a sigh, opened his arms. Melissa happily approached to hug him and lean on him, watching the comedy show. After a few minutes, they were both thinking different things. Melissa. Why do I feel so safe in his strong arms? I can feel his heartbeat here, lying on his chest. I can feel his muscles. I can feel how much he's grown, she thought as she tried to concentrate on the program, feeling warmth in a specific part of her body. Izuku. Since when does this city smell so good? Her hair, her body lying on mine, her wrapped in my arms. What the hell am I feeling? Why is it so hot? He thought while at the same time as Melissa he felt heat in a certain part of his body. 15 years old, adolescence hitting harder than ever, raging hormones, new experiences. It's not like much happened that night. Well, at least that one in particular. Unfortunately for our young Izuku, he will have to learn to control himself. Otherwise he would become just like his father before meeting his mother. Izuku. Why does my body feel like this? He wondered as the Fushiguro gene took hold of him more, enveloping Melissa even more, taking her hands. Melissa. Is something wrong, Izuku? She asked while feeling Izuku's strong touch. Izuku. You smell very good, he said as he pressed his hands tighter against hers. Melissa. I'm getting too upset. I don't know what I have to do. Something is screaming at me to follow my instincts. What? What exactly will happen if I let my instincts take control? She thought as she hid further in Izuku's chest. Izuku. Look at me. Melissa, without knowing why, turned around to face him, just a few centimeters separating them. Izuku. I will never let them hurt you, he said while staring at her. Melissa. Fuck it. Melissa, listening to her instincts, joined her lips with Izuku's in an inexperienced kiss. Since neither of them had had an experience like that since they were born, however, Izuku felt how his body reacted by instinct. Izuku. What are you doing? He said, separating from the kiss. Melissa. Do you want us to stop? She said as she climbed on top of Izuku. Izuku took her by the chin and joined his lips with hers again. Both of them were feeling too good. After all, this wasn't for mere pleasure of the flesh. In some way or another they felt relief after what they had been through. Melissa. Feels too good, she thought as her left hand rested on Izuku's abdomen, and her right hand held his hair from the back. Izuku broke away from the kiss as he held Melissa's hips with his hands, beginning to place soft but intense kisses on her neck, increasing the pleasure of the moment. Melissa. Stop playing with me, she said as she lifted his face and began to kiss him desperately. Melissa instinctively began to move her hips slowly, rubbing her butt on the green-haired man's making groan. Melissa. What is this? It feels really big, she thought as she felt herself rubbing against something firm, thick, and hard. Izuku. Why the fuck does this feel so good? Thought as he grabbed Melissa by her hips again, lifting her up and throwing her onto the couch without breaking away from the kiss. The kiss was getting higher and higher. If they didn't stop, the inevitable would happen. However, neither of them helped, as Izuku was slowly rubbing his knee against Melissa's. Melissa. Izuku, we should stop, she said between kisses. Izuku was too focused to hear her. Izuku. You rushed in to kiss me, he said while lightly biting her lip, letting out a small moan. Also. Look how you have me, he whispered in her ear while grabbing her delicate and soft hand, slowly dragging it down. Melissa. Shit, I'm going crazy. He's so manly, so sexy, shit, she thought as her mind slowly went blank. Izuku, who was about to continue with the act, suddenly came to his senses, so he separated from Melissa, looking at her with a lost look. Melissa. Izuku, she asked, confused, still lying on the sofa. Izuku. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten carried away, he said as he stood up, tidying up the mess. I'll call your taxi, it's too late for you. Melissa. Why yes, she said as she stood up and got ready. I still feel like going. No way. I was feeling so good, she thought as she got ready. End of flashback. Izuku. It won't happen again, he thought as the cold water enveloped his entire body. UA. Class 1A. Izuku entered his classroom. Some had already arrived, however, the atmosphere was not the same. It looked quite dull. His teacher had not yet integrated. A student was hospitalized. Another, no longer among us. Mineta. Hi Izuku, he said while looking at the ground. Izuku didn't even respond. He just went to his seat to wait for whatever. Kaminari. I don't think it's a good idea to talk to him, old man. The others did the same as Izuku. They simply remained silent in their seats. Surprisingly, Bikugo did the same. All Might showed up in class 10 minutes later, explaining the situation, regretting what had happened, giving an inspirational speech, something that would lift their spirits. It worked on some, not on others. Izuku remained indifferent. He had already reflected enough to hear something new. Recess. Izuku was with his usual group. Achako, Lita and Melissa were talking about other topics, trying to forget what had happened. Izuku just kept silent. Lita. I feel like All Might's speech is enough. Everything is over, better times are coming, and we just have to do better. It's what Ajiro would have wished for us, she said seriously while leading. Achako. It was a bit traumatic, seeing how some of our friends were badly injured, as always sensei, she said while remembering how they had to see their teachers in a grotesque state. Melissa. Why yes. He's been ignoring me all day. Could it be because of what happened? She thought as she looked from time to time at Izuku, who was just eating his food in silence. Well, they're members of the famous Class 1A, said a guy approaching the table. Leader. Can I help you with anything? Manama. Wow. They're arrogant even when it comes to speaking. My name is Manama. I was just stopping by to say hello, or rather, to make a small declaration of war, he said, looking at them with a certain superiority. Leader. Look, buddy, we just want to eat our lunch. We're not in the mood for jokes now. We've been through some tough times. Manama. I remember now. How could I have missed you? You caused a lot of problems for the UA with your deceased little friend, he said disinterestedly. Leader. Excuse me, he said as he stood up, clearly angry. Melissa. Do leave him alone, Leader. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just another idiot. Manama. Anyway, I came to tell you that the sports festival will start soon. It will be decided which class is better, 1A or 1B. Obviously we will win, he said arrogantly. Achako. Don't you think you should leave? You've cruelly insulted our comrade's memory. Manama. What are you going to do about it, dwarf? Izuku. Back off, he said threateningly as he suddenly stopped eating and stood up, staring at him. Manama. Wow. It's the famous Izuku. Due to the leaked recordings, a large part of the UA has found out about you. Some are afraid of you, others respect you, I none, he said as he took a step forward, coming face to face with him. To me you are just another conceited fool lucky enough to have been born with a powerful quirk, a quirk that I am willing to copy, he said while smiling arrogantly. Do you think you intimidate me because of your physique? He said as he looked at him. Be careful, or you will end up like your poor little friend, far from this world. Izuku, without wasting time, grabbed him by the pole strongly, giving him total fright, lifting him up because Izuku was much bigger than him. Manama. The time has come to beat him up in front of everyone. Are they watching? He thought as he watched different students from other classrooms watch the scene. Well, wait, what? Manama was surprised, since he had touched Izuku and didn't feel any quirk copy, absolutely nothing. Izuku. It's because of trash like you that I get stronger every day. I could kill you right here, right now, then find your entire family and torture them in such a grotesque way that you'll want to come back to life, just to beg me to stop, he said as he tightened his grip even more, lifting him higher. Idiots like you aren't worth it, but if I ever hear you talk like that about our late comrade again, I'm going to kill you, then your fucking mother, then your damn father, and whoever else comes next on your despicable and miserable family tree. He threatened as Manama's shirt was stained with blood, as Izuku had not only grabbed cloth, but also skin. Manama. D-damn. Izuku. I'm sorry for what happened, please don't hurt him, said an orange-haired girl as she ran up to him and held his arms. He's an idiot, I know, I'll fix him, and I promise he won't come near you again. Manama. Don't interfere, Kendo, don't be stupid. Kendo. Chunny. Izuku, upon hearing everything, grabbed Manama and slammed him against the ground, forming a small crater, blood coming out of his head. Kendo. Manama. I'm sorry, Izuku, he said as he picked him up and took him to his desk with his classmates, because if they left him there, some teacher would find out what happened. Despite this, the cameras had already recorded Izuku. Kirishima. Dude, we saw everything, we didn't interfere because we saw you take control. But you should be more careful, they can expel you, he said entering the scene with Bakugo and Kaminari. Izuku was in a trance. He felt too much anger, frustration, sadness. He looked around, seeing everyone looking at him with fear, as if he were a monster. Others looked at him with respect, as if he were a vigilante, monster. Vigilante. Izuku. What the hell am I? Thought looking at the ground. The activities went on normally. They announced the sports festival, a huge event exclusively for the UA. Thousands of people in a giant stadium, international broadcasts, competition between classrooms. Everything was quite clear. Who would have said that the UA would be the epicenter of attacks made by the deadliest villains to date? The desperation to morally damage All Might was noticeable. Wanting to kill him, they only managed to ignite a flame in each student. A flame that over time ended up forming them as heroes, although all that path has been based on suffering. Izuku's path. 3 weeks of vacation, nothing out of the ordinary. Actually everyone is preparing. They will want to shine enough to be recognized. I'm not interested in that, only in showing what I'm worth to my opponent. I have several things planned, even if it doesn't seem like it. End of POV. Wednesday. 3 days later. Sigh. I can't believe you did it, Izuku. Said our little frog still on a stretcher, who had woken up a day ago. Izuku. I just put that idiot in his place, it's not that big a deal. Izuku, who had been the first to visit her, responded indifferently. What about your family, will they come? Sigh. My parents will do it in a few hours. My brothers are at home, I had to take care of them, but I was relieved to know that they hired a babysitter. Izuku. I understand. I'll be here as long as you ask me to, and I have to thank you. Sigh. Why? I asked confused. Izuku. If it weren't for you I would have surely died, catching that needle while my guard was down. Save me. He said sincerely. Sigh. I didn't want to lose my first grade friend at this school, but you owe me one. She said, sticking her tongue out at her. Izuku. TSK, if you say so. He said while smiling annoyed. Sigh. The others are training, I know you're too strong, but give it a try. I know there's something you still need to perfect. Izuku. You're right, I'll try. He said, remembering the technique he used to defeat the Nomu. Sigh. I'll be fine, you can go. If I need you I'll call you. Izuku. I don't answer calls. He said to get up, open the window and jump. Sigh. What am I supposed to do to get rid of these nascent feelings for you? Izuku. Izuku's POV. Mr. Bang was right. Using that kind of technique is for irresponsible, weak, and impure-hearted people. I should have thought better of it. I almost died because of it. I have to get stronger. Wait. Those aren't. End of POV. Izuku was walking down the street when in an alley he saw Kendo and Monoma apparently arguing. Kendo. You always get into trouble that I have to solve for you, you act like a child. I yell at him. Monoma. Your problem is thinking that. I'm not a kid at all. He shouted, holding her arm tightly. Kendo. I don't know why I keep putting up with you, you sold me the typical story that I've been told 1,001 times. Monoma. And what will you do, finish me off? He said while looking at her angrily. Kendo. This outing was supposed to be about clearing things up, but all you do is start yelling like every other time we go out. Do you only love me for my body? She said, on the verge of tears. Monoma. What if it's true? He said while grabbing her neck. Right now you're only mine, understood? Izuku. It's not yours, you fucking son of a bitch. Said Izuku as he slowly approached, entering the alley. Monoma. Wow, I didn't know you liked following people. Izuku. I didn't know you liked mistreating women, you have 10 seconds to leave her and go, otherwise. Izuku spat out a tiny purple ball, which grew at high speed, forming a worm that quickly spat out a knife. I'm going to gut you right here and now. Kendo. Izuku no. She pleaded while still being held by the neck. Monoma. Okay. He said as he released her. I see you're very brave, aren't you? He shouted while copying Kendo's quirk, enlarged his hands and connected a blow to Izuku, a blow that he stopped with a finger. Izuku. Just because you copy the quirk doesn't mean you copy its strength, you're very miserable. Monoma. Shit. Izuku. Well, I warned you. Izuku at high speed correctly took the knife, looking to stab Monoma in the stomach. Kendo. Izuku, please leave him. Kendo shouted with tears in his eyes. Izuku, crossing glances with Kendo, understood everything. Those eyes reflected a deep sadness, her expression reflected pain, her tears cried out for help, and her delicate body only showed how insecure she was with the jerk Monoma. Izuku. Run. He threatened as Monoma ran away from the scene. Kendo could only kneel down and start crying. The truth is that having emotional dependence is not something fun, however. Izuku would take care of helping this poor girl. Izuku. Everything will be okay, I promise. He said as he knelt down and touched her shoulder protectively. Kendo. I am sick of this SH shit. She said through tears. I don't know why I can stand it. I don't know why I can't get away from him. I don't know why I always do what he wants. Her voice was breaking more and more, and the tears wouldn't stop. Izuku. Calm down, we'll talk about this when you're better. For now we have to get out of here. Because of the screaming and noise some civilian will have called the police. He said while offering Kendo his white and muscular back as a bra. Kendo. Oh okay. She said a little calmer, while she climbed onto the green-haired boy's back, feeling his hands grab her legs. I feel safe with him, for some reason I don't feel safe with a stranger. Izuku made a powerful jump, cracking the ground, rising to the height of a building. After that he set out to continue on his way, building after building. Kendo didn't know where she was being taken, even so, her instincts told her that everything would be okay, and boy, it would be. Izuku. Do you like it? He said as he gently dropped her. They were standing on a building tall enough to show off the entire city. I normally wouldn't do this shit, but how could I sit back and do nothing after seeing such a scene? Kendo. They are beautiful views. He said as he sat down, wiping away his tears. Izuku. What's the problem between you and Monoma? Kendo. You see. He and I have only been dating for 2 months. I didn't really like him, but he behaved excellently when he was alone with me. My family situation is not the best, so over time I generated a strong dependence on him. Believe me, I know, but I still don't understand why I can't detach myself from him. His attitude changed a week after we became boyfriend and girlfriend, he said while looking at the ground. Izuku. I'll be direct, unfortunately idiots like him know how to make you believe that they care about you. At the end of the day all they want is sex, he said simply. I know it's difficult, in fact I doubt that my advice will be of any use, but do me a favor here and now, tell him to fuck off, he said while pointing at his cell phone. Kendo. I can't. Izuku. Fine, I didn't expect more. If you want to continue with the same shit as before, I'll understand. Let me know if he ever hurts you again. I wouldn't want to have to see your lifeless body, he said as he prepared to leave. Kendo. Wait. I'll do it, he said as he took his cell phone and stood up. The green-haired boy did most of the work, since Kendo only opened the chat he had with Monoma, and Izuku was in charge of telling him to fuck off. Izuku. Easy, right? Huh? He exclaimed, stunned in a comical way as he watched Kendo shed a sea of tears. Kendo. I still don't know what I did wrong, he said while crying and rubbing his eyes in a comical way. Izuku. Damn it. Both young people had spent hours talking. Kendo opened her heart and expressed to Izuku her desire to feel truly loved or at least wanted, since not only Monoma, but the last boys she had been with, had only wanted her for her body, and it is not to exaggerate, but the young woman had beautiful orange hair, a good figure, thanks to her training and a harmonious face. Continuing with the above, she also expressed to Izuku all those problems that tormented her. The bad relationship with her parents, her sad past and the anxieties of every typical 16-year-old. For his part, Izuku only limited himself to listening to her. Izuku. You don't die of love, Kendo. You don't need someone to forget your problems. I won't sell you the story that one day your soulmate will arrive, and from that moment you will begin to be happier to exist. Live from now on. Build a future just for you. Hold on to hope. Do it for you. Until now you've done it perfectly. Except for Monoma's shit, that was the mistake in your masterpiece, he said while looking her straight in the eyes. Keep surviving, idiot. Shall we go back? He said while standing up and extending his hand, since it was 8 at night. Kendo. It's the first time I feel listened to and understood at the same time. It's not that I despise my friend's advice. On the contrary, I appreciate it. But Izuku knows how to speak to me with such reality and firmness, that indirectly he tells me everything I want to hear. It's incredible, I thought while holding his hand, feeling the huge difference in size. He has that sexy touch between rude and chivalrous. Damn, he opened my eyes in just a few hours. Izuku carried her bridal style and jumped off the building, landing in an alley. Izuku. Promise me you'll never let someone disrespect you again, he said as he handed her the money to pay for his taxi, which had been ordered through an app. Kendo. I promise, he said as he walked toward the taxi, opening the door. Thank you, Izuku, he shouted as he waved goodbye with a big smile. Izuku. TSK. He grunted smiling as he disappeared in a blur of speed. Kendo. Maybe I don't know what love is, only dependence, but I would like to learn to love. Hopefully it will be with you. Izuku. He thought while looking at the views through the taxi window. Thursday. 11 a.m. Shopping center. Bakugo. Shut up, you damn broccoli, he shouted. Izuku. Didn't you miss coming shopping, silly, he said sarcastically. Bakugo. Anyway, thanks again for agreeing to come. The old witch asks for some very strange products. Izuku. It's all thanks to your apologies, he said indifferently. Bakugo. Yeah, whatever. Kirishima, Melissa, Kaminari, Achako and Lita should be in the cafeteria. Let's buy quickly and go with them. Izuku. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to socialize right now. I just came for your mother, he said smiling maliciously. Bakugo. Calm down, idiot. Don't make my fucking face explode, he threatened, annoyed. Izuku. Whatever, he said, faking a big laugh. Achako. Guys, we're here, she shouted from the stand. Izuku. What was missing? Lita. Izuku, we're going to the movies. Are you coming? Bakugo. You have things to do, right? He said, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Melissa. You and I have to talk, she said as she took his hand and led him away from the group. For some reason Izuku didn't resist. Kaminari. I don't know the details, but where there was fire, there are ashes left, he said laughing mischievously. Kirishima. Stop talking nonsense, you damn jerk, he said, slapping him hard on the back of the head. Achako. I'm glad the waters are calming down, you know, it's like the storm has passed, she said smiling. Lita. I agree with you, Achako, however we must not forget the duties of an aspiring hero. I propose training after. Kaminari. Man, take it easy, we have 3 weeks, don't rush it so much. Bakugo. Shut up. Does anyone know where the hell I get these women's products? Izuku's gone, he shouted quite enraged. Melissa. Can you tell me why you've been ignoring me since that day? Izuku. What we did was wrong, it shouldn't happen again. Melissa. Are you afraid of becoming addicted to me? Isaac was silent for a moment. Melissa. You know we've known each other for years. I guess something was born in me, and I'm sorry if I blurted it out so abruptly that night. But I don't want us to act like strangers. If you don't want to be friends again, I'll understand, but you have to say. Izuku. Are you a little girl? Can't you ask some lady around here? It's a damn mole. He said, suddenly finding himself on his phone. Bakugo. I know, you idiot. I know. But I'm so damn ashamed. Melissa. This idiot. Thought as she went up to him and pulled him by the hand, entering a clothing store, heading towards the dressing rooms. Izuku. Whatever idiot, see you later. He said to cut the call. Hey Melissa, what are we doing here? Melissa didn't let him finish, as she had quickly silenced him by joining her lips with Izuku's, who after being in shock for a few seconds, reciprocated the kiss. Melissa. Can you not ignore me? Izuku. Am I a fucking sex toy or what? He said as he grabbed her waist tightly and pressed his body against hers. No more falling in love. Melissa. I lost. She said while kissing him passionately. The kiss grew more and more intense, so Izuku took off his jacket, and after that Melissa followed suit and took off her long-sleeved black polo shirt, leaving her only in her bra. Melissa. I've never done this kind of thing, even so with him everything comes from instinct, as shit, he's so hard. She though. Flashback. Toji. The point is that your mother asked me to have this conversation with you, so you listen to me whether you want to or not, you insolent brat. He said to his son while he simply looked away indifferently. Izuku. Just because she saw me talking to a girl. My mother is so desperate. Toji. Listen to me kid, you're like me in every way. As the years go by, unique opportunities will present themselves to you, opportunities that only my genes can give someone. That someone is you. Be smart and do mom a favor, don't show up with a baby until after you've turned 18, okay? Izuku. Whatever you say. Toji. I'm serious, brat, you'll be a woman magnet just like your father in his prime. Ha 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 ha. Ah. He screamed in pain as he felt his wife Inko throw the frying pan at his head. End of flashback. Izuku. You were right old man, however. This is very difficult to control. He thought well now Melissa was on top of him. Melissa. Just put it in. She said, lost in pleasure. Knock knock. Excuse me, there are people here waiting their turn and complaining about being late. It's been 30 minutes. Do you think you can leave miss? The woman said, raising her voice slightly. Izuku. Melissa. Shit. Bakugo. Where did those idiots go? Leader. The movie will start in 5 minutes. I propose we wait 10 more, because... Kaminari. Dude, we get it, right? He said a little annoyed. Achako. Speaking of the kings of Rome. She said mischievously as she watched Izuku and Melissa return in the distance. Hiroshima. What a conversation they must have had, it took them 30 minutes. He said looking at his watch. Izuku. I'll leave it with you, please enjoy the movie, I have things to do. He said dryly as he disappeared in a blur of speed. Bakugo. Save your words, how was the talk? He asked while looking at Melissa. Melissa. Okay. Let's go see the movie. She said nervously and blushing. Kaminari. Hiroshima. Izubro is so manly. They thought while crying in a comical way. Izuku. I remember finding that scroll in the hills where Mr. Bang taught me, maybe I'll find something there. He thought as he jumped from roof to roof in the direction of the distant forest, looking for an answer on a way to control that technique that almost killed him. Or who knows, find more information on how to control his favorite techniques. Izuku. Who would have thought it? The old man took all his scrolls. It's not like he needed them anyway. He was just trying to find an answer, some clue on how to get to the next level. Even so, I think I'm close. End of Pav. Izuku was snooping around the old cabin hidden in the woods, where he went daily to see his teacher during his first years of training. It was there where he accidentally discovered that technique, although he didn't even finish reading the entire scroll, because his teacher took it away from him, and scolded him harshly. Izuku. I really thought I would find something more useful. Thought as he walked through the forest towards the big city. 3 days before the festival. Sigh. Well yes, Momo says she will lend her house for an exclusive party for our class, all after the festival. She said while finishing her hamburger. She had gone out with Izuku. Izuku. I'm not one to go to parties, I'll make an exception for you. He said while staring at her. Sigh. Fool. Thought as she felt a slight warmth on her cheeks. Izuku. How did you prepare for the festival? Sigh. Well, I went camping. Well, not really. I know several areas far from the city with great vegetation. I decided to live there for days, as if I were a real frog. Izuku. You face nature according to your quirk, well thought out. Sigh. It turned out well, after all. Surviving the elements without contact with the world as an animal is not easy. It helped me a lot. What did you do? Izuku. I tried to hone my skills. I didn't do much. Sigh. You are really strong, Izuku. Despite that, I know you can still improve. You will achieve it, she said while smiling at him. Izuku. Yes, he said while watching her smile. With her I feel so tiny. I feel every part of my body. I feel my heartbeat. Damn dwarf, what the hell are you doing to me? The food was delicious, shall we? Sayu. Yes. The two young men left the restaurant. The mall is quite large, so they decided to continue walking and talking about life. Sayu. It's difficult, but I'm not complaining. Taking care of my brothers, training, cooking, washing. I feel like a woman in her fullest expression, haha, she said sarcastically. Izuku. Don't say that, it's admirable. I'm sure you'll be an incredible mother. Sayu. Damn idiot. Well, I'm sure you'll also be an incredible father, she said as she stood in front of him, giving him a smile. Izuku. Damn it, he thought as he walked towards her, taking her by both hands. I'll pay for your taxi. Sayu couldn't say anything, because she had been lost in the firm and manly touch of the green-haired man, in addition to his bright emerald eyes. Festival day. All the young people belonging to Class 1A were in the waiting room, waiting for the call from President Mick, who along with Aizawa, would comment on the big event. Some had spent the 3 weeks trying hard, others. Mineta. Exactly, Kaminari. Those magazines are sold at a lower price at the store near the cafe on 6th Avenue. Kaminari. Just because it costs less doesn't mean it's the same quality. I must admit I had high expectations of you. Breasts will always be superior to. Leader. Stop the vulgar conversations. We'll be entering the big stadium in a few minutes, she shouted, making robotic movements. Bakugo. I've been working a lot on my endurance. Now I can make stronger and bigger explosions without hurting my arms so much. I'm more than prepared, he told Kirishima. Kirishima. I raised the level of hardening in my body at the cost of pure sweat and blood, he said proudly. Melissa. I can't increase the percentage. I'm still stuck at 5%. However, I was able to improve my resistance. I can use it longer, she thought while staring at the ground. Tokoyami. Dark shadow can handle a bit more strong lighting. What about you? Zero. Dude, I couldn't do much. I went on vacation with my family. Todoroki. Hey Midoriya. Izuku. Todoroki. I'll be direct. In terms of strength I don't think I can match you. However, in terms of power, I think I can defeat you, he said while standing face to face with him. Izuku. You said you'd be direct. Todoroki. I challenge you for first place. That means I will defeat you. You are not far behind. Shield, he said while looking at Melissa. Melissa. And IW, what do I have to do with it? Todoroki. TSK. He exclaimed annoyed as he returned to his place. In the background, President Mick could be heard giving the signal for the first class to enter the stadium. Leader. Guys, line up and move forward. The students formed up, moved forward, and walked out into the stadium. Mineta. Wow, it's huge. There are so many people. Present Mick. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Class 1A is here, he shouted as the audience clapped and cheered with excitement. As the class progressed, President Mick continued announcing the other classes, who entered in the same manner. Aizawa. Okay, once all the classes have been introduced, the heroine Midnight will give the instructions. Midnight. Good afternoon, general public, students, she said as she entered the scene, walking in a very sensual and provocative way. Kaminari. Mineta. UA is the best. Midnight. Okay, everyone is settled. Izuku Midoriya, who came in first in the entrance exam, will come to give a few words, she said while pointing him out among the crowd of students. Izuku. Why me? He thought annoyed as he made his way through everyone, going up to the mini stage where the heroine was. Entertain me, he said dryly as he dropped the microphone, being booed by the students and the public. Midnight. What an attitude, but that doesn't make her any less sexy, she thought as she picked up the microphone. What a way to open the festival. With this, let's get started. After applause from the audience, the heroine explained the 3 activities that would take place throughout the festival. The first was an obstacle course, the second would be a cavalry battle, and finally, one-on-one combat. Steeplechase. Midnight. Okay, you'll have to navigate the entire stadium on a special course filled with traps and surprises. Be prepared for anything. Start, he shouted as the students rushed off, using their gifts or just running. Todoroki. Is perfect for me, he thought as he used his right side to freeze the floor and slide through it, immobilizing many students. Bakugo. Damn it, he shouted as he broke free with his explosions and tried to take the lead. Achako. How strange, Izuku hasn't moved, she thought as she looked back, seeing Izuku warming up. Melissa. One for all, full cowling, thought as she enveloped herself in golden rays and broke the ice, moving nimbly across the frozen ground. Kirishima. Man, that's not fair. Leader. This should be enough, she thought as she activated her engines at full power, breaking the ice and running at maximum speed. I see that several of them do not have the capacity or gift necessary to detach themselves from Todoroki's ice. It is lucky to have escaped, she said in her mind as she saw everyone with difficulties and even completely immobilized. Izuku. He'll be fast. thought as he took a running pose. Gasei Kohu. Izuku, feeling his veins pop out and his muscles tense, propelled himself forward at extreme speeds, leaving a crater at his starting line. Todoroki. So what robots? He said as he watched several giant robots similar to the 0 points of the entrance exam coming towards him. He had advanced several meters. Bakugo. It will be easy. He said confidently as several students approached behind him. Izuku. What are you eating? Guess. He asked sarcastically as he passed between Todoroki and Bakugo at extreme speed, crashing into the robot's legs and destroying them with his great thrusting force. Manama. You sure do like attention, you damn show-off. Izuku, without even stopping, continued running without caring about anything, so much so that he didn't see the large path full of mines approaching. Behind him were Todoroki, Bakugo, Melissa, Lita and Sayu, who were trying to overtake the green-haired boy. Izuku. I can't stop, I feel the adrenaline running through my whole body, let's see how much fun I'll have at this damn festival. He thought euphorically as he crossed a path full of mines, exploding one after another, generating huge explosions that prevented the other students from passing. Aizawa. Damn crazy. Thought with a smile. Present Mick. What the hell? He shouted as he watched, along with the public and heroes in general on the big screen, how the green-haired man committed the closest thing to being a suicidal act. Midnight. What? She exclaimed in surprise as she tried to see through the immense cloud of dust that had formed. Izuku. Ah. Izuku shouted with satisfaction, clearing enough of the dust cloud to be seen at the finish line, thanks to the blow he gave to the ground in a sign of victory. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. She shouted as she saw the green-haired boy with his sports uniform torn and with some third-degree burns. Melissa. Wow, you're amazing Izuku. She said as she arrived behind him. Todoroki. It only took a few seconds, I got completely distracted, otherwise the story would have been different. He thought with frustration. Bakugo. I must admit, that way of standing out in such a brutal way is worthy of you, idiot. He thought while accepting his defeat a little frustrated. Sayu. Izuku, are you okay? She shouted worriedly as she quickly approached the green-haired boy. Izuku. Don't worry about me, good job on the race. He said while smiling at her and walking past her, heading to the central courtyard for the next instructions. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Melissa Shield. 3. Todoroki Shoto. Cavalry Battle. Midnight. Okay, for this exercise you should group together a maximum of 4 people. You will have to recreate a rider and a horse, like this to be exact. He said pointing to the big screen. Midnight. What's the goal? Simple. Steal a ribbon that each rider will be carrying. This ribbon will be worth a certain amount of points based on their position in the obstacle course. First place. 1 million points. Everyone turned to look at Izuku. Anyone would feel pressured, but not him. Izuku. This will be fun. He said while seeing how most of the 42 who passed the test looked at him with hatred. Midnight. Time to form groups, you have 5 minutes. Each student began to form groups, some with their friends, others with those who would secure their pass. Izuku wasn't good at this, so he had to wait for someone to come. Kendo. Izuku, let's form a group. He shouted as he entered the scene. Izuku. Of course. Sayu. Hey Izuku, let's form a group, I brought Tokoyami. She said as the aforementioned approached. Tokoyami. What's the plan? He asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku. I'll be the horse, Kendo will be the rearguard with Tokoyami, who will cover us using dark shadow. Sayu will be the rider, she will catch the ribbons with her tongue, although I doubt we'll need it, since I won't let anyone touch our ribbon. I explained. Kendo. Sounds good to me, we'll have to be very careful. He said as he looked at the teams already formed, standing out Todoroki's, who along with Momo, Lita and Kaminari, would search for the $1 million ribbon. 5 minutes later. Midnight. With the teams already formed, begin. At the moment the second phase began, all the groups rushed towards Izuku's group, who, with the exception of the green-haired boy, watched nervously and terrified as all the groups rushed towards him. Izuku. Hold on tight. He said dryly, making everyone pay attention. As he grabbed onto the attack, Izuku quickly spun around his own axis, creating a large whirlwind around him, disarming some teams and causing them to lose. Todoroki. I thought about it, it won't be that easy after all. He thought while cushioning the impact with his ice, saving his team. Bakugo. Damn crazy. Thought the same, doing the same thing, but with his explosions and the help of Uraraka's quirk. Izuku. Time to run. Instantly, Izuku began to run at speeds high enough to avoid being caught, running around the entire circumference of the stadium while dodging different attacks. Dark shadow protected them from attacks from behind. Kendo made one of his hands bigger to give Sayu more firmness. Lita, I won't let you win on my turf, Izuku. She shouted as she caught up with him with her engines at full power. Todoroki quickly threw an ice stake towards Kendo and Toyokomi, seeking to destabilize his team. Dark Shadow reacted in time and was able to cover them from the first attack. Izuku. So you want to play like that? he said as he took a pose and threw a fist into the air with force, generating a wind pressure that pushed the Todoroki team. Leader. Not yet. She shouted, stabilizing herself and returning to Izuku's side. Izuku. Stop trying to match me. He thought as his veins began to stand out. Todoroki had studied him enough to know what was coming. Izuku stretched enough to make him try to grab Todoroki's ribbon, who prepared his right side to send him flying. They fell right into the feint. Izuku. Now. He said while blocking the ice with only his hands, watching as Sayu stretched out her tongue and removed the tape from Todoroki. Tsuduki. Shit. Izuku. Don't try to compete with me again, faggot. He said arrogantly while throwing his ribbon back to him. Next time I won't give it back to you, consider it a professional courtesy. He said mockingly while accelerating and disappearing from the place. Leader. We can still reach it. Todoroki. No. I screamed frustrated. Momo. If you had let us help you, things would have been different. She said, worried about her partner, because she saw him very frustrated. Todoroki. Shut your mouth, this is none of your business. He yelled angrily. Kaminari. Relax, man. That's not the attitude a one-up hero should have. Todoroki. Huh? He exclaimed in surprise as he watched Momo lower her head with a sad look. Sorry, Momo. Let's go for the other tapes. He said dryly. Todoroki. I can't let my father interfere with my way of being. I hate his power. I hate everything about him, but I'm not a monster. Yes. He said with determination. Time had run out, several teams had been eliminated, leaving only 16 students, and the final phase of the festival was approaching. Midnight. Students, the final phase will begin in 2 hours. Prepare well and replenish your strength. Mineta, regain strength. Kirishima. You didn't even qualify. Leader. I'm going to take a well-deserved break. Todoroki. Damn it, I'll have to do it. He thought still frustrated. Achako. Girls, let's all go eat together. Suggested the brown-haired girl. Bakugo. Kirishima, Kaminari, let's go. He said with authority. Kirishima. Kaminari. Yes. Izuku. Melissa. Replenish strength. Women's restroom. Melissa. Ah. She moaned while she was on top of him and he was on top of the toilet. Izuku. Why do I want this so much? Thought lost in pleasure, while they both kissed and his hands tightly held Melissa's hips. Melissa. We've been like this for a long time, put it in. I want it so much. The young people stopped dead in their tracks when they heard the door open. Momo. It's rare for Todoroki to pursue someone, especially a girl. Mina. Lucky Melissa. Hagakure. I should call him, just a moment. She said as she took out her cell phone. Izuku. Melissa. Shit. Ring. Mina. Momo. Hagakure. What? Melissa. Hey girls, I feel a little sick to my stomach, that's why I locked myself in here. She said loudly from one of the mini bathrooms. Momo. I understand, Todoroki wanted to talk to you. Mina. Is it your period? I asked curiously. If so, can we come in? We're among girls. She said, approaching the door. Melissa. And no need for that, girls. I'll be right there. She said as she peeked through the door. I want to finish what we started, damn it. Melissa's entire backside was exposed to Izuku, who was still very hard. Izuku. What a sight. He thought lustfully as he watched what he ate whenever he wanted. I'll have to control myself, at least for now. Melissa. Well, why did you want to see me, Todoroki? I asked annoyed. Todoroki. Do you know about court marriages? Melissa. What do you mean? Todoroki. Families agree with each other with a payment in between to improve a specific gift inherited by blood. No matter how much you resist, if your family accepts, you will be obligated to procreate with a stranger with the sole purpose of obtaining a child with a stronger gift. He explained, looking into her eyes. Melissa. So. Todoroki. My father was one of them, not necessarily the one who was forced, but the one who forced my mother in this case. He said with hatred. His sick desire to be number one and beat All Might took him to that point, because with his methods he couldn't. It was then that he found my mother with an ice quirk. It was the perfect opportunity. However, it took him several attempts. From those attempts my brothers were born, until finally, I was born. Melissa. I have to admit this took me by surprise. And what does that have to do with me? Todoroki. I feel that you have a great resemblance to All Might. Not only that, your relationship is quite different from the one you have with the rest of the students. He said dryly. Since my father's greatest wish is to surpass All Might, I will start by defeating you only using my right side. I will show him that I do not need his stupid power. Those flames have only brought misfortune to my family, to my mother. He said, remembering how his mother, in a state of deep psychosis and sadness, confused a little 5-year-old Todoroki with his father, throwing a boiling kettle at him out of fear, leaving a mark on his left eye. Melissa. Whatever you want, I wouldn't be willing to lose, but if I have to tell you anything, it's to be very careful with what you say. She said seriously. Todoroki. What do you mean? Melissa. Everyone is giving their 100% effort. If you only want to use your 50%, do it. That only shows your arrogance. I will not allow a little boy to defeat me because of a simple tantrum. Do not fall prey to your blood. That power is yours, no one else's. She said as she ended her little chat and walked away from the place. Todoroki. My power. Shigaraki. Master. Can you at least let me give you a little scare? He asked what appeared to be a screen through which someone was speaking. They were in a bar. It's too hasty, one false step, and you'll have a sure ambush in a few days. The screen spoke. Kurajiri. After the incident at USJ, he hasn't stopped thinking about revenge. I promise I'll keep an eye on him. Shigaraki. Shut up, if it weren't for you. Silence. The moment he raised his voice, both Shigaraki and Kurajiri stopped talking. I will consider your request, however, it will be according to what I say. Shigaraki. What's wrong with my plan? Breaking into the festival with villains will only waste men. That place will be full of heroes and lots of security. Pay attention. He said while his voice became deeper and darker. Shigaraki. I'll crush your pride from within, symbol of peace. Midnight. Impressive. Todoroki ends this fight with too much superiority. He shouted as he contemplated the similar attack that Todoroki had launched against his opponent, Zero. H-man, don't you think you overreacted? He asked, completely immobilized. Todoroki. Sorry, I got carried away. He said as he approached him, touching him with his left hand. Instantly all the ice disappeared. The next phase had begun. The draw between the 16 students was already done, which was as follows. Melissa vs Shinso. Todoroki vs Zero. Ibara vs Kaminari. Lita vs Kendo. Aoyama vs Mina. Momo vs Tokoyami. Kirishima vs Izuku. Bakugo vs Sayu. The first fight had been between Melissa and Shinso, who without letting himself be provoked by him, thanks to the advice of one of his friends, was able to overcome his quirk, which allowed him to control the actions of the people who heard his voice, only if he had his gift activated. Easy rules, either you kick him out of the arena or you defeat him. Melissa opted for the first option. In the case of Todoroki, who had been the second fight, he won by defeat. 1 vs 1 fights. Kaminari was easily defeated by Bar, who, covering himself from his blasts with her hair enhanced by her quirk, only had to pull him out of the arena once he fell into a state of idiocy from using his quirk too much. Lita vs Kendo. Midnight. Begin. Lita. I know her gift, so I have an advantage. I'll throw her off by running at high speed around her. When she least expects it, a kick will knock her out of the arena. He thought quickly while accelerating at full speed and making a circle around her. Kendo. He'll surely connect a kick at any moment. Reflexes. Please don't fail me. He thought with his gift activated. Lita. Now. In a swift movement, Lita approached Kendo, connecting with the kick. She really has good reflexes. Kendo. I stopped it. This is good. Now the counterattack follows. Lita. Engine boost. She shouted as her engines gained more power, breaking the grip of Kendo's giant hands. One more kick. She thought as she turned around and with her other leg tried to push her out of the arena. Kendo. Not yet. He thought as he grabbed Lita's leg, beginning to spin rapidly before she could reactivate her engine boost, or so he thought. Lita. Doesn't know that the technique is not for a moment, it lasts more than 20 seconds. Thought while skillfully flipping in the air and connecting a strong kick to Kendo's face, sending her flying. Midnight. Kendo is out of bounds. Tenya Lita is the winner. Kendo. Gosh, I thought I understood. She thought somewhat dejectedly. Lita. Good fight, fellow member of our distinguished UA institution. She said loudly as she approached her, extending her hand. Kendo. Why yes, likewise. He said while accepting her hand, standing up. Mina and Aoyama faced each other in the following fight. Aoyama suffered from a severe stomachache from using his laser so much. Mina was very fast and agile when dodging, so a punch combined with her low-intensity acid was enough to send him out. Momo and Tokoyami were next. Momo's attempts to defeat him were in vain, as Tokoyami was infinitely superior with his gift. Momo's plan was to defend herself and counterattack. She did not count on the immense strength of Dark Shadow. When she was defeated without the ability to demonstrate her true value, she withdrew clearly affected from the arena, being noticed by Izuku, who without knowing why, decided to take matters into his own hands. Midnight. The next fight will be Izuku Midoriya against Ejiro Kirishima. Those named please go to the combat arena. Momo. Who am I kidding? How can I compete against that? I disappointed my family. I'm so useless. The young woman thought sadly as she entered the tunnel in the opposite direction to Izuku, who was about to enter the arena. Izuku. I know what you're thinking. You're not useless, much less have you disappointed anyone. There are people you won't be able to beat, and that's okay. We're aspiring heroes. With time we'll polish our weaknesses, we'll grow, and there will increasingly be more things to be proud of. Value what you can do at the moment and love yourself. You're an intelligent and incredible woman. He said as he resumed his pace to the arena, as he stopped in front of her to tell her that. Momo. Izuku. She thought calmer as she watched him enter the arena. For the first time she felt the closest thing to being recognized as a human being with defects and imperfections, instead of a simple rich girl with good attributes and a voluptuous body. Izuku vs Kirishima. Midnight. Begin. Kirishima is strong, but that doesn't mean I'll let myself be defeated so easily. He thought while hardening his entire body as much as he could. Attack me with everything you have, Izuku. I want to feel your strength at its maximum expression. Izuku. I like your enthusiasm. I'll give you what you ask for. He said dryly as he lunged at him at high speed. Kirishima. Here it comes. He thought as he stiffened himself as much as he could with his arms in an X, barely blocking Izuku's first big blow, which generated a slight wind pressure. Izuku holds up well, however I don't have to send him flying so fast. I'll have some fun. Instantly Izuku connected a hook to the stomach with his free hand. Kirishima. Ugh. Izuku was about to start the rain of blows, however Kirishima reacted quickly, and with his hardened hand, tried to connect a blow to the green-haired man's face, a blow that Izuku easily dodged. With a strong and fast kick, Izuku sent him flying to the side. Kirishima surpasses me in every way, even with my hardened body it hurts too much. Think, shit. He thought worriedly as he watched the green trail come out of Izuku's fingertips. Here it comes. Izuku lunged at Kirishima, but couldn't dodge due to his great speed. He tried to connect a blow that was elegantly deflected by Izuku's fingertips. He had been left exposed. Izuku. This will make you stronger, I know it. He thought as he attacked him. The blows sounded throughout the stadium. It was a raw and unpleasant sound. The moment Izuku saw that Kirishima lost consciousness and deactivated his quirk, he stopped. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. 0. Boy, does he know how to get attention. Hagakure. I wouldn't like to have to face him, although if it's on other terms I would accept. She said mischievously. Momo. You are too strong, Izuku. She thought with admiration. Bakugo vs Sayu. Midnight. Begin. Sayu. It will be of no use to me to keep my distance. As soon as I try to grab him with my tongue he will dodge me or launch an explosion. I have to close the distance. She thought while nimbly approaching him. Bakugo. I know I'll win. I'll try not to damage her, or Izuku will beat me up again. He thought as he propelled himself with his explosions, looking to connect one through her blind spot to get her out of the arena. Sayu quickly jumped upon seeing the explosion heading towards her. She quickly tried to grab Bakugo with her tongue. It didn't work. Bakugo. Good, let's win. He thought as he switched hands and launched an explosion towards her. Sayu. It won't work. She thought as she dodged the attack. Wait. There's too much smoke. Bakugo, camouflaged in the smoke, suddenly appeared looking to connect a blow at Sayu's stomach. Fortunately his finely sharpened senses allowed him to dodge the blow in an agile jump, instinctively connecting a kick to Bakugo's head. Bakugo. That hurt. Without wasting time he pushed himself up with his hands generating explosions, connecting a strong knee at Sayu's jaw. Instantly Sayu tried to escape, but she had already been grabbed by the Ashen-haired boy, who sent her out of the arena with a strong explosion. As it was a direct and unmeasured impact, Sayu abruptly crashed against the wall, hitting her head, or so they thought. Midnight. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. Thank you very much, Midoriya. Izuku had reacted in time and avoided the blow. Even so he had been knocked unconscious by the direct explosion. Carrying her bridal style he took her to the infirmary. Izuku. Hey idiot, be more careful. Bakugo. TSK. Melissa vs Todoroki. Melissa was about to leave the tunnels when she was suddenly stopped by Endeavor, the number 2 hero, Todoroki's father. Endeavor. Brat, be a good step for Todoroki to overcome. With my power, it is more than likely that he will defeat you. Put on a good show, okay? He said arrogantly. Melissa, without saying anything, continued on her way to the combat arena. Midnight. Okay, both young men are now positioned. Without further ado, let's begin. As soon as he gave the order, Todoroki sent a huge pile of ice towards Melissa, who activated her quirk of 5% to destroy them. Melissa would use his left side. At this rate the same thing will happen as at USJ. He's lost, even so. Todoroki. I refuse to use his damn power, no matter what they say. The minutes passed and the fight had become repetitive, piles of ice being destroyed by Melissa. Melissa trying to get closer and Todoroki pushing her away with his ice. Both were getting tired, especially Todoroki. Melissa. It's a problem you could easily solve with your fire, don't you think? Todoroki. Shut up. He shouted, feeling his body getting too cold, causing all his muscles to tremble. Melissa. The speed and quantity of her attacks has decreased. I'm tired too, however now is when. She thought as she approached at high speed and destroyed the weak piles of ice that Todoroki threw, connecting a strong blow to the stomach that quickly made him spit out a large mouthful of blood. This is serious. He shouldn't spit out blood from a simple hit. His organs are freezing. Will you finish your tantrum? Accept your damn power and reach the top just for you. Have some identity. She shouted as she kicked him in the face, sending him flying. Todoroki was barely able to stop his exit from the arena by generating ice behind him. Todoroki. And Mom. Mommy, I want to be a hero too. If that's what you want, fine, do it. With love. Mom. Let her go, you damn old man. I don't want to hurt you like Dad does, and Mom. I love you, my sweet boy, my hero. My hero. Todoroki's intense mix of emotions, memories, feelings, and pain led him to break his limits. I want to be a hero. Melissa. How hot. She thought as she could barely stand due to the intense flame that enveloped Todoroki. Todoroki, I hope you're okay with what you're doing, Melissa. I want to be a hero too. Izuku. You woke up. He said as he watched Sayu open her eyes from her stretcher. Sayu. Izuku. Wait. The fight. Just as she tried to get up, Izuku calmed her down. Izuku. It's over, you lost. He said staring at her. Sayu didn't say anything, she just looked away and started crying. Sayu. I'm sorry I didn't give em more. She said through tears. I'm sorry I failed my brothers, you. Izuku. You didn't, you fought excellent. He said as he sat down with her on the stretcher and gave her a hug. Sayu. Thank you. She said between sobs while smiling. She felt the support of a man in difficult moments like this, especially if it is from the boy she likes. Sayu hid in Izuku's chest and hugged him even tighter. Suddenly. Boom. A loud explosion that shook the entire place was heard from the combat arena, followed by Professor Midnight coughing. Sayu. Should we go to the... Izuku had delicately covered Sayu's mouth with his hand, giving her a kiss on the forehead. Izuku. Let's stay like this until my next fight. He said while listening to Professor Midnight recovering in the background, announcing the winner of said match. Shoto Todoroki. Melissa. That hurt, but I didn't faint, it's progress. She thought, really in pain as she saw her right arm completely purple, torn and bleeding. I was able to increase the percentage to 10%, even so I had to use 100% for that attack. Todoroki, thank you shield, he said from afar, leaving the arena. The next to face each other were Lita and Ibarra. In short, Ibarra couldn't be fast enough to catch up with Lita. He was too fast. He quickly connected a powerful kick to her legs, leaving her immobilized and in a lot of pain. Mina couldn't do anything against Tokoyami. Dark Shadow was truly beastly. After many battles, what many called the star fight of the festival arrived. Izuku vs Bakugo. Jiro. Everyone expects it to be a big fight. Mineta. I'm going for Izuku. Sato. Who doesn't? Kirishima. Izubro is too strong and very manly. Bakugo is not far behind. Midnight. Fight. Izuku. Wanted to continue hugging Sayu. Thought as he lunged at Bakugo. Bakugo. Finally. Both young men began to exchange blows. Izuku's restraint was clear, however Bakugo's training had borne fruit, as he had improved in hand-to-hand combat. Bakugo. I use my low-range explosions every time I hit, so I ensure the damage is done or not. He thought while dodging a kick to the face from Izuku. Izuku. Should I send him flying? Nah, that would be crushing his pride too much. I must admit that he improved his hand-to-hand skills. He improved so much that if he keeps like this I feel like he might break his physical limiter. He thought while he took a full blast in the face on purpose, trusting the Ashen-haired boy and making him believe that he had him, so before he touched him he took his arms, immobilizing him and giving him a strong knee to the face. Izuku. Whether he does it or not, he will still be light years away from surpassing me, however, he will become a good rival. Izuku took a step back and lashed out with a kick. The blow would be fatal. Before connecting, explosions so powerful emerged from Bakugo's body that they managed to push the green-haired boy away. Izuku. That's new, I thought he could only throw them from his hands. Thought dazedly a few meters away from him, he had felt the strong explosion. Bakugo. I don't know what the hell just happened, I doubt I'll do it again, so I'll be more careful from now on. Bakugo quickly engulfed himself in explosions heading towards Izuku. Izuku. Already realized that he lacks stamina in hand-to-hand combat, he will attack with his explosions. Thought while he waited patiently for his next move. Bakugo. The last time I used it was that tragic day. I almost died, and the technique was incomplete, however. Now I think I can at least burn him. Izuku. I won't dodge it, let's see how strong you've become, Bakugo. The ash-haired boy, at high speed and surrounded by explosions, propelled himself a few meters up, and when he was in a dive, a few meters from the green-haired boy, he positioned his two hands near the ground. Howitzer impact. A loud and enormous explosion echoed across the battlefield. The wind pressure was felt throughout the stadium, and the smoke was barely dissipating through the enormous hole in the stadium's roof. Present Mick. Aizawa, what the hell is wrong with your students? I asked upside down. Aizawa. You've all made quite a bit of progress. Thought with satisfaction. The smoke gradually revealed the situation. Izuku. Good attack, it's the first time I've felt one from you. He shouted excitedly, because at this rate Bakugo wouldn't surpass him, but he would become a good rival. Bakugo. It's the end. He thought as he saw Izuku standing. He had several third-degree burns and he looked hurt, yet he showed no signs of pain. Midnight. Winner, Izuku Midoriya. Gakugo. You could have been gentler with that kick, don't you think? He said, accepting the green-haired boy's help. Izuku. I don't throw strong attacks at those I consider weak. Gakugo. You better be an idiot. Midnight. We move on to the last fights of this afternoon. Todoroki vs. Lita. Tokoyami vs. Izuku. Todoroki easily defeated Lita as he accidentally froze his engines, immobilizing him. Tokoyami tried to push Izuku away with Dark Shadow, but the green-haired man was much faster. Izuku vs. Todoroki. Present Mick. Grand finale at the UA's big sports festival. Yeah. Euphoric shout as the audience clapped and cheered. Mineta. I think Todoroki could win. Kaminari. What are you talking about, old man? Mineta. On his left side. It's incredible. Kirishima. May he make you a better son. He said, mocking Mineta's admiration for Todoroki. Momo. Sayu. Melissa. Mina. Kendo. Uraraka. Win, Izuku. Midnight. Begin. Todoroki quickly attacked with his ice pillars. Izuku easily and effortlessly broke them one by one. Izuku. Are you going to start? Do you want me to end this right here and now? He asked, bored. Todoroki. I have to. Activating his left side, Todoroki launched a powerful flare towards Izuku, who jumped dodging it. Izuku. On second thought. Looking up, he could see a pillar of ice heading towards him. Rixui Gansaiken. Izuku began to destroy the ice with his fingertips. Before even landing, a flame was directed towards his back, so he disappeared in a blur of speed. Izuku. That's it. He said as he appeared in front of Todoroki, looking to land a hit. Todoroki instantly counterattacked with his ice, pushing the green-haired boy away. Izuku. Time to finish this, I want to go back to Sayu. He thought while giving a few words to Todoroki. You lack hand-to-hand combat, you won't always be able to depend on your quirk. If you want to improve, look for me after the festival, you choose the moment. He said while attacking Todoroki, dodging his ice attacks. Learn to use your left side, okay? Remember that power is only yours. Todoroki. Midoriya. Ah. All Might. Excellent performance by all of you young students. He shouted enthusiastically at the awards ceremony. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Fumikichi Tokoyami. No sooner had Izuku received his medal than he disappeared in a blur of speed. Mina. Hey girls, where is Sayu? Melissa. H disappeared. Sayu. If why you wanted to be like that you just had to ask me. Said the little frog while being hugged by the green-haired boy, feeling it was really exciting. Izuku. Yes. He said dryly. Sayu. You can do it as many times as you want. He said while caressing her hair. She liked feeling his scent, his enormous body embracing her tiny being. She felt very vulnerable, but at the same time safe while being hugged by his strong and large arms. Izuku. This is wrong, I'll end up hurting her, should I walk away? He thought as he dived into Sayu's neck. I don't want to, but at the same time I don't want to treat her like Melissa or any other woman, she's special. The young people remained hugging each other for a long time. They were above the stadium, far from everyone's sight. Izuku's pav. I would like to believe that everything is going the way I want, but no, the wretches who killed my father still have not appeared, no matter how much I searched during the early mornings. Some clue, I get nothing. I have lost count of the number of villains I tortured. My mother is getting more and more tired. Me. I am becoming more and more like my father. My resentment increases. My desperation keeps me on the edge. My thirst for revenge is increasingly visible. Damn it, even the damn lust. If it weren't for the fact that my mother is in Midoriya, I think I would be worse than my father. Nobility still lives in me. I guess that's why I couldn't avoid these feelings towards the walking frog. Anyway, enough shower for today. End of pav. Izuku got out of the bathtub, noticing how a more striking black color emerged from the tips of his locks. If it was barely noticeable before, now it was really visible. In addition, his hair was becoming too straight. Izuku. Whatever. Immediately began to dry off and then get dressed. Today was the party organized by Momo. Shit, I've been really horny lately, should I listen to my instincts? He thought as he looked at the time. The party is a long way off, I think I can afford to hunt some villains. 7 p.m. 1 hour until the party starts. Melissa. I really wanted to go. She thought a little dejectedly as she followed her uncle All Might. All Might. I'm sorry Melissa, but this trip is necessary. They only gave 3 days of rest. Your father wants to see you. He said while waiting for her at the edge of the stairs of his private jet. The house was almost full. The only ones left to arrive were Izuku, Gakugo, Kirishima, Sato, Hagakure, Todoroki and Mineta. The music was loud, and there was a lot of food served on the table. Everyone was chatting and playing, since there were several board games, and also, why not, liquor? Momo. Izuku hasn't arrived yet. She asked her friend Jiro who, somewhat mischievously, answered no. Jiro. This is the 5th time you've asked about him. Do you like him or something? He asked smiling. Momo. What are you talking about? Kaminari. I just want Mineta and Kirishima to arrive. He said a little embarrassed. Zero. The music is too loud, don't you think? He said, raising his voice because of the noise. Kaminari. What does it matter? He shouted excitedly. Everyone had at least had a little liquor by now. Ring. Ring. Momo. Hello. I asked, answering the phone. Izuku. Open. Momo. Izuku. Please come in, the combination is 322,347. Izuku couldn't help but regret it when he entered, because parties weren't his strong suit. Kaminari. Man. He said excitedly as he hugged Izuku. Kirishima. Bro. What took you so long? Where's Bakugo? He asked. Izuku. Bakugo is on his way with Mineta and Sato, don't ask how. As for the first question, I had a little fun on the streets. He said while carrying his father's worm wrapped around him. Tokoyami. They played good music. He said while listening to the new piece. Later. I must admit that Momo knows how to liven up a party. She said, completely drunk. Kaminari. Who would have thought it? The delegate is drunk. Everyone burst out laughing. Izuku, upon analyzing the situation, deduced that coming here, after all, hadn't been a bad idea. Achako. Hi Izuku. She said somewhat drunk while smiling at him. Momo. Is he here yet? She asked Jiro as she tied her hair. She was the only one who hadn't had one, since she was a little tired of having to worry about everyone in her own house. Jiro. Yes, your Prince Charming has arrived. So Izuku Midoriya. She thought as she took the time to look at his entire body, she felt anxious, and she didn't even know why, so she started playing with her headphones. Mina. Hey Izuku, she said, greeting him. I found you interesting since the beginning of school. This party is the perfect opportunity and excuse to get to know you better and maybe test you. Izuku. It's definitely you, eh? Thought while licking his lips and feeling the heat fill him completely. Mineta. I know very well Izuku. He said while admiring the views. Izuku. Where did this dwarf come from? He thought while trying not to curse his dad. Where are Bakugo and Sato? Mineta. They said they would go buy more liquor at the store. Izuku. Whatever. He said disinterestedly looking for a seat to sit down, then he saw her. Sayu. Where is Izuku? She thought as she looked for him. Izuku, seeing her distracted, felt the heat stored in his crotch begin to rest on his chest. Izuku. Hello Sayu, he said while touching her shoulder. Sayu. Kikiro. Izuku. Let's have fun, shall we? Sayu. Why yes, of course. She said at the same time that Izuku ignored her. Could it be that he doesn't want to talk? She felt somewhat dejected. 4 hours had already passed, filled with dancing, drinking, eating, talking, and lots of stupid things committed by Mineta, Kaminari, and surprisingly Bakugo. The truth was that Momo's house was in complete disarray. Mineta. I don't know why no girl why pays attention to me. He said crying in a comical way while hugging Kaminari. Kaminari. To just want to eat peep is it all why you're long. He said equally drunk. Momo. Guys, my parents were in charge of calling each of theirs. Fortunately everyone agreed to the following. We'll have a sleepover. She said excitedly. Guys. Mineta and Kaminari hugging on the floor, Lita and Kirishima on top of a large lamp, Bakugo and Todoroki in the courtyard outside completely defeated because they had a fight, Sato, Shiro and Shoji lying on the carpet sleeping, Aoyama and Tokoyami eating and drinking water to soothe themselves, Kota in a corner watching all the mess. Sayu, Yoraka, Jiro and Hagakure sleeping in one of the guest rooms, Mina and Izuku. Mina. I love it. She thought lustfully as she gave the green-haired boy a hard thrust, the music, even at high volume, silencing everything. Izuku. This is what you wanted, right? He said as he grabbed her hips tightly, sucking her breasts like a baby. Flashback. 1 hour earlier. Mina. How have you been doing, Izuku? She asked as she approached the green-haired boy. Izuku. I just came for a drink, answering your question, fine. He said while looking at her. Mina. Your performance at the festival surprised everyone, I never stopped supporting you. Izuku. Thanks, you did spectacular too. Mina. It's not that bad, they defeated me easily. She said a little embarrassed. Izuku. You'll be a good heroine in the future despite that, should I buy you a drink? Asked the green-haired man as he poured his partner's drink into a separate glass. Mina. Of course. She said accepting the drink. Tell me about yourself, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku. To be honest, it's something I've been questioning lately, haven't you? Mina. My mother, I feel like she does a lot for our family. Lately she's been getting sick, so I'm fulfilling her greatest wish, that I study and become a great heroine. Izuku. Is it something you like? Mina. I don't dislike it nor do I like it, it's actually something fun. I like the friends I've made here and the different activities, but I feel like something's missing. She said looking at the ceiling. Izuku. You'll find out. He said finishing his drink. Mina. Shall we dance? Izuku. I don't dance. Mina. You don't necessarily have to do anything, I can do all the work. I whisper in the green-haired boy's ear. Izuku, do you like doing all the work? He asked, taking a step forward and standing just inches from her face. Mina. Only if I consider the occasion right. She said mischievously while smiling. Izuku. What kind of occasions do you consider okay? He asked as he ran his fingers down Mina's abdomen. Mina. Let's find out, or will you get sleepy? She said, seeing Sato, Shoji and Siro sleeping on the carpet. Izuku. I think I'll lose him by embarrassing him. He said while this time holding Mina's waist, sticking her to her. End of flashback. Mina. This is what I was looking for. A good man who could please me the way I like. She thought as she dug her nails into Izuku's broad back. Mina. Why you're going to break me? She screamed, lost in pleasure. She was beyond soaked. Izuku. I always thought she wasn't a saint at all, but I never imagined she would fall so easily. The bathroom was too small for them, but it was too risky to leave and go to a bedroom, so after 30 minutes of intense intercourse, Mina left the bathroom trembling, going down to the first floor. Momo. Mina, I was looking for you. Mina. I think I should go now. She said a little dizzy while her legs trembled. Momo. We'll have a sleepover together. Her parents have already informed her. You can call them to confirm if you want. Are you okay? Mina. Why yes. Momo. Have you seen Izuku? Mina. And no. She denied as she headed to the room where the girls were sleeping. Izuku. For hours was doing her a lot, however, despite having enjoyed it, he couldn't come. He thought while he was on the balcony looking at the sky. This thing of being more like my father feels strange. I hope you are well, wherever you are, old man. Momo. I found you. Momo exclaimed as she approached him, the music having lowered its volume a little. Izuku. Hello. Momo. Taking advantage of the opportunity and that we are alone, I wanted to thank you, first for having come and second for your words at the festival. She said while playing with her fingers. Izuku. You're welcome, Momo, you'll be a great heroine in the future. He said sincerely. Momo. Thanks. Everyone's already asleep. There's one room for the girls and one for the boys. Are you coming? Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be here for a while longer, you should rest, you've been here all over the place. Momo. It's my responsibility, you were the only one missing. If you want, I'll see you tomorrow. Breakfast will be served at 9 AM sharp. Take care, okay? She said as she turned around and walked down the stairs. Izuku, thank you Momo. I'll miss these little moments, for some reason I feel like my death is near, not that I really care, but I'll definitely leave with all this shit. Seeing them smile and have a good time is something that somehow calms me down, and I don't know why. They will all be great heroes, however, I don't think I'll be around when they have achieved it. Izuku looked up at the sky, remembering his childhood, his father's death, his mother's efforts, the friends he had made, his training, absolutely everything. Izuku. I've definitely become weak, who would have thought I'd get so sentimental. Sayu. Izuku. Izuku. What are you doing awake? Sayu. I have a bit of an allergy, I usually wash my face or get some fresh air until it passes. She said as she stood next to him on the balcony. Everything is quieter here. Izuku. Yes, the music has already stopped and a comfortable silence can be heard. He said while not taking his eyes off the sky. Sayu. Are you okay? You've been sitting around watching everyone else the whole party. I didn't go near you because I thought you didn't want to talk. She said, a little worried. Izuku. Sorry if I made you think that, I just enjoyed being alone more, I came because I had nothing to do and well. Sayu. Kiro. Izuku. Tell him. Because Bakugo asked me to. Idiot. Sayu. I understand, you know you can count on me for anything, okay? She said while smiling at him. Izuku. I'll be fine Sayu. He said as he turned to look at her. Sayu. Your eyes say otherwise, remember that every secret has a price Izuku, I am willing to share that price with you. She said while gently touching his face. Whatever happens I know you will achieve your goal, just don't stop. Izuku closed his eyes as he held Sayu's hand, enjoying that little moment between the two of them. Izuku. Go to sleep. He said as he separated from the touch, climbing onto the edge of the balcony. Sayu. Where are you going? Izuku. Home. He said, disappearing in a blur of speed. Sayu. Take care Izuku. 3 days later. Aizawa. Well, their internships are nothing out of this world. They will be assigned an entire week to a professional hero to accompany him in his work, and thus explore a little of the reality of the streets. In addition, it is a good opportunity to polish their techniques. Those who have not received offers will be assigned a hero in the same way. Here are the lucky ones. He said pointing to the blackboard. Izuku Midoriya. 8049 offers. Todoroki Shoto. 4514 offers. Kasuki Bakugo. 1295 offers. Melissa Shield. 521 offers. Tokoyami Fumikichi 149 offers. Izuku. Thank goodness I'm affiliated with the director. Remembering the talk he had with the rodent, allowing him to skip the internships. Hagakure. The first 3 surpass 1,000 bids, it's impressive. Leader. I know very well which agency I'll go to. She thought as she looked at her offer sheet, staring at the location of a certain residence run by a little-known hero. Hosu. Nezu. Exactly, Izuku Fushiguro. We understand that the hero hunter Stain is related to your father. He said while showing him some testimonies written years ago by witnesses. Midnight. Not only that, apparently they were partners. They shared the loot between them and called themselves the Bloody Duo. He said while reviewing some files. Izuku. Why did it never come to light? Asked the now dark-haired man, since there wasn't much of his green hair left. All might. Judging public opinion is a bit complicated. I understand that the government at the time wanted to safeguard the trust and confidence that citizens had in them. Nezu. In the long term, a revolution could have been unconsciously formed. These two didn't kill for the sake of killing. Their nicknames, well, at least Stains, were attached to them because of what people saw. However, each death had a reason, besides money, of course. He said as he took out a new folder, showing different images. Izuku. An arm. He asked confused while looking at the image. Nezu. It's your father's, Izuku. He said while looking at the black-haired man in shock. It was found more than a decade ago in a river near Thailand. Izuku. Isn't Thailand a nest of murderers? Nezu. Exactly. All might. We believe your father made enemies in that area, enemies who later returned to take revenge. Izuku. Justify your hypothesis. He said a little annoyed. All might. The one who killed your father had some kind of gift that allowed a kind of purple power to emerge from his hand, right? Izuku. Yes. All might. We don't have any information about him here, but in Thailand. He said showing him a sheet of paper full of information. He is considered someone like me, but on the contrary, if I am a figure that represents peace and hope, he represents the complete opposite. He is similar to All for One. Izuku. The idiot who bothers All Might and Melissa so much could now have a direct connection to the idiot who killed my father. How strong is All for One? All Might. Quite a bit. I don't underestimate your strength, but he could beat you. His experience in foul play in combat would surpass you. He has many gifts. Izuku. Time to get stronger. I feel that dark times are coming, don't I? Nezu. Yes, the hero's color stain has been active again for a few days. That's why I called you, and I also had relevant information about your father. All Might. Not only that, we discovered that this All for One guy is still alive. He said while looking at the ground. Izuku. Do you think I could cooperate with the idiot who killed my father? Nezu. It's a possibility. We don't know exactly, like you said, dark times are coming. He said as he took a step forward and looked out the window at the big city. Izuku. Stain. 3 days later. 7:43 p.m. Izuku. He exclaimed, surprise, waking up from his little nap. Melissa sending her location at this hour. He thought, surprise. If she wanted to go out, she wouldn't start like that. If she wanted to have sex, she wouldn't send her location either. It must be something else. He thought as he put on his combat clothes. Besides, the location points to Hosu. Dirt turning point. Leader. Get out of here. This has nothing to do with you, it's between us. Shouted a wounded leader from the ground, paralyzed by Stain's gift, which allowed him to immobilize a person if he ingested their blood first. Melissa. You should have thought twice, don't you think? She said with several cuts on her body. Ugh. She screamed while suddenly, she couldn't move. Todoroki. This is bad, I'm the last one standing. He thought as he looked around, seeing a wounded and immobilized hero like Melissa and Lita. Stain. Fine, just you. He said as he raised his katana. Todoroki instantly produced several pillars of ice in the direction of Stain, who skillfully broke them with his katana. Stain. Die. He thought as he stood in front of Todoroki with the katana aimed at his neck. Todoroki. Not yet. Todoroki instantly pushed Stain away by activating his left side, managing to burn him a little. Stain. He only knows how to fight from a distance, obviously due to his gift, even so it's difficult to get close. It wouldn't be a problem if I were his age, how old age hits. He thought as he watched another pile of ice approaching him. Todoroki. I have to get everyone out of here. Lita's arm is seriously injured, Melissa is bleeding out, and the hero has his leg amputated. He'll die soon if I don't do something. He thought alarmed, because he couldn't count on the help of any hero. Everyone was busy with the Nasan catastrophe. 1 hour before. Shigaraki. The city is very quiet, don't you think, Kurajiri? He said from the top of an abandoned building. Kurajiri. The explosives have been placed at the assigned points. The 75 men we gathered are strategically divided in each explosion. The Nomas are on their way. He said proudly. Shigaraki. Perfect. He said as he pressed the button in his pocket. Boom. 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 People screaming, crying, children losing their mothers, blood everywhere, people screaming for help, buildings collapsing, dust everywhere, cries of lamentation. Shigaraki. Perfect. He shouted with enthusiasm and euphoria as he watched the heroes arrive. The villains, who had joined in their plan, began to create more chaos. Stain. No matter what you say, take advantage of the fact that I let you live. He said while removing his katana from Lita's head. He had been murdered in cold blood. Melissa. Lita. She thought, pained with deep sadness and frustration. Todoroki. Damn. He thought while he couldn't contain his tears, he was immobilized. Stain. Don't cry, brat. Your pain will end right now just like that hero. The brat will be the only one to get out alive. Thanks to my years of experience I could handle these three. I almost saw my defeat coming. He thought as he was about to kill Todoroki. Ah. Izuku. I should kill you for what you just did. Even so, I'll give you a few more seconds of life if you answer my questions. He said with a voice that expressed deep resentment and a desire to kill. Melissa. Izuku. She thought while the pain in her heart still hadn't calmed down, she hadn't been able to save her partner. Todoroki. If only I had known how to use my left side better. He thought frustrated. Stain. One after another, who the fuck is? Stain stopped dead in his tracks as he turned around, seeing a prominent figure, hair as black as night, a look filled with hatred and sadness, a firm and ruthless grip. Stain. Toji. He asked in surprise. Izuku. I am his son, and the one you just murdered, a friend of mine. I will not forgive you for what you did. He said as he slowly lowered his katana, cutting internal organs and causing him to bleed internally. It was a matter of time before he died, so he had no choice. Stain. Your father decided to abandon me for you, that's why he came back, there's nothing more to say. He said while watching the blood coming from the cut made from his torso to his abdomen fall to the ground in streams. Izuku. Do you know who killed him? He said, tightening his grip. Stain. He's here in Japan, he's part of the League of Villains. He said as his vision slowly began to blur. Izuku. That was the only thing I wanted to know. With a strong downward slash, Izuku finished his cut by splitting it in two, generating a grotesque scene. If only I had arrived earlier. I failed again. He thought angrily as he approached Lita and closed his eyes with his hands, since they had remained open. Izuku carried Lita and left him resting in a corner, in such a way that it seemed that he died sleeping. After that he approached Melissa and Todoroki. The hero at his side had bled to death. Izuku. You first. He said, starting to bandage Melissa and putting a tourniquet on her leg, as she had received a deep cut. Melissa. I couldn't protect him. She said crying, the pressure in her chest screaming guilt and frustration. Todoroki. I should have been stronger. He said through tears mixed with hatred. Izuku. Digest it these days. You will realize that everything always happens for a reason. It is not your fault to have been in this situation, and even less to have to fight against such a strong opponent, at least for you. He said while he finished bandaging Melissa, noticing that she could move a little. Todoroki had multiple cuts, however, none that caused any bleeding. Boom. Izuku. I'll go help, an ambulance is already on the way, take care of each other and don't leave here, we already lost another one, I wouldn't want to lose you too. He said as he disappeared in a blur of speed. Melissa and Todoroki were devastated, their guilt, frustration, and sadness were expelled through their tears. They were only 16 years old. Gran Torino. They keep coming. He said while propelled by his feet he knocked out several villains. The old man was still dealing very well. Endeavor. Yes. He said dryly while pulverizing Inomu from head to toe using his flames. The Nomus were not as strong as the USJ, but they still caused a lot of problems. Upon arriving at the scene, Izuku could see the complete chaos. He couldn't help but feel angry at so much noise coming from wailing and cries for help. Izuku. They must be here somewhere. He said while looking around. Instantly Inomu tried to attack him from behind. Izuku quickly reacted, dodging the blow, leaning a little to his left, and counter-attacking with a kick. The Nomu was sent flying. Izuku was going to attack him when suddenly a human figure landed in front of him. He had a peculiar hair. It was the only thing Izuku could recognize as human, because he looked like a monster at that precise moment, covered in scars, his face completely covered in dried blood and sharp nails. The monster attacked him. Izuku. Here it comes. He thought as he put himself on guard. The monster feinted with a straight punch, so when it saw how Izuku blocked its face, it lashed out with a powerful hook to the stomach. Izuku. Ah. He screamed in pain as he was sent crashing into a wall, forming a crater. Is it my own strength? Who the hell is this guy? He thought as he got up and went back to combat. The one-on-one was almost even. Strangely that almost was not due to our protagonist's advantage. That guy threw very powerful blows. His technique and style were similar to his. Izuku. That's good, I'll have fun with you. He thought euphorically as he activated his special technique, a green trail emerging from his fingers. What? He thought, surprise, seeing how a trail of equal prominence but a different color, light blue, emerged from the monster's fingers. The monster, with a new feint, connected a blow with the palm of his hand directly on the black-haired man's chin. Instantly a barrage of blows began. It wasn't Izuku who was delivering it this time. After more than 50 hits, the monster stopped, quickly preparing its final blow. However, Izuku was able to deflect it in time. As he did so, he quickly counterattacked with a strong knee strike, sending the monster flying. Izuku. He's very strong. He thought while breathing heavily and feeling his ribs a little broken. The moment he saw how he recovered, he spat out his father's purple worm and rolled it up. I'll keep you away, you bastard. He thought while the worm spat out a special long-range weapon. Izuku began to rotate it around him with great mastery, seeking to avoid a surprise attack from the monster. The monster gave a powerful blow to the ground, cracking it completely, seeking to destabilize Izuku, not counting on the fact that he was already in the air, directing his long-range weapon towards him. The edge was deadly. Shigaraki. It doesn't seem like it's giving him any problems. That damn monster association lied to us. They said it was one of their strongest monsters. He said, frustrated to Kurogiri while they watched the fight through a sphere. Kurogiri. Calm down, young Shigaraki. Even if he fails us, we still have more cards up our sleeve, don't we? He said confidently. Kurogiri. You're right. He said in a Machiavellian way. It's time to piss off that freckled guy. Monster. It's time for the surprise gift, give it to him. Said Shigaraki through the monster's head, who could barely defend himself from the green-haired man's attacks due to his long range. The monster gave a powerful scream and opened its mouth in a grotesque way, spitting out a human head in front of the green-haired man. It was the head of his master, Mr. Bang. Casual, Chapower. You can put other music to set the scene if you want. Izuku. Master. He thought in shock as he saw his teacher's rotten head. He had many questions, but what he felt most at that moment was anger. Izuku's veins stood out like never before, his muscles tensed to the maximum. He squeezed his hands so hard that he broke the grip on his weapon. Instantly the monster disappeared in a blur of speed, and stood in front of the black-haired man, who deflected his attack with his foot wrapped in a green trail. Izuku was thinking of charging at the monster with his free leg. However, the monster's right fist was faster, so he had to dodge by leaning down, finding the perfect opportunity. The blow was so strong that for a moment it managed to pierce part of the monster's abdomen, but it didn't quite do so, because the force of the blow had sent it flying against a stake conveniently lodged among some rubble, piercing the monster's torso. Izuku, blinded by revenge, quickly ran towards the monster, pulling it off the stake and throwing it to the ground, beginning to rain down punches that cracked the ground more and more. It's very difficult, Mr. Bang. Keep going, kid, you'll be the strongest one of these days. Your father would be proud of you. You're the grandson I never had, lololol. Everyone, form a line and board the bus in an orderly manner. My brother is a pro hero, I wish I could be like him. Thank you for being my friend, Izuku. The green-haired man's knuckles were broken, his hands were bleeding, and tears were flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. The raw mix of memories combined with his sadness was too much. He took out his dagger, pointing it at the face of the now recognized Gare. He was the former student of his master. I hope you can save him someday, Izuku. The black-haired man, seeing the state the monster was in, dropped his dagger, standing up as the critically ill monster was quickly enveloped by Kurogiri's portal. Shigaraki. I must admit that you disappointed us, Monster Association. Thought while confirming the retreat to Kurogiri, since the situation had already been controlled by the heroes and All Might was arriving, the three of them disappearing into a purple portal. Izuku, feeling his abdomen bleeding profusely due to a careless act against Gare, looked at the sky, remembering every moment he had lived with his master and leader, and finally, remembering the moment where Tsuyu touched his face, feeling the frustration and anger in his chest disappear little by little. Izuku. My mercy prevails over my anger. He said in a low voice as he closed his eyes towards the starry sky, wishing his mother was well. The sound of the ambulances grew louder and louder. Izuku. He was slowly losing consciousness. Toji. Don't rush, Brad. Everything will turn out just as it is written in the Book of Life. The father said peacefully to his son. Izuku. Was it part of the book to see those I love suffer? Asked the son, who now looked completely like his father. Toji. You'll find out, we'll see each other soon, boy. He said as he vanished. His father's hair, his mother's face, his father's body, his mother's feelings, Toji's mind, Inko's heart. Yusutafu Hospital. Japan. Nurse. She's stable, even though she lost a lot of blood. She said somewhat worried. Inko. Thank you. She said dejectedly. Mitsuki. He gets into a lot of trouble, don't you think? Her best friend asked. Inko. Who do you think he inherited it from? She answered, looking at the ground. Mitsuki. They're only 16, why do they suffer so much? He lamented. Inko. My son won't die so easily, he's stubborn like his father. She said somewhat distrustfully. At this point she didn't know whether to trust his words or not. Izuku was resting on his stretcher. The other students of Class 1A had already visited the black-haired boy, Melissa and Todoroki. All of them were shocked by Lita's news. Her family was devastated. Her eldest son was permanently injured, unable to return to being a hero. The other lost his life. Hours later, Izuku. Again the sensation of being on a stretcher. thought as he slowly opened his eyes. I remember everything now. Minutes later, a deja vu arose. Nezu, All Might and a police officer entered. Nezu. Do you wish to speak, young Midoriya? The rodent asked politely. Izuku. Yes. He said with a lost look. Nezu. Don't worry, Lita had a memorable burial just like your master. We won't sit idly by. We managed to investigate much more than th. Izuku. That won't change the fact that they're dead. Their fucking investigation is useless. He said angrily. All Might. Young Midoriya. Izuku. It's Fushiguro. You're the least suitable to speak here. You claim to be the symbol of peace, and you're not capable of protecting some simple 16-year-old children. He raised his voice. Nezu. Young man, you know better. Izuku. I'm tired of your fucking farce. If it helps, the idiot who killed my father is here. He's part of the League of Villains. I face a guy who was part of the Monster Association, but you already know that, right? He asked while watching those present not say a single word. All Might. All for one. Thought with frustration, his time as a hero limited him too much. If not, things would have been very different. Izuku. I know you wouldn't want to, but I'll leave the academy. It's the best thing to protect your golden eggs. I'm going after All for One, and the idiot who killed my father. I don't want anyone else to suffer. He said while removing the bandages, noticing a large scar on his abdomen. Even if it costs me my life. Nezu. I won't stop you, however. It will be after the camp you will have in 1 month. It is my only offer. Said the rodent. Izuku. Done. He said as he stood up and headed towards the door. Nezu. Don't you want to hear the information? He asked, puzzled. Izuku. No. He said dryly, opening and closing the door suddenly, leaving the place. All Might. It's frustrating. Ejiro and Lita were only 16 years old. They had a future ahead of them. He said on the verge of tears. Nezu. We can't be weak in the face of this. I don't want to say it, but we managed to avoid legal charges because it was in a public area, and also because of Stain's work. Even so, that doesn't mean we won't do anything. He said looking at the window. All Might. Only 1 month left until the final blow. He said with determination, wiping away his tears. Nezu. Go talk to Melissa and Todoroki. They are in a serious psychological state. Right now is when they need your smile the most. He said as he walked away with the police officer. All Might. Melissa. Young Todoroki. He thought frustrated. Nezu. This won't stay like this, League of Villains. Thought while reviewing the information that had reached him, if everything went as planned, in the next month they would strike the final blow. Melissa. If only she had mastered One for All better, she would have been stronger. Thought while staring at the ceiling with a blank look. Todoroki. If I had listened to my idiot father, no. Even so. Without my quirk I am nothing. He thought frustrated while he resisted opening his eyes. He wanted to think that it was all a dream. All Might entered the room where both young people were resting, breathed deeply and tried to calm their poor hearts. Given the events that had occurred and the massive destruction of Hosu, the school gave a week off, internships were cancelled, and student safety was maximized. Nothing was safe out there anymore, so Principal Nezu and his board of directors proposed the following idea. Dormitories. It was the best way to keep students close to heroes trained to combat any high-grade threat. It was not easy, because different heroes, especially from the top 10 at the request of Director Nezu, had to go door to door of each student in the academy to request permission. Some did not accept. Concentrating on our Class 1A, everyone agreed. They conveniently got Block A, Class 1B Block B, and so on with the other classrooms. Nothing took long. In less than a week, everything was built, thanks to the hero Cementos and other professionals with specialized talents in rapid construction. 1 week later. Izuku. New day. Thought as he entered the classroom, seeing how everyone was already seated and silent. The cheerful spirit of the class was slowly fading. The 2 empty seats hurt a lot. Aizawa. Good morning. First of all, I understand. He said as he stood in front of the entire class. The situation is complicated. 2 of ours left this world unjustly. I understand your fear, worry and sadness, even though activities will continue as normal. Do not think that I will overlook your suffering. You are my children, and although it may not seem like it, you matter a lot to me. The dorms are already made, so officially tomorrow is your last day of leaving your homes for the academy. Make sure you bring everything you need. The UA will take care of transferring your dorms. Kirishima. How will they do it? I asked. Aizawa. We have our methods. He replied. Guys, remember this, a hero always finds a way to overcome a difficult situation. The fact that you had to experience it at an early age is an omen that in the future, you will be the best. Honor the memories of your companions by striving and not stopping for anything in the world. Fulfill your dreams, become heroes. Class 1A. Yes. Refreshment. Ichako, are you feeling better, Melissa? She asked her friend while eating her lunch. Melissa. A little. She said seriously as she finished her lunch. Todoroki. Izuku, regarding what you told me at the festival, I'm willing to do it. He said to the black-haired boy while drinking his juice. Izuku. Every day from now on we will train at 5 in the afternoon. Don't worry, I will make sure to make you stronger. He said while not even eating, just observing the environment. Kendo. Izuku, can we talk? He asked as he approached the table. Izuku nodded, standing up and walking away from the huge snack room towards one of the large balconies that UA had in its hallways. Kendo. How are you feeling? I heard about what happened, she said worriedly. Izuku. Fine, I'm taking it easy, after all, sooner or later I'll finish off those bastards. He said while clenching his fists. Kendo. I understand, you matter to me a lot, you know, thanks to you I was able to improve as a person, so if there's something I can do for you, believe me, I will. He said while resting his head on the black-haired boy's shoulder. Izuku. Thank you for that, however, this is a fight that I will necessarily carry out alone. He said while resting his hand on Kendo's. Kendo. I don't want to see you suffer, fool. She thought as she began to tear up. My mother died in Hosu's attack. She revealed as Izuku turned to look at her surprised. So if you need anything, just call me, okay? She finished as she returned to her table. Izuku. All for one. Thought angrily, because he knew that the mastermind behind all this misfortune was the work of the idiot's sworn enemy of All Might. I will do what you never did in your miserable life. All Might. Obscene sounds were heard in Mina's house. Fortunately her parents are not home until late at night, so after school was the perfect opportunity. Mina. Do you know you have more suitors? She revealed as she took Izuku's D out of her mouth. Izuku. Explain yourself. Mina. At Momo's party, when we were all gathered together we had a girl talk, and since we were all drunk there was a lot of spilling. She explained as she stood up, turning around while grabbing the green-haired guy's D ready for action. Izuku. So? He asked as he took Mina's defined hips. Mina. Yu Uraraka sh she really wants you. She said between moans. Izuku. Tell me more about that. He said as he began to kiss Mina. Mina. She's waiting for the perfect moment to devour you, she said as she took Izuku's chin with her hand and began to kiss him. Both young people left the conversation aside and continued with their own thing. A few minutes later both seemed to reach climax. Mina. Do it inside, today is safe day. She shouted as she felt herself reaching her limits. Izuku. I was thinking of doing it whether you tell me or not, silly. He whispered in her ear while Izuku finished Mina. As she collapsed. Izuku. Enough for today. He said. Mina. I'll clean it for you. She said. It's done, thank you for your services, Izuku. She said as she stood up with her legs shaking. Izuku. Why am I doing this? He thought as he pulled up his pants. So Achako, I think I'll have a little chat with her. He thought as he said goodbye to Mina and left her house. Mina. W.Y. Sniff. Mina lamented while crying in her shower. Is there no other way to make a boy fall in love with her? Damn you Izuku. She whispered while the cold water ran all over her body. Even if I tried, what the hell can I offer us sentimentally? All I have is my B-body. She said through tears. Unfortunately for Mina, who had gone unnoticed emotionally all her life and all the boys wanted her for her body only to leave her behind, she started to feel something for Izuku. She knew that the chances of getting to know him in depth were minimal, so she settled for having him for herself at least in sex, because not only had he been the best boy she had ever had relations with, but for some reason, she felt that this time she wasn't giving her body to some jerk. She felt safe. Sigh. Why doesn't he answer my messages? The green-haired girl thought dejectedly while she saw her chat with Izuku. He didn't even leave her unread, he simply didn't enter the chat. Tomorrow we'll go to the dorms, it's the perfect opportunity to get closer to him. Achako. Fuck. Achako cursed Izuku as she continued pleasuring herself in her room. His way of acting, so manly. His arms, his face, his body. She thought lustfully as she remembered how she saw him without his shirt by chance while passing by the men's bathroom. The dorms will definitely be the best stage of UA. She thought. Izuku. I'm still in spirals that don't differentiate between pain and pleasure. Thought as he let the rain fall on his body. It was something he loved, because he could cry without fear of others noticing, so he climbed to the top of a building and began his lament. Shigaraki. Master. He's here. He said as a mysterious figure emerged from a door. All for one. Inform. Said the symbol of evil dryly, who was sitting in a chair that connected multiple cables to his body. It seemed that he was regaining strength for something. According to the Academy report, in 1 month we will have a camp outside the city. The address is attached in this file. I managed to get it from the principal's office. Said a student from class 1A. All for one. You're a good actor, Brad. I congratulated while reviewing the file. It's the perfect opportunity to take the penultimate step towards your death and the next decline of society. All Might. Yue. Izawa. The camp will be in 1 month. The only requirements will be to pass the written and practical exam. That will take place in the remainder of it. That's all. Study. Said his teacher as he wrapped himself in his blanket and rolled to the door, leaving the classroom. Mina. Every day it gets weirder. she said with grace, seeing how her teacher acted like a worm. Zero. Don't criticize him, he's been softer on us since the sports festival. Mineta. That's an achievement. Kirishima. Any study plans, Bakugo? He asked as he packed his backpack to leave. Bakugo. No, goodbye. He said dryly as he left the classroom. Kaminari. He's been really bitter lately. Mineta. Man, I shouldn't be. He said a little discouraged. Kirishima. Dude, nothing related to the topic, okay? He said while patting him on the back. Kaminari. Any study plans, Izuku? He asked his black-haired classmate who was about to leave. Izuku. No. He answered the same as Bakugo. Uraraka, let's study together, Izuku. She said as she approached him. Izuku. What do I get in return? Uraraka. A better position in the exam. She said while punching the air. Izuku. Don't worry, I can take care of myself, even when studying. He said as he left. Uraraka. Stop. She shouted as she chased him. Then help me, please. She said, making puppy eyes. Izuku. I'll think about it. Uraraka. Today at 7, in my room, don't miss it. She said with a smile while winking at him, leaving the place. Izuku. Crazy bitch. Thought as he walked slowly away. Melissa. Shall we study together? I asked, trying to break the remaining ice in the room. Sayu. Momo. Jiro. Mina. Hagakure. Yes. They said together. Izuku's pav. There are many missing pieces to the puzzle. The only thing I'm sure of is that my encounter with death is imminent. If I have to die to protect the future of those idiots, I will do it. If I have to die for a greater good, I will do it. Now that I think about it, how is it possible that 2 consecutive times they knew where to attack us? I mean, the second one wasn't so intentional. Maybe it was just luck on their part to hit such a central area as Hosu. However, the first attack. It seems like there was an infiltrator in the UA. I have to talk to Nezu about it. End of POV. Izuku stopped getting lost in his thoughts as he opened the window of his room in the UA dorms. He never entered through the common door, he always did it through his window. Izuku. So it's 7 o'clock at night, isn't it, Achako? Thought as he began his daily training. Training camp. Todoroki. Ugh. He screamed in pain as Izuku pulled out his fist buried in his abdomen. Izuku. You are very soft in hand-to-hand combat. Thanks to this little test I was able to verify it. He said while drinking some water. Todoroki. Tell me my mistakes and teach me. He answered determinedly. Izuku. To begin with, you are very adventurous for how little you handle hand-to-hand combat. You will not train strength. You already have it thanks to your training. I will teach you how to hit. Todoroki. What's next? Izuku. Calm down. I was trained in a very different way than you, so I will teach you how to feint, hit vital points of the body and sharpen your reflexes. But the last thing will be with your bare fists against me. Your goal is to dodge at least 1 hit from me before the camp starts. He said calmly. Todoroki. I wouldn't be able to land any hits on you, right? Izuku. No. He said amusedly as he took a fighting pose. 7:30 p.m. Izuku. It's taking a while. Thought while waiting in front of Uraraka's room door. Uraraka. Sorry for the delay, Izuku. Come in. She said suddenly as she opened the door. Izuku. 30 minutes waiting, I hope it's worth it. Uraraka. I'm good at literature and grammar, my weak point is math. She commented while organizing things on her desk. I'm sorry about the mess, I took a long nap and didn't measure my time. Izuku. A mini short and a top, hair a bit messy, he's not lying. Thought as he stared at her tidying up her desk. Uraraka. Okay, let's get started. She said as she sat down and pulled the second chair to her side, signaling Izuku to sit down. 9:02 p.m. Uraraka. My brain is burned out. She said while having her head slammed on the desk. Izuku. We have until 10, so we'll still take a 15-minute break. He said while stretching. Uraraka. Let's use this time to chat, how have you been lately? Izuku. Normal, neither good nor bad, you. Uraraka. A little down, to be honest, I never thought my stay at UA would be so complicated. She said while sighing a little frustrated. Izuku. A lot of things have happened lately, attacks, deaths, insecurities, fears, a little bit of everything. Uraraka. Doesn't it affect you at all? I asked. Izuku. Of course, I just try not to think about it too much, otherwise I wouldn't be able to continue progressing, I would remain stuck in a deep depression. Uraraka. I understand, I would like to have your strengths, in the face of adversity, you always seem calm, however. I was unaware of the fact that this also affected you. She responded while looking worriedly at her friend. Izuku. You also have that strength, you are a very strong woman, I do not belittle my other companions, but it is what I see through your eyes. Uraraka. Thank you. She responded with a slight blush. It's not every day you receive compliments and good treatment from a man, especially if he looks like Izuku. How did you decide to become a hero? She asked as she immersed herself further in the conversation. Izuku. It was my dream since I was little, however, as of today, it is not my ultimate goal. Uraraka. What do you mean? Izuku. I see to be more than just an idiot in a ridiculous suit, who only acts when there are cameras recording. I want to generate hope in people in a different way. I do not pretend to be the hero they are looking for. I will be the monster they need. He concluded while looking out the window at the quiet city under the moonlight. Uraraka. Incredible. She whispered in admiration. Izuku. What about you? Uraraka. My reason is not as deep and interesting as yours. Since I can remember, my parents have always suffered economic problems. During the first years of my life we had to live on the streets. Being unsafe at night, we decided to try our luck in the forest. That almost cost us our lives. She commented dejectedly. Fortunately, my father was able to get a job. He earned little but enough to survive. Then mom got another one in a restaurant, and you could say that her life stabilized. Even so, the difference with other families was noticeable. So I decided to become a heroine. I had the support of my parents. From my effort this opportunity was born. Being in the UA, although it was not only mine, also of my parents, they divided the money they earned to pay for my school. That's all. Izuku. Don't underestimate your motives. Unlike others, you don't do it just for yourself, but for the most important people in each one's individual world. Your parents. You earn well being a hero. You chose well. He said while patting his friend on the back, trying to encourage her. Uraraka. I still feel like I don't have what it takes. She answered while her eyes became moist. They've attacked us twice, and I haven't been able to do practically anything but flee. I had a Jiro in my arms. I was holding his wound. I can't get that image out of my mind. He was crying and screaming in pain, and from one moment to the next he simply stopped moving. He died in my arms. I should have died instead of him. She finished while the tears became more noticeable. Izuku. Nobody prepared us for this, but I'll tell you something, Uraraka. He said as he approached her and held her shoulders. We come to this world to suffer. Only those who overcome suffering have the joy of saying that they have begun to live. That feeling is what makes us become our ideal selves. Don't say that you would have liked to take her place, otherwise, her sacrifice would have been in vain. Uraraka opened her eyes as she remembered a moment blocked from her mind on that tragic day yesterday. Flashback. Ajiro. It's not your fault or anyone's. He said to his friend, who was crying her eyes out. Uraraka. If I had done something instead of just freezing like an idiot. She replied while holding Ajiro's wound. Shoji. Keep it up, Uraraka. Ajiro. You will be a better heroine than I could ever be. Please live, Uraraka. He exclaimed as he felt his body suddenly relax and the pain go away. Uraraka. Oh, Ajiro. She shouted as she watched her partner close his eyes. End of flashback. Instantly Uraraka began to cry as she felt the frustration and pain in her chest turn into a feeling of release and warmth. Izuku. He died in combat, protecting others, saving your future and that of others. The only thing left for you is to fulfill his request. Live, Uraraka. He said while receiving her in his arms, since the brown-haired girl had rushed to hug him. Uraraka. Thank you, Izuku. She said between tears that now emanated tranquility in her heart. Damn. And I thought I'd seduce him so he fucked me. She thought regretfully while she enjoyed the sensation of being shrunken by Izuku's large body. Even so, the idea still hadn't disappeared from her mind. 10 p.m. Izuku. I hope I helped you. With nothing else to do, I'm leaving. He said as he prepared to leave the room. Uraraka quickly stood up from her seat and closed the door to her room, locking it. Uraraka. I haven't paid you back for everything you've done for me in just one night. She said as she approached him and rested her hands on Izuku's large muscles. Izuku. Don't feel obligated. He replied as his strong hands began to squeeze Uraraka's hips, pressing her against his body. Uraraka. I want to do it. She answered excitedly, having to raise her entire head up to look him in the eyes, because of the large height difference was something that excited her quite a bit. Izuku. Oh well. Instantly, Izuku carried Uraraka holding her by her soft thighs, throwing her on the bed. I hope you're ready. Line break. Uraraka. Damn. He's been doing me for hours and he still has plenty of energy left. I'm addicted to this. I love it. She thought as she bit her pillow, and her hands were held by the green-haired man with one arm. Izuku finished again. Uraraka. Ah. She moaned for the last time, because she had reached climax just like Izuku. Unlike him, she had run out of energy, so she finally gave in to tiredness. Izuku. Fell asleep. Wow, just like that. He thought as he looked at his little partner still ready for action. He wanted more. 6:57 a.m. Hagakure. Uraraka should have left already. She said to her companions while finishing her breakfast. Melissa. I'll go get her. She quickly got up from her seat and ran to her roommate's room. Uraraka. It's already day. She thought as she watched the sun's rays pass through her window. She was covered up with her 2 pieces of clothing. My legs hurt so much, I can barely feel them. My crotch hurts too, Izuku. When she got up she could see Izuku sleeping next to her. It was a very tender and sexy scene. However, Uraraka's lust had already been drained by the black-haired man. As she tried to stand up again, she suddenly felt Izuku grab her from behind. Uraraka. Izuku. She asked between small laughs, clearly nervous. Izuku. One more round. He said to Uraraka in a voice like he had just woken up, giving her small kisses. Uraraka. Hey silly, we haven't even had breakfast, we have classes and… Melissa. Uraraka, are you there? She shouted as she knocked on her friend's door. Izuku. Time to disappear. Izuku instantly jumped towards the window and quickly left. Uraraka. Damn you Izuku. Whispered the brown-haired girl. I'll be there in a moment. Boy's bedroom. Kirishima. He's not responding, maybe he's still sleeping. Said the Redeed as he stopped knocking on his partner's door. Bakugo. It's not like he should fall asleep, he probably went out to train or has more important matters. Kirishima. I understand, let's continue eating breakfast. Izuku. Bitch, I almost screwed up you. Thought relieved while he hid under his bed just in case. The days passed normally, some trained and others studied at the same time. Todoroki improved his hand-to-hand combat. Izuku and Uraraka fucked from time to time. Melissa increased her one for all percentage, and in general, everyone had improved physically, except in the written test, because the last simulation had revealed who was not good in that aspect. So Momo offered free classes to help those at the bottom, so they could pass the exam. Momo. You can come to my house to study if you want, there will be snacks. The brunette exclaimed to her classmates, trying to cheer them up. Her enthusiasm made them feel more familiar with their friend, so they accepted. Kaminari. Perfect. Mina. Thank you very much Momo, it's good to have a smart friend like you. Zero. And I thought Mineta would be with us. He said dejectedly as he watched Mineta boast about his position in the simulation. Aoyama. It seems that appearances can be deceiving. He said with a rather peculiar attitude. Todoroki. Shall we go? He asked his group of friends. After the festival and the events in Hosu, he had become a little more open. Izuku. What do you expect, idiot? Bakugo. I'm only going to eat with you because Kirishima asked me to. He said disgustedly. Izuku. Are you his pea? Sayu. Grab a table, guys. She said as she wrapped her tongue round Izuku's mouth and pulled him to the dining room, preventing him from speaking. Uraraka. Kirishima is a good friend of Bakugo, but I didn't know it was that extreme. She whispered mockingly. Bakugo. Do you want to die? He shouted while releasing small explosions from his hands. Azawa. Bakugo, shut your mouth. He said from his sleeping bag. Izuku was eating while he was lost in his thoughts. There were many unanswered questions. What Stain had told him did not keep him calm. He wanted to go to the streets and search for his father's killer without rest. Now that he knew his location, however, he knew that if he acted without thinking he would end up dead before his time. Izuku. That wretch must be hiding like all for one. They probably killed my teacher to provoke me. Even so, I highly doubt it was easy. They must have used the Geru and someone stronger. Maybe the same one who killed my father. He thought as he finished his food. Sayu. Are you okay Izuku? Asked her friend somewhat worried. Izuku. Don't worry about me, everything will be okay. He replied dryly as he stood up and left the table. Uraraka. It's been weird lately, right? She asked her friends. Todoroki. How could I not be? Sayu. Izuku. Izuku took the hallway towards Principal Nezu's office. What he was about to ask would not be accepted so easily, but he knew well that he would get his way. Nezu. Come in, Izuku. He responded to the black-haired man's call, opening the door. Izuku. I need to talk to you about what happened that night. Nezu. Tell me. He answered interestedly. Nezu. You want special permission to disappear from the academy for the remaining weeks to camp, in order to search for clues about the League of Villains and your father's killer. Summarized the small wheel. Izuku. The idea is not so crazy, just like you, I suspect an infiltrator in the class. I highly doubt it is a teacher, so I will not only look for clues about the whereabouts of the League, but I will suddenly appear in the camp when it is attacked by the League. At this point, I am 90% sure that it will happen, so my hand will not tremble in killing anyone who threatens the safety of my friends and colleagues. Concluded the black-haired man. Nezu. You really know how to win people over Izuku. Deal, I'll give you a communicator in case you find something or need help. Take it to Camp 2, we'll have heroes ready to help. Izuku. Perfect, I trust that you will invent the appropriate excuse to confuse the traitor. They will not expect it. Without further ado, with your permission. Izuku left the office while leaving the principal intrigued. Since far above his position and academy, he did not want to feel that one of his students was unfairly leaving this world again. Izuku. I'm going to end the suffering of this city. If I don't succeed, I'll leave the plate served for the future heroes. He thought while remembering all his friends and classmates in the classroom. I will leave this world without leaving my mark. Izuku's pav. Time to make my move on my own. I have to be cautious. I can't draw too much attention to myself. Screw the masks. Seeing me will be the last thing anyone does. End of pav. Several weeks had passed since the last conversation with Nezu. During this time, Izuku dedicated himself to patrolling the streets all night, including the early morning, sleeping during the day. In short, he had returned to his hunter days. Surprisingly, it had borne fruit. Izuku. 3 weeks and I'm already completely adapted to the night. I was definitely born to be a nocturnal animal. He thought as he unnailed his special weapon from a villain in a lonely alley. So there are still loyal servants, even in the underworld. Even so, it's enough for me to get the name of your little boss. It will be a pleasure to hunt you down. Chisaki. Flashback. Izuku. Talk for once. Not only are you a follower of Stain, but I heard you talking on the phone with your boyfriend about the League. If you know of its existence, you must know something more. He said while grabbing the villain by the neck. He had him firmly held against the wall, and he had also stuck his special weapon in his abdomen, disabling his quirk. With all the scandal that they generated, how would I not have found out? Izuku. The name of the organization never came to light. The case was left as an attack led by a group of amateur gang members, who were very lucky to have an idiot with an electric quirk. I won't tell you and nothing. Ah. He screamed in pain as Izuku dug deeper into the villain's body with his dagger. Izuku. Who are you? I am just following no orders. Izuku. Who's? He asked as he pierced the villain's organs from the inside with his dagger, causing him unimaginable pain and hastening his death. It hurt so much. I scream in pain. Izuku. My colleagues were hurt too. Tell me who your fucking boss is, and I'll consider saving you. Chisaki. He screamed, pleading for his life. Izuku. Where is it? I'll never tell you. I shouted on the verge of tears. Izuku. Okay. Instantly Izuku squeezed his neck even harder, destroying his throat and practically dropping his head. End of flashback. Izuku. Chisaki. Does it have something to do with the League? Surely it does. The idiot is the boss of another idiot who called another idiot, asking about the League of Villains. Even so, that doesn't mean they have contact with the League, or does it? He thought as he disappeared from the scene and sank deeper into the dark alleys of the city. Boom. Izuku. What the? Izuku quickly headed to the site of the explosion, meeting up with his former prey. Muscular. Where the fuck is the money, damn paper bank? He shouted as his quirk activated, and he slammed a poor woman into the ground. And no, please. Muscular. Die, you fucking bitch. Muscular prepared his powerful fist, stamping the ground with force, creating a large crater. Muscular. Where is the damn thing? Izuku. You're very noisy. He said as he left the poor lady on the side of the street, disappearing in a blur of speed. The instant he positioned himself in front of Muscular, he prepared a strong kick. Muscular dodged it, slightly surprising the black-haired man, who quickly tried to connect a knee with his free leg, but was dodged again. Muscular quickly counterattacked, contrary to what the black-haired man thought, as he directed his big fist to the ground, sending Izuku flying due to the wind pressure. Muscular. I was waiting for my revenge, you damn brat. However, it will have to be another time. He said as he took a few steps back and a purple portal opened. I'll see you soon, brat. He finished as he disappeared. Izuku. There are many injured. I'll give them first aid and leave. The fame seekers are coming. He thought as he put aside his desire to search for him and help people. Nezu. Do you want to know information about a certain Chisaki? Izuku. Do you know anything about him? Nezu. It seems he's a Yakuza. He was arrested years ago for various crimes until one day he simply disappeared from his cell. We never contacted him again. Said the mouse while checking the database on his computer. Izuku. Isn't there any file or record that links him to the League or maybe my father? He asked while eating a hamburger in the tallest building in his city. Nezu. There's nothing here related to your father or the League. Even so, he has a profile prior to his realization as a Yakuza. Izuku. So. Nezu. He worked in an industry that no longer exists. It closed down due to the illegal sale of quirk supplements. That was a decade ago. He had a daughter, and her mother passed away. Isn't there anything else? The rodent wondered as he searched for any new information. Izuku. It's incomplete. Director, if there is a cancelled search order for this subject, ask for it to be resumed. He is still alive and operating in the underworld. Also, it seems that he wants to contact the League of Villains. The reasons I still don't know. Even so, keep a good eye on him. Sooner or later he will come out of his cave again. Nezu. I will. Any additional information you want to give me? Izuku. No, the camp is approaching. I'll be in the shadows from the first day. Nezu. Understood. Until then, good luck and take care. Izuku. Yes. He finished while turning off the communicator. 1 week until the camp. Something is going to go very wrong. Something big is about to happen. Damn. What does it matter? This is just getting more fun. He thought while throwing away his hamburger bag and jumping off the building. 1 week later. Bakugo. D-damn, pussycats. He exclaimed tiredly as he left the forest with his other companions. Mineta. Anything to see them sleep. He said in the same state. Class 1A was leaving a lush forest. The reason. Today was their camping day. Arriving by bus, they found themselves standing in front of a cliff with their hosts, the Pussycats, 3 women and 1 man. In short, they were welcomed and then released. The forest was a kind of test in which they had to find their way to the camp by their own means, while being hunted by enormous monsters. 3 hours had passed since then. Mina. At least they'll make us food, right? Agile. Of course. Pixie Bob. Take it as a reward for your hard work. Mandalay. Don't get used to it, this will be the only night of the week where we'll prepare something for you. Hagakure. What? It's not fair. Azawa. I see that you still don't understand. The faster you become independent the better, in every aspect. Concluded his teacher while signaling them to go to the dining room. Melissa. And to think it's only the first day. She said, covered in mud and dirt. Zero. I need a shower. Sayu. If Izuku had been here we would have arrived sooner. Said the little frog. Kirishima. Without effort we wouldn't improve, that's fine. Dinner. Mineta. It's weird not being full, right? Mineta said while eating a lot. Shoji. Close your mouth and eat. Kirishima. Don't treat him like that, old man. He may never take anything seriously, but what he says is true. Hagakure. It feels empty. Todoroki. Leave the past behind and do what the teacher said, don't stagnate. He said as he finished his meal and went to the dormitories installed in the camp. Bakugo. I'm leaving. Exclaimed the ash-haired boy, following in Todoroki's footsteps. Jiro. Those two are always running away from us, what's wrong with them? She said a little annoyed. Momo. Let's give time to time, while we wait, let's become better. Mina. You're right, besides, Class B will come tomorrow, we can't be late. Melissa. You're starting to look like Manama in that respect. The golden-haired girl said laughing. Once dinner was over and after a good bath, the hostesses directed their guests to their dormitories. They were simpler than those at the academy, but comfortable. They were separated by gender, so Mineta wouldn't have the opportunity to do anything stupid. 10:45 p.m. Sayu. Tomorrow training will start first thing in the morning. Damn, how boring and monotonous everything is when Izuku is not around. She thought while rolling around in her bed. She couldn't stop sleeping because she was thinking about the black-haired boy, and also, because of everything that was happening lately in general. Knock knock. Sayu quickly turned towards her window, as the strange noise had come from there. Having the curtains open, she was a little startled, as there was no one behind the window. Sayu. Ghosts are me being the next to die, damn you eh? She thought as she became alert. Sayu plucked up her courage and approached the window, opening it and finding nothing. However, when she looked up. Izuku. Hello. Said the black-haired man. He was stuck to the wall thanks to his strong grip, staring at me. 3 seconds passed before Sayu could react. The result. Izuku being slapped by the little frog's tongue, sending him flying. Sayu. What the hell is wrong with your head? The green-haired girl claimed as she made the black-haired boy go through the window. Izuku. Lower your voice, no one should know I'm here. He replied as he sat on the bed. Sayu. So, why did you decide to come? Izuku. I wanted to see you. Sayu. Idiot. She said feigning disinterest. Now, explain to me the reason for your sudden appearance. According to the teacher, you should still be training on the outskirts of the city with your grandfather. Traditions, right? Izuku. They are to be respected in Japan, however, I miss you too much. He said while throwing himself on the bed. Come and give me a hug. Sayu. Why would I? You're an invader right now. Izuku. Well. He said as he stood up and headed towards the window, ready to leave. Sayu. Wait. The green-haired girl exclaimed as she held his hand. I'll do it. After a few minutes, with both young people lying in bed hugging each other, they began to catch up on every aspect of their lives. Sayu. My mom got a promotion and thanks to that my dad can spend more time at home, even though my younger siblings still get all the attention. Izuku. You could say that at an early age you had to learn to become independent and fend for yourself. Sayu. Yes. She answered a little discouraged. Izuku. Don't feel bad about it. I know it must have hurt for a while, but look at you, you're a strong and independent woman. You only need yourself to achieve what you want. Your character matches that, you could say. That's what I like about you. He said sincerely. Sayu. Why you think so? She asked uncertainly as she dived into Izuku's chest, hugging him closer. Izuku. Yes, let's change the subject. I don't like to see you down or pensive. Tell me everything that has happened this month at the academy, besides your arrival at the camp. Sayu. Well. The most notable thing about the practical exam was the fact that Melissa and Bakugo were able to come up with a good plan to escape from All Might. No one believed Bakugo was capable of cooperating as a team. Izuku. I just had to loosen some strings. Fortunately I was the one who did it. At an early age he was already tamed, so to speak. He replied while delicately playing with the green-haired girl's hair. Sayu. Haha, I can imagine. She said while with her fingers she explored the black-haired man's large arms. After that there was nothing but classes until today. We took a bus. It took us 3 hours to get there, and they introduced us to the Pussycats, 3 heroines and a hero. Then they threw us off a cliff and made us fight monsters, until we found a place to stay. Some time later we found it. We ate, we bathed, and now I am here next to you. Izuku. I understand. By the way, have you noticed any strange behavior in any member of our class? Sayu. Besides Minetta's strange behavior, everyone is still the same. Izuku. I shouldn't, because even she could be the infiltrator. Life has taught me enough to completely trust someone, so firm and dry in my actions. I suspect there is an infiltrator in the class. Damn it. Sayu looked at him strangely. She didn't expect such a statement, so she became more interested in the subject. Sayu. Why do you say that? Izuku. They know a lot for being such idiots. I have a feeling that just like in the USJ, something bad will happen here. That's why I came. I will watch this camp from the shadows, and with luck, I will find the snitch. Sayu. It makes sense. Someone must be leaking the information, so it makes it easier for them to attack. My question is, why specifically us? Izuku. Because they want to mentally damage the symbol of peace. He now works at UA, and it would make it easier for them to attack a target whose every move they know thanks to. Sayu. The snitch. Izuku. Exactly. In fact, I should be keeping watch now, but what does it matter? I'd rather be here with you. He said as he now snuggled into Sayu's chest. Sayu. Damn. I'm fed up with this damn game. That's not how friends act. Or are they? Maybe two friends who love each other a lot. Maybe I'm confusing things too much. Fuck it. I have nothing to lose by saying it to his face. Hey Izuku. Izuku. Tell me. Sayu. Exactly. What are you and I? Izuku. Friends. Isn't that right? Say no. Sayu. I guess. Say I'm wrong. Izuku. Well, there's your answer. Tell me more. Sayu. It was a good talk. Don't you think? She said as she broke away from the hug. Izuku. Yeah. I think I should go. I have to patrol. Stop me. He thought as he got up and headed to the window. Sayu. Stop. She thought as she watched him open the window and disappear in a blur of speed. Damn you Izuku Fushiguro. She thought annoyed as she rolled around in her bed. Izuku. Who the hell cares about these feelings? I have to focus on what's coming. Thought as he entered the dark forest. 3 days later. 0. Only 4 more days. He said while eating as best he could, because tiredness was stronger than his hunger. Melissa. Anything to become professional heroes. She said in the same state. Hiroshima. I still can't believe the teacher made us train our quirks for 3 days in a row. Jiro. Anything for Mineta. Woman. Shouted Mineta, who didn't seem tired at all. Bakugo. Shut up you damn pervert. At the moment the Shen-haired boy held Mineta by his hair, making him kick in the air, thus generating a rather funny scene. Aizawa. Sorry for the interruption. I just came to inform you that tonight there will be a special training with those of Class B. The instructions will be given at that very moment, so please, be ready at 8 o'clock at the back door of the residence. Now, continue eating, you will need it. He said while putting on one of his typical dead fish faces. Mina. I was already scared. I thought you were going to ruin our lunch, right Kota? She asked her partner, trying to make him laugh. Kota. Why yes. He answered timidly. 8 p.m. Rachel. Thank you for your punctuality young students. Aizawa and Vlad, teacher of Class 1B, are in the study room. They have to collect a punishment from those who did not pass the practical exam. Said to Harem. Sayu, there are only 4 of us in our class, right? 0. Hiroshima, Mina, Kaminari and Mineta. Melissa. Incredible. Only 1 person from the other class failed. They are really strong. Uraraka. Or maybe they just got lucky. Pixie Bob. Okay. The next activity will be a simple game. You'll form groups of 2 with your respective classrooms. You'll spread out through the vast forest, respecting the markings we left so you don't exceed the limits. It's so big that it will allow us to reach the next objective. Mandala. Mandalay. 1 class will be the prey and the other the hunter. The objective of the prey is to escape or defeat the hunter without being cornered with the ribbons that we will give them in a few moments. The first 3 pairs to fall will determine the winner, either from the prey classroom or the hunters. The prey will have 5 minutes to disperse throughout the forest. Good. Choose a representative for your class and come choose your role. He said while holding out a box with only 2 papers. Agile. Kota, would you help with the other directions? Kota. I'm not interested in getting involved in your business, I'm leaving. Interrupted a short boy. Melissa. That kid has been behaving strangely since day 1. I wonder what relationship he has with the herons. Whatever it is, it worries me. She thought, watching the scene as Kota went into the forest on his own. Kendo. I will be the class representative. Have you chosen yours yet, Class 1A? Melissa. W. That's what we're working on. A bar. Holy crap. 20 minutes later. Jiro. I can't believe we were the ones who ran away. I whispered, hidden among some large bushes next to Momo and Melissa. Momo. If we want to pass the test, the decision I make is necessary. Making noise will attract more hunters. Whether we face them or not, we would lose. Melissa. Yeah. Huh. She exclaimed in surprise, as she began to notice a strange purple smoke slowly but intensely dispersing through the air. Momo. It's probably the quirk of one of the Class 1B members. I see that my prediction was correct. If the others see it, they'll put on the mask I made for them. She said as she put on an already created anti-gas mask, followed by her two classmates. Jiro. In that aspect, Momo is really incredible. Not only is she smart, she has very good instincts. Boom. Izawa. What was that? He asked as he quickly approached the window, seeing a strange blue sky fire spreading throughout the forest. Vlad. It's not normal fire. You know what to do, I'll protect the children. Izawa. Yes. What a fetishist is that idiot who has little hands with children? Said annoyed a man with black hair, burns on his body and flashy clothes, blue flames emerging from him. Come on Dobby, don't contradict what he does, just do it. Shouted in ecstasy young woman with blonde hair and schoolgirl clothes, who quickly entered the forest while holding a dangerous knife in her hands. Dobby. The others should already be in position, be careful. Toga. The young woman only turned around to stick out her tongue and middle finger at her companion. The attack of the villains had begun. Izuku. It was about time. Thought excitedly as he quickly climbed down from the treetop where he was and ran quickly towards the fire area. Tokoyami. Be careful. Stay close to me, I will protect you with dark shadow. Said his partner to Aoyama and Shoji. Shoji. Yes. Aoyama. Was completely silent. Momo. We're under attack, we must all gather together to have a numerical advantage, let's go. Melissa. Jiro. Yes. Bakugo. Finally, something interesting. He said excitedly as he watched two villains emerge from the shadows and position themselves in front of him. Todoroki. I shouldn't, but shit. This really excites me. He thought as he positioned himself next to Bakugo, and they prepared for the imminent attack. Several villains began to emerge from the bushes, and were preparing to harm both classes equally. Others positioned themselves in front of the pussycats, one of the most dangerous. Went to look for an innocent child. Muscular. You're the brat who escaped that day while I was massacring your parents. He said in a macabre way while walking slowly towards the boy. Koda. I'll leave me alone. I shouldn't have come to this place alone. He thought through tears, very scared. Muscular. I don't want to. He said self-centeredly as he drove his powerful fist towards the boy. Izuku. This time you won't escape me, you damn murderous son of a bitch. The instant he stopped his fist, Izuku quickly hit Muscular in the face with the elbow of his left arm, sending him slamming hard against a wall, generating a deafening noise. Muscular. This is just the beginning. Damn kid. Last turning point. Shigaraki. Why wouldn't you let me go, master? Asked the dangerous villain. Because even though we'll cause chaos and possibly deaths, that damn creature is going to end up ruining everything, it's better to have you here. Shigaraki. I'm not afraid of that brat. Well, at least you should, remember when I told you about his father, right? Shigaraki. Villain killer. His most peculiar strength is adaptation. You want to find out how strong he's become since you made him fight Nomu and Gare? He asked annoyed. Shigaraki. And no. Well then shut your damn mouth and wait for me to be at 100%, I'll be there soon. Besides, we have that guy at camp on our side. Right. Shigaraki. Yes, even so, aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? Don't worry. After our little chat he won't. Besides, he's committed to doing a little task for me. He. Laughed the malevolent villain. Kendo. Stay together. Shouted the class president, while Tesutetsu, Yui, and Sasuna stood behind her. Sasuna. I hate this school. At the same time, throughout the forest, different mini-groups of students gathered together to avoid getting lost in the dense fog. Some groups had to hide, others, fight. Tokoyami. Watch out. He shouted as he activated his quirk and covered Shoji and Aoyama from a barrage of sharp projectiles sent by a villain with a long-range quirk. Aoyama. Tokoyami space. At that moment, Tokoyami opened a slight hole between the large shield that Dark Shadow gave off, allowing the blonde-haired man to fire a powerful laser from his navel at the villain's face, who was defeated upon receiving the impact. Dark Shadow returned with strange difficulty to Tokoyami's body, not being noticed by his companions. Shoji. Good work, guys. I'll go next. I'll focus on finding the others. Tokoyami. He asked, seeing his partner suddenly kneeling and almost writhing. Tokoyami. Damn it. Why do I feel so anxious? Why is my whole body burning? What's happening to me? He thought desperately while he could barely stand. Shoji. Is the mask on correctly? Maybe it's the smoke. He said, trying to calm his friend. Aoyama. Yukorp. Tokoyami. Huh? He exclaimed as, unbeknownst to him, Dark Shadow began to materialize grotesquely behind his back. Ah. While Tokoyami's quirk was under control thanks to his arduous training, the truth was that the intense darkness brought on by the night, coupled with the constant adrenaline rush and growing fear, caused Dark Shadow to spiral out of control. Izuku. Kid, stay close but at the same time far enough away, so you don't accidentally die. He said while warming his limbs. Muscular. So you're warming up, come on you fucking brat, warm up. He said angrily while imitating the black-haired man. Kota. I am scared. Izuku. Your parents wouldn't want you to die the same way, right? He said as he stopped in his tracks and took a battle stance. Live for them, dwarf. Instantly, Izuku lunged at Muscular, who reacted in the same way. While Izuku was exchanging blows with Muscular, he could feel his opponent's improvement, so he would apply the same trick as the previous time, since he still had to go help his companions in the forest. Izuku. One cut. Thought determinedly as he took advantage of a quick counterattack to push himself backwards, pulling his father's special weapon out of the worm. Muscular. So the same trick, I'll be waiting for you here, you self-centered brat. He shouted euphorically as his muscle mass increased even more thanks to his quirk. Izuku quickly pushed forward and began to exchange blows with the villain again, looking to connect his dagger in some part of Muscular's body. However, he had to admit, his adversary had improved a lot since their last encounter. In addition, he moved very quickly to have so much weight on him, something that worried the black-haired man, not for fear of being defeated, but for losing more time in the fight. He had to end this quickly. Izuku. At some point his fibers will break, I'll take advantage of that small moment and end this once and for all. Thought while skillfully stopping Muscular's hook and strongly throwing his dagger towards the sky, making Muscular believe that he had managed to neutralize his dagger, thanks to his blows. Muscular. Your joke didn't last long. Was it? He shouted confidently as part of his muscles quickly transferred to his right fist, looking to land a hard blow on the black-haired man. Izuku. He's still very impulsive. Thought as he quickly ducked, dodging for milliseconds the powerful attack. Just in time. From the sky, the dagger fell into Izuku's right hand, who at extreme speed cut deeply into Muscular diagonally. Muscular. Ag. He screamed in pain, as the cut had completely pierced his muscle fibers, causing severe bleeding. Muscular clumsily tried to hit Izuku, who effortlessly dodged and counterattacked. The impact caused the villain's ribs to crunch, sending him crashing against the rocky mountain wall in front of them, creating a deafening commotion. Kota. Incredible. The boy thought as his tears stopped and his heart slowly calmed down. Izuku. Everyone improves, but not enough to surpass me. Thought as he approached slowly with his dagger, ready to kill the villain. Muscular. Shit. He's really strong, having to use this nonsense means I'm still weak. He thought with frustration for what he was about to do, because despite not having been unconscious, his quirk had been deactivated, leaving the deep cut on his torso in light. This better be worth it. Chisaki. Muscular quickly pulled a bag of strange material from his pocket, extracting some rather peculiar contents. Izuku. What the hell is he putting in his mouth? He thought as he stopped just inches away from the villain. Muscular. I hope you're ready you snots. Agger. The black-haired man witnessed a rather grotesque scene, because from one moment to the next, the villain began to writhe in pain, while his skin peeled off his body, leaving only his muscles. His hair began to fall out, and his size began to increase. Blood flowed from his muscles in heaps, forming a red puddle at his feet. Izuku. Shit, that's what I get for being overconfident. He thought as he quickly positioned himself in front of Muscular, placing his dagger at the height of his neck. Muscular. Augur. Shouted the villain while holding Izuku's wrist. Izuku. What the? The villain slammed the black-haired man against the floor 3 times, then threw him forward forcefully. Izuku. D-damn. He thought in pain as he landed skillfully on the ground. Whatever happened? That thing is no longer human. Seeing the twisted metamorphosis of his adversary. I should have contacted Nezu as soon as I saw the attack. Now the communicator is destroyed. His eyes had sunken in. His mouth had mutated in a sinister way. His muscles were bigger and more intimidating than ever. He had grown in size and height. In short, he had become a monster. RAHWR. Aizawa. Stay still. You're going to tell me your reasons and where your other friends are. He threatened while immobilizing Dabi, the villain who caused the fire. Dabi. Don't focus on me. Eraserhead. Protect the children. He said mockingly as his body turned into mud. Aizawa. Damn it. Mandalay. He shouted through the communicator. Mandalay. I'm busy, what do you want? She shouted while dodging blows. Aizawa. Notify all students that in the name of the professional hero Eraserheaded, they're allowed to use his quirk. Mandalay. At your service. Shoji. We'll go slowly through those bushes. He whispered to his partner Aoyama, who was just as scared as his partner by the now out-of-control Dark Shadow, who had completely possessed Tokoyami. Aoyama. Follow me. He whispered while making signs for her to follow him. Both young people moved away from the place where Dark Shadow was, who was beginning to generate disaster and chaos around him. Mr. Compress, don't you think it's time to capture the explosion brat? I asked his accomplice. Mr. Compress. Patience, let the beast attack its companions. When they are distracted, we will attack and take the boy from the explosions. He replied while seeing the chaos caused by Dark Shadow in the distance. Meanwhile, Aizawa was fighting against the villain twice and 2 of the Dobby clones, who was now spreading the fire even more. Taking him by surprise, the Class B teacher had to help him fight the villains, keeping the students he was looking after close. Uraraka. Who are you and what do you want? She asked the girl who was attacking her. Toga. Nothing in particular, they were just unlucky to be the first to run into me. The villain replied with laughter. Sigh. Stay close, Uraraka. Izuku. We're just kids. He thought as he tried to dodge the blows from the twisted beast. Why do they have to screw up our lives so much? Instantly the monster moved around Izuku at abysmal speeds. Hundreds of blurs appeared in the black-haired man's range of vision. Disoriented, he received a powerful hook in the rib, being sent flying. At the same time, Bakugo and Todoroki were fighting against a grotesque-looking villain. Todoroki. Since he swallowed that thing, his strength increased a lot. He shouted to Bakugo while keeping the beast at bay with his fire. Bakugo. He became a fucking phenomenon. He shouted while skillfully dodging the monster's attacks. Hey idiot, what do you think will happen if I explode the whole floor in your face? He shouted while taking a few steps back, and before the beast approached, he placed his hand on the ground. My power has improved, it won't be like the last time against Izuku. Die. The ground below Bakugo exploded, creating a path of massive destruction towards the monster, who couldn't dodge the attack. As the shockwave went forward and covered several meters, the gigantic explosion had created a deafening noise. Todoroki. You shouldn't use double-edged weapons, Bakugo. He said, seeing the state of his partner. He had third-degree burns and he looked quite worn out. Bakugo. We couldn't waste any more time with this one. Eating his nuts didn't change his strength at all. He was a weakling. He responded while seeing the monster stamped on a tree. Meanwhile with Shoji and Aoyama. Aoyama. I'm sorry. The blonde-haired man whispered through tears. He was stabbing his partner Shoji with a knife. He had caught him off guard. He said he would kill my family. He said through tears as he continued to stab the body of a Shoji on the verge of death. Shoji. Aoyama. His partner began to choke on the blood that wanted to come out of his mouth. Aoyama. Please forgive me. He said between tears, feeling a lump in his chest. Dark Shadow continued out of control. He began to attack villains and classmates alike. So far, he had killed 3 villains, 1 student from Class B, and left Zero and Kota in critical condition. Melissa. Tokoyami, please react. The partner shouted desperately as she tried to go one-on-one with Dark Shadow. Things were looking very bad. Dark Shadow, without holding back, extended his giant hands and whipped at high speed in the directions where Melissa was going, because thanks to one for all full calling 15%, he could dodge to a certain extent the uncontrolled attacks of his enemy. Melissa. I have to act fast, take Zero and Kota away from here. I just need a distraction. Please. She thought while at high speed she deflected Dark Shadow's attack, and connected a strong upward kick to Dark Shadow's chin, lifting him off the ground a few meters. Now. Melissa quickly tried to grab her 2 companions, however, Dark Shadow's hand was faster than her, grabbing her in the air. Dark Shadow began to tighten his grip, making Melissa scream in pain. The grip began to get stronger as the seconds passed, making her bleed from her nose and mouth. Melissa. I won't give up. She thought as she tried with all her might to get out of Dark Shadow's grip. Overcome your damn limits. One for all. Full cowling. 100%. Instantly, Melissa's golden rays spread throughout her body with such intensity that it caused a burning sensation to Dark Shadow, who was weakened by the great source of light coming from Melissa, who fell to the ground. I managed to activate 100% for a second. She thought while her muscles had barely exploded, they had only been torn, and some of her bones had been broken. Dark Shadow, without wasting any time, propelled himself forward again, seeking to kill Melissa. Melissa. How do I plan to become a heron? She thought as she nimbly dodged Dark Shadow's big fist. I can't even save my friends. Fuck my arm. The one-for-all wielder had slammed her fist at 1000% into Dark Shadow's body, sending her flying and crashing into a large stone wall, generating a deafening noise. Dark Shadow, severely stunned and weakened by the sheer power of the blow, began to return to Tokoyami's body, who was unconscious. Melissa. Man-made. Izuku. I did it. She thought victoriously as she fell to the ground with her right arm completely purple, beginning to form a small pool of blood around it. P+U alter. He. Was her last thought before falling unconscious, hearing a loud noise coming from the distance. Izuku. You had to resort to such an atrocity to try to defeat me, but I congratulate you, you almost did it. Izuku said to his opponent. Their fight had been with bare fists and brute force. He had 3 deep cuts on his chest, his ribs were completely broken, and his left bicep was torn. He had to use Muscular's torn clothes to make a tourniquet on his arm, otherwise he would bleed to death. At least I wasn't knocked unconscious, that's an improvement, haha. Muscular. You little shit. Izuku. This time I won't let you escape. He said as he picked up his sword from the ground and in a blur of speed, he embedded it into the villain's heart. Blessed are those who see my face for the last time. Izuku dropped his sword and began searching through the rubble for his father's worm. Kota. Sir, that was incredible. Izuku. Shut your mouth, you irresponsible brat. Because of you I had to contain my strength, otherwise, you would have died. Do society a favor and go back where you came from. I don't care if you die in the forest, I have to help my friends. He said, disappearing in a blur of speed. He had already found the worm. Kota. Sir. The little boy cried out in fear, and didn't hesitate to hide in a bush. Izawa had managed to neutralize the clones along with Vlad, however, the other villain escaped. The Pussycats were about to defeat the remaining villains. Some students had managed to overcome the villains. Thanks to Tetsu's great courage, they managed to knock out the villain who was giving off the toxic smoke. The other students from classes 1A and 1B were still in the forest. Kirishima. We have to go help. Vlad. Leave it to the professionals. Mina. Biba. Izawa. I will dive into the forest, Vlad will stay to take care of them. Please follow the instructions, I don't want to lose more students. He said while looking at them with a look that represented sadness, anxiety and determination. Sayu and Uraraka had managed to neutralize Toga, who through deception and distractions, managed to leave the place. The good thing is that the pair of girls were in perfect condition, thank God. Izuku. Where the hell are the villains? He thought as he ran through the forest at high speed. Aoyama. Aoyama. Izuku, this way. Izuku. What happened? Where are the others? Aoyama. Tokoyami went crazy, or rather, Dark Shadow, Shoji and I got separated and I couldn't find him. Izuku. I understand, I'll keep searching. Aoyama. Wait. He shouted. Take me with you. Izuku. Get on my back, quick. The moment he had Izuku on his back, Aoyama did the stupidest thing in his entire life, trying to take Izuku by surprise. Izuku. Hey gay blonde, what the hell did you just try to do? Aoyama. To Izuku. If it weren't for the fact that I'm so messed up, I wouldn't even have gotten the cut right. So you were the traitor. It seems that it is of no use to me anymore. Instantly, Aoyama suddenly began to burn to a crisp amidst screams of pain. Izuku stared petrified at the scene. Izuku, the only thing left of Aoyama, was ashes. I curse all this suffering, both mine and that of my companions. Without flinching any longer, he began to run through the forest, heading for the place where there was the most noise. Todoroki. Sayu, throw me at him. He shouted to his partner while he had her carried on his back on top of a large pillar of ice, in the direction of the villain Mr. Compress. It had captured Bakugo in a careless moment, enclosing him in a tiny marble. Sayu. Kiro. She affirmed while throwing it, looking to recover her friend. Momo. Damn. The cannon with the animal catching net can't reach that far. She shouted in frustration. Mr. Compress. You're missing a lot. Young aspirants. He said mockingly as he threw the marble to Todoroki, disappearing into a purple portal. Boom. The marble was a mini explosion that sent Todoroki flying, being saved by Sayu and landed by Uraraka with her quirk. The truth is, Nezu had already anticipated the black-haired man's carelessness, so he rushed to send reinforcements that arrived, however, on time for some, late for others. Jiro. There they are. A few meters away from the students, Shigaraki and the rest of his accomplices were about to enter the portals. Toga. Goodbye, fools. I shouted, sticking out my tongue. Twice. Liro, candle holder. Here's your little friend. He shouted, pointing at the marble in his hands. And you don't have him. Izuku. Give it back to me. He said dryly as he appeared in a blur of speed, grabbing Twice by the face and slamming him into the ground. The other villains, in shock, disappeared into the portals, leaving Twice at the mercy of the young heroes. Twice. D-damn. Izuku. You're going to be tortured, we're going to squeeze all the fucking information out of you. He said threateningly as the marble exploded, an explosion that didn't even move the black-haired boy. Twice. And no, WH. Ah. He screamed in pain, as Izuku had completely broken his arm. The heroes arrived on the scene, as always, late for our unfortunate heroes, as Alwa found Melissa, Zero and Kota, so he quickly helped them. The Pussycats focused on helping the other students, however, they never found the bodies of Shoji or the student from class 1B, so they were called lost. Uraraka. W because us. She whispered in shock as she got on her knees. Todoroki. D-damn. He whispered while frustrated. He was helped by Momo. Sayu. Izuku. She shouted as she ran towards him. At the time of meeting him, he continued torturing the villain. Sayu. Izuku. Please. Look at me. Izuku turned to look at her, connecting both emerald eyes. The villain had been knocked unconscious, and the footsteps of heroes approaching as well as ambulances and fire trucks were getting louder. Sayu. It's not your fault. She said while holding her shoulder. Izuku. The black-haired man did nothing but close his eyes, squeezing them tightly as he let fall the poisoned tears of sadness, pain, resentment, frustration, anger, melancholy, nostalgia, anxiety, depression. Sayu hugged him instantly. Sayu. Don't be like that, my boy. You taught me to be strong. We'll be okay. We'll overcome. Why, yes. She whispered in her hatred while she let out a few tears just like Izuku, caressing his hair. All the students present had similar reactions. After all, they were just children trying to be heroes, and there's a reason our protagonist is Izuku Fushiguro and not Toji Midoriya. Deep inside him lived the fragility of his mother, and outside, the strength of his father. However, we all know who had died. Sayu. And no matter how much the harsh reality tramples us, I promise you that we will smile again, she said through tears as Izuku sank into her chest. Izuku. I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger, even so, not enough to save those I love, damn. He whispered through tears. The conversation was only heard by both of them. Sayu. Why you can't control everything, you do what you can with what you have, don't blame yourself. Izuku. I never asked for this damn reality. I never asked for my father's death. I never asked for my mother's suffering. I never asked for my friends' deaths. I never asked to be born strong. All my life I felt that I must protect others. I use what I have for good, and I can't even achieve that. Sayu. We have to live for those who are no longer here. Your father would be proud of you. Believe me, you have saved us many times. However, there is something you have to understand. You can't always save everyone. Izuku. I'm afraid I can't save you. Damn. Izuku whispered, now calmer, as he immersed himself in the feeling of being snuggled up in the chest of the second woman he loved most in the world. All his life he had made others feel protected. However, for the first time in his life, he felt protected. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.